Hivyo kwa sasa maafisa wa usalama wanahakikisha kwamba hali imedhibitiwa katika eneo hilo kikiongozwa na kikosi kizima cha Reke. Tunaweza kuona baadhi ya watu wametolewa katika majumba ya eneo hilo kuhakikisha kwamba usalama wao umehakikishwa. Pia tumeweza kuona kuna picha ambazo tulikuwa nimeziona hapo awali. Kuna watu ambao labda wale ambao wanadhibiti silaha, wale ambao wako licensed. Tuweza kuona kwamba wako katika harakati kuwasaidia maafisa wa polisi kuhakikisha kwamba kuhakikisha usalama wa wale wote ambao wako katika majengo hayo. Ni mwingine tu hapa ambaye anasema nawatakia wale wote ambao wanaenda katika eneo hilo kuhakikisha kwamba wamebeba kitambulisho chao au kile cha usafiri au pasipoti. Anasema hali hatihati bado inaendelea katika eneo hilo, lakini tuweza kumuona tuliweza kuzungumza na mwenzetu pale Vincent, aliweza kusema kwamba hali imeweza kudhibitiwa kwa njia moja au nyingine.
Naam, ndivyo hivyo basi. Picha hizo unazoona hali ilivyo kwa sasa pale 14 Riverside, kama unavyoona milio ya risasi ilipata kusikika takriban dakika chache tu hivi baada ya saa 9 alasiri, na maafisa wa polisi wakapata kufika pale, wanaendelea kujaribu kubainisha haswa nini ambacho kinatakiwa. Utakumbuka kwamba cartoon mambo kama haya, mavisa kama hivi kutokea katika maeneo ya majumba kama haya ni masuala ambayo sio mara ya kwanza kutokea. Maana utakumbuka pale Buruburu, japo ilikuwa ni katika jumba la makazi, kumwahi kuwa na shambulio ambapo mtu alikuwa anapiga risasi pale nyumbani. Maafisa wa polisi kitengo cha Reke wakafika na wakapata kumdhibiti hali, na ndivyo inatarajiwa hapa kwamba watapata kudhibiti hali. Wapo wale wa kitengo hicho, manake wote ni chini ya GSU, lakini hawa ni kile kitengo maalum cha Reke ambao hudhibiti hali ambazo huwa ni ngumu zaidi, na ndio ambao wanaongoza operesheni hii kama tulivyofahamishwa hapo awali, wakiwepo wakubwa wao katika eneo hilo. Kwa hivyo pilika za hali ilivyo hapa, mtazamaji, hali kama hiyo si hali rahisi. Mtu ajui aende wapi, aelekee upande gani ndio salama, lakini maafisa wa polisi na wale wa msalaba mwekundu na maafisa wengine wakabiliana na mikasa, basi huwa wako tayari kabisa kusaidia katika hali kama hii. Baadhi ya wale ambao tunaona wakitembea pale huenda ni baadhi ya wale ambao walikuwa katika jumba hilo. Tunasema hivyo kwa sababu tumefahamishwa tayari wapo baadhi ambao walikuwa wangali ndani ya hoteli hiyo na ndani ya jumba lililo karibu na hoteli hiyo, ambao wamekuwa wakisubiria maafisa wa polisi kufika ili wakapate kuwasaidia kuelekea maeneo salama. Na wale ambao pengine ni washukiwa katika kitendo hiki, hatujui lolote kuwahusu, hatujui ni wangapi, hatujui nia yao ni gani. Yote hao tutakuwa tukipata kuyajua. Vincent Odoro tulisema naye awali, na atakuwa tukiungana naye baadaye tena kidogo apate kutuelezea haswa ni nini ambacho kinajiri kwa sasa na ni nini ambacho kilijiri. Maana yake atakuwa tayari amepata kubainisha mawili matatu kuhusiana na hali katika eneo hilo. Lakini alivyotufahamisha ni kwamba eneo hili lote kwa sasa ni marufuku kwa umma. Kwa hivyo wapo uko karibu na eneo hilo, unafahamishwa pato kuondoka. Wapo uko mbali, basi usikaribie eneo hilo, maana yake ni eneo ambalo limewekewa uzio sasa na maafisa wa polisi. Eneo marufuku kabisa kwa sababu ya operesheni walionayo kwa sasa ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanadhibiti hali pale katika hoteli hiyo. Na mtazamaji, wapo ndo mwanzo unajiunga nasi, picha unazozipata kwa sasa ni hoteli hiyo ya Dusit pale mtaa wa 14 Riverside, ambapo kwa sasa maafisa wa polisi, vitengo vya usalama na wale wa kudhibiti mikasa wako pale kabisa kushughulikia hali baada ya milio risasi kusikika takriban saa moja hivi iliyopita, na ni shughuli ambayo inaongozwa na maafisa wa vitengo tofauti ambao wanashirikiana kuhakikisha kwamba hali ya usalama inapatikana. Baadhi ya wananchi wanasema wangali katika hoteli hiyo, wengine katika majumba yaliyo karibu, kuhakikisha kwamba wanashughulikia yeyote ambaye huenda yuko pale ndani ili akapate kuwa salama. Kwa hivyo iwapo eneo hili ulifahamu vizuri au iwapo unalifahamu vizuri, Kaltuni eneo ambalo liko karibu kabisa na mtaa wa Westlands, vile vile liko karibu kabisa na eneo la majumba ya makazi ya Kileleshwa, na vile vile ni karibu kabisa na bewa la Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi, bewa la Chiromo, ambalo huwa na wanafunzi na wakati wa jioni ndio wakati ambapo huwa ni wa shughuli. Kwa hivyo kwa wanafunzi wale hakika itakuwa ni salama kabisa kusema kwamba ni heri wakae kando kabisa na eneo hilo, kama ambavyo maafisa wa polisi wamekuwa wakiwataka. Na kama tulivyokujuza ni kwamba kwa sababu ya usalama wa operesheni inayoendeshwa na maafisa wa polisi, basi ni vyema kabisa kuhakikisha kwamba wapa pia na wao nafasi tunapokuwa tukifanya shughuli zetu, ili wapate kufanya operesheni zao kwa njia ambazo ni za usalama kabisa. Inaelekea pale kuna baadhi ya magari ambayo yanaziba nafasi ambapo wao wangetumia kufanya shughuli yao. Kwa hivyo unaona maafisa wa vitengo mahali pale wakishirikiana kujaribu kuondoa mojawapo ya magari katika sehemu hiyo ya maegesho, ili kupata nafasi ya kuweza kuendesha shughuli zao vizuri. Awali kidogo kuna magari ambayo yalikuwa yanateketea pale. Kaltuni, nakumbuka kwamba hata katika mtandao ya kijamii ya Twitter wananchi walikuwa wanasema kwamba mbona wale zimamoto wasizime moto huo, lakini najua kwamba wanapofika pale pengine makini yao huwa ni kwanza kuangalia iwapo kuna yeyote ambaye yuko katika hali hatari wapate kumwokoa kabla ya kushughulikia haya mengine. Hayo japo nasema kwa kukisia tu, manake hatujui haswa mtazamo wao ni upi katika operesheni hii ya leo.
Bila shaka ndivyo picha za moja kwa moja kutoka maeneo ya mtaa wa Riverside 14 katika hoteli ya Dusit ambapo shughuli nzima inaendelea pale ya uokozi, ambapo maafisa wa usalama wanahakikisha kwamba kila mmoja yuko salama. Dan, kuna baadhi tu ya Wakenya katika mitandao ya kijamii kupitia kivumio cha Riverside wanaona ama alama ya reli Riverside, naona kwamba wasema kwamba waombea wote wale ambao wamefungwa katika hoteli hiyo kuhakikisha kwamba usalama wao uko shwari. Ukiangalia picha hizo ni baadhi tu ya magari ambayo tuliweza kuonyesha awali shughuli hii ikianza kwamba yameteketea, ukiona kwamba kuna uokozi ambao unaendelea katika eneo hilo kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja yuko salama salimini. Kikosi cha usalama kinafanya mambo yake kuhakikisha kwamba hali wameweza kudhibiti hali kupitia njia moja au nyingine. Tuweza kumwona ama shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu wameweza kufika na kiongozi wao ambaye ni Katibu Mkuu Abbas Guleto wameweza kufika kuhakikisha kwamba iwapo janga lote litakuwa limetokea majambo la dharura, wamehakikisha kwamba wamewasaidia wote ambao wako katika maeneo hayo. Ni picha za moja kwa moja. Sijui Dan kama unaweza kusoma tu baadhi ya maoni. Anasema kwamba hali ilivyo kwa sasa ni hali ya hatihati na tunaombea wote ambao wamekabwa katika eneo hilo. Ni jambo ambalo kwa sasa limeweza kuendelea, matukio ambayo limeweza kuendelea kwa saa moja hivi. Kama tuweza kuongea kwamba na mmoja tuweza kuongea naye hapa, anasema kwamba aliweza kuwaona ama kushuhudia watu wawili katika dirisha kwamba wakibeba bunduki. Anasema kwamba ni baadhi tu ya risasi ambazo labda zilikuwa zimesikizwa. Ndivyo hali ya kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wote wako salama ambao waliweza kuwa katika jengo hilo, kwamba kuhakikisha hali iko shwari. Ni kikosi cha GSU na maafisa wa reke ambao wanadhibiti hali ama wanajaribu kudhibiti hali kwa njia moja au nyingine.
Na mtazamaji, hakika kwa sababu za kiusalama na kutoa heshima kwa vitengo vyetu vya usalama kuendesha operesheni yao kwa njia inayostahili, hakika picha za ndani hatuwezi tukuonyesha tu, tunaanza kuonyesha picha za nje yanayojiri pale nje, namna ambavyo operesheni yetu inaendelea. Operesheni inaendelea na namna ambavyo wanahabari wetu wanaendelea kufuatilia yanayojiri pale ili kupata kujua ni nini kinachipuka, nini kilitangulia, nini kinahusu nini, na maafisa wa usalama wana nini cha kusema ambacho ndicho tutakachokichukua kama taarifa rasmi. Maana kwa sasa tunajua tu baadhi ya wale ambao katika jumba hilo wanaendelea kusaidiwa kuondoka, na baadhi ya picha tumepata kuona wakiondoka ni baadhi ya wale ambao walikuwa katika jumba hilo au hoteli hiyo ya Dusit ambayo imeathirika na hali hii na wanasaidiwa na maafisa wa polisi kuondoka. Kwa hivyo hali halisi aliyojiri tutakuwa tukiendelea kuyapata, manake tayari bado kufika sasa bado hatujapata taarifa rasmi. Awali kidogo kulikuwa na mvua ambayo ilikuwa kidogo imewatatiza wale ambao walikuwa wanafanya shughuli za operesheni hii ya kusalimisha jengo hilo na wananchi, lakini kwa sasa inaonekana hali ni shwari kabisa kwa vitengo hivyo vya usalama kuendesha shughuli zao. Na vile vile tumeona kwamba magari ambayo yalikuwa yanateketea pale awali, wananchi walisema sana Kaltuni katika mtandao ya kijamii wakisema mbona moto huo usizimwa, na ni kama kauli zao zimesikika, manake tayari vitengo vya zimamoto vimeshughulikia hilo na ile mioto imepata kuzimwa. Na mtazamaji, wapo ulipata kuona baadhi ya zile picha, baadhi ya magari yale yalikuwa na alama za risasi kuonyesha kwamba yalikuwa yamepigwa risasi katika tukio zima hili. Na tulisema naye wa kwanza katika line yetu ya simu alisema yeye binafsi alipata kuona wakipiga risasi, na nitumai letu kwamba hakuna yote ambaye amejeruhiwa pale na watu watakuwa ni salama kabisa. Na namna ambavyo tunaendelea kufuatilia taarifa hii, tunahakikisha kwamba tunaifuatilia kwa faida yako mtazamaji, upate kujua yanayojiri na pia kuhakikisha kwamba walio pale ndani maisha yao, hali zao hazihatarishwi kwa njia yoyote ile, manake tuko katika ile harakati pia kutaka kujua haswa, na tunatarajia kwamba muda mchache kutoka sasa pengine maafisa wa polisi au kupitia kwa Wizara ya Usalama wa Ndani pengine watakuwa wakitoa taarifa, manake ndivyo ilivyo itifaki kwamba kinapotokea kitu kama hiki basi huwa ni vizuri kutoa taarifa, manake wengi wanajiuliza maswali mengi sana, na namna ambavyo ile taharuki inavyozidi kuwepo ndivyo wananchi wanapokosa subira. Kwa hivyo pengine muda wote kutoka sasa Kaltuni tutakuwa tukisikia pengine waziri wa usalama wa taifa, manake sio kitu cha hadhi ya chini hiki ambacho kimevutia makini ya taifa zima, kinazungumziwa kabisa katika mtandao ya kijamii. Vyombo vya habari vinakiangazia, manake sio tukio la kawaida. Kwa hivyo pengine muda wote kutoka sasa tutakuwa tukipata taarifa rasmi kutoka kwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani au kitengo chochote kile cha usalama ambacho kina ithibati ya kuzungumza. Kama ilivyo itifaki kawaida, basi watu tunatarajia masuala kama haya basi wanatolewa taarifa rasmi, manake isipokuwa vile, na kama unavyoona katika picha hizo pale, kuna helikopta pale, vitengo vyote vikijaribu kushirikiana ardhini, angani, kuhakikisha kwamba wanadhibiti hali. Manake wajua hata vitengo ambavyo huwa vimejiandaa Kaltun kukabiliana na mikasa huwa pia wanahitaji muda kujua ni nini ambacho kinajiri. Kwa hivyo ni shughuli ambayo hakika ni operesheni kubwa kabisa ambayo inaendelea hapa, na kila mmoja hakika ana nia, ana ari ya kujua haswa ni nini ambacho kimetendeka hapa. Katika mitandao ya kijamii wengi wanazungumza kutoka maeneo yote nchini wakiwatakia heri wote ambao katika jumba hilo, na ni eneo ambalo hakika kama unalifahamu vyema kabisa, liko katika mtaa wa kifahari pale wa Riverside, na tutakuwa tukijua haswa ni nini ambacho kilipata kutokea na ni majumba mangapi ambayo yamepata kuathirika. Maana hata wale ambao wako pale wanasema kwamba hawana uhakika kabisa, lakini maafisa wa polisi ambao ndio wanaongoza operesheni hii hakika watakuwa na fursa nzuri kabisa ya kutuelezea. Hizo ni picha za simu tu za baadhi ambao walikuwa wa kwanza kufika pale. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa tukipata kujua zaidi kuyahusu. Na Kaltun, unajua kwamba tumekuwa hapa kuanzia mwendo wa saa 10 tukifanya tukisema mawili matatu kuhusiana ni nini ambacho kimetokea, mengi tu yakiwa ni ya kukisia, maana kufikia sasa hatuna taarifa rasmi. Na mtazamaji, tutakuwa tukiendelea na picha hizi kukuletea na pia kufuatilia taarifa hii, maana ni habari ambazo zinachipuka, na atakuwa pia tukishirikiana na wenzetu ambao muda wote kutoka sasa tutakuwa tukiwapa usukani. Kaltun, ndio tukiwapa usukani Mark Masai pamoja
na Smriti.
Naam, pamoja na Smriti
waweze kuendelea katika lugha ya Kimombo. Kumbuka tu ni hali ilivyo kufikia sasa, lakini wenzetu hapo katika upande wa pili wa studio watakuwa wanatueleza mengi kupitia lugha ya Kimombo.
Thank you very much, Daniel Mule and Kaltun Jama, of course, for the hour-long coverage that you have given us since the attack that came right after 3 o'clock this afternoon. And yes, as we have been following, this is a developing story. Smriti and I now joining you and in the coverage to continue getting details as the story develops on the ground. As you can see, there's a lot of confusion on the ground, Smriti.
There is, but what you are seeing on your screens are civilians being evacuated from the compound that is 14 Riverside Drive, where the Dusit hotel is situated. There are, of course, other offices there, and what you are seeing are plenty of activity, police on the ground, also emergency services, the Red Cross, GSU as well, and anyone who has been in those buildings. There are attempts to try evacuate them at the moment. It has been around 2 hours now that this situation has been ongoing. As you can see, explosion and gunfire was heard at the building along Riverside Drive, that is 14 Riverside Drive. We are waiting for more accurate information as to exactly what happened there, but at the moment what we can tell you is that there has been gunfire this afternoon, and we have witnessed cars ablaze as well. But as I say, we are waiting for more accurate information.
And the response, at least from what we saw on the ground with our reporters that have been there, is that, of course, the men in uniform were not quick to respond at that moment, but we started seeing them around 4:15 thereabouts on the ground, and there has been some heavy deployment of security forces from different commands. And yes, you also can see some civilians who are armed, and this being Westlands, in many communities there that are well organized in terms of security, and that is himself Mr. Kinoti, who is leading this particular operation, as different commands are in. You've seen the Recce squad, of course, are in operation, and they actually have gotten into the perimeter of this building. The building being Dusit Hotel and on Riverside Drive in Westlands. And as you can understand, if you know anyone who usually would use that route as they head home or to work, it is good to advise them, and the police have actually warned those people who are normally in that area or would want to use that area to stay away. As this operation continues, it is good to give them space. It is still fluid. We do not know whether those who have been behind the sustained gunfire have been totally neutralized, and until that is declared so by the officials there, the security officials, it is safe to stay away. That at least is the only word we've gotten from the police.
And in case you're not sure of the exact location of this compound, as we said, it is located on Riverside Drive. Riverside Drive comes off Waiyaki Way. It is a fairly upmarket area. It houses plenty of residences and ambassadorial homes as well, plus a number of offices and restaurants as well. The compound itself hosts the very upmarket Dusit Hotel, as we said, and in that compound there are several offices located there as well. So just to give you some context as to the location that we're talking about, it is in the Westlands location of the capital city, Nairobi. And again, on those screens, heavily armed personnel there. What is happening at the moment is that civilians are being evacuated from the building, and of course the police have been deployed. This incident took place at around 3:15 or thereabouts this afternoon, and it started off with reports being released of gunshots being heard and explosions being heard at the compound, and then there were some videos being put out on social media of a building on fire. Of course, a lot of smoke could be seen as well, and that then led us to this story that it has been confirmed that gunshots and also explosions did take place. We are yet to find out the exact details.
Yes.
There is allegedly a situation where there could possibly have been a suicide bomber, according to some unverified reports that we have been receiving.
And it's good you say unverified, because at this point many versions of the story will come out, and it's good to go with an official account of what is happening. But as it develops, Smriti, there are some of the witnesses who have spoken to the various news outlets. As you can expect, different news media houses have deployed there as well as they try to cover this, but very safely so. And they have spoken earlier to some of the other stations, such as the international stations such as BBC, and gave this account a bit earlier.
Kapakiwa hapo kando ilikuwa tint na imekuwa ikikuja. Sasa venye iliingia tu hivi tulisikia boom, kitu kama bomb. Immediately then risasi. Sasa watu walilala chini. Sasa mtu hatujui nini inaendelea huko ndani.
Ulisema ulikuwa unaona watu wakiwa wakikuja hapa kwa ile siku zingine?
Nimeona siku kama 3.
Kama ngapi?
3. Alikuja siku ya kwanza akaniambia nimwangalie gari. Alikuwa peke yake mtu mmoja. Akaingia Dusit. Akafaka pale side park. Akaingia ndani akaniambia nimwangalie nini gari. Kurudi akaniachia 100 ni kama ya shusha na kaenda.
That's a version of one of the young men who is allegedly came into contact with one of those who are expected to be behind this attack. And he says, you know, the car that he was given, one of the cars that exploded, and that is one of the explosions that were reported, but at least those who were there. And it's, in fact, those who we, of course, cannot divulge who were there and have made it out, I believe, have said that there was explosions, which was followed by a continued or sustained gunfire. And you've probably even seen some versions of people capturing this on their social media platforms, with people running out of that complex and the office complex within that area, and also saying that, you know, showing that indeed there was a lot of confusion. You could even hear some of the gunshot rounds going off as this was developing earlier.
All right, we can take you live to the ground with our reporter, NTV's Vincent Odwor, who is at the location or nearby. Vincent, paint a picture of what is happening on the ground and also what we know. Vincent, if you can hear me, paint a picture of what is happening on the ground and the latest details that you have. All right, there is our reporter, Vincent Oduor. We're just trying to reach him. Of course, we will bring him to you as and when we get that signal back. But Mark, we mentioned that there are a lot of police personnel on the ground, but there are also a number of journalists covering this event.
Yes.
And the issue of the state's security is one that is going to come up in a strong and big way. It is a new year. We are constantly guaranteed of our security, and we are expecting to hear from the top security officers who will address this issue, because it is a new year and the latest attack in months.
Yes, definitely. And before we even get to the specifics of who would be behind this, we can see there that in terms of the operation right now, it is going to be a bit crazy and hectic for the journalists, as the security officers are creating a perimeter there and trying to get people to move back as they try to evacuate and rescue more people. Right now, there are no numbers in terms of how many people have been rescued, and if indeed there's those who are still stuck in there, how many people are there and how many attackers were there. But as you could hear earlier with one of the witness accounts, that indeed someone had given the car there to one of the what you would call parking boys, and yes, soon after there was, this is a little after 3 o'clock, there was an explosion. This of course is what was followed by sustained gunshots, and it has a lot of writings of previous attacks that we have had, but until we do have an official account from the officials, and that is the security officers, this is something that we definitely cannot call at the moment, but it is definitely an attack and a security breach to the nation.
And on the issue of security, as you can see in that picture, there is a barrier. The Dusit Hotel in that compound does have heavy security, Mark, as you enter it. As is the case at many hotels, there is a barrier. There are security officers. They do tend to check your vehicles and do a search by opening the vehicles, checking with their mirrors, and it will be interesting to find out how this security was breached.
Yes, and when you say security, it's not just any other security firm, but at this particular complex, for those who have been there, it is actually security men in uniform who check your car. And in fact, there are 2 checkpoints before you get into the Dusit complex. So yes, as to how those 2 cars made it to that area, of course, it doesn't seem to have made it within the Dusit hotel complex particularly, but just outside one of the barriers. And yes, some of the pictures there earlier, this was an account of those who had been capturing this from close by buildings, of people making their way out, of course escaping soon after this had happened. Earlier we were talking about, and in fact when we're getting some of these pictures, some people are confused, is this a security drill? But increasingly it seemed that this is not a security drill, and it seemed indeed to be one of these unfortunate attacks that have been. And yes, people trying to get an account. In fact, this, I believe, is the Facebook account of a gentleman who was trying to talk to people and get their accounts. But of course, as you'd expect, someone is running away, wouldn't want to talk, would just want to make it to a safe space, as there was continued and sustained gunfire at this point.
And the fact that the Dusit is a hotel and there are office complexes in the compound as well is telling of the kind of civilians that would frequent the venue, as you could even see from that footage. Some foreigners, tourists who are visiting the country and staying at the Dusit Hotel. There are restaurants there as well, and also staff members, and the fact that there are offices, a lot of businessmen and women all transacting business in that compound. So that is the kind of personnel that we are seeing, and really it is a situation that no doubt has caused a lot of panic across the country as we look into our security situation here. And at the moment, what we are relying on is, of course, accounts from witnesses who have sent in video and also who have spoken to media outlets. Social media has been greatly helpful in this situation in terms of sharing information. Of course, a lot of information coming to us must be verified, and we are in the process of doing that. But what we can confirm is that some sort of attack did take place this afternoon at around 3:15 p.m. at the Riverside Drive. Number 14 was the compound, and at the moment we are seeing civilians being evacuated. Police personnel on the ground, security has been beefed up, and in the last at least a half an hour or so, there seems to be some relative silence in terms of gunshots
and
exchange of fire.
Right, and this was earlier. This was around 3 o'clock, this account here by a gentleman on Facebook. And you talk about how helpful the social media has been in terms of getting some of the information in, but it can also have the equal effect of being destructive. And it is also good to warn those who have been spreading and sharing some of the videos and pictures that the idea is not to spread pandemonium or any scare, but to alert people of what is going on. And there could be inaccurate information out there. As of now, we are waiting on official accounts. We have a team on the ground that is following this. As you've said earlier, Smriti, just a few seconds ago, yes, they have. This has come to a certain calm. And yes, the wrecking squad that earlier made way into the complex itself, you can imagine, are now probably sweeping through, and if anything, probably in an exchange with whoever is behind the attack here. But it has been calm, has been quiet, and perhaps that's what we can appreciate from our perspective. I mean, we're in studio, but from our perspective, our cameraman and reporter on the ground, because they have been pushed back a bit just to be at a safe distance. And as you can see, some people wanting to witness what's going on, but it's still not safe.
It certainly isn't, and in a moment we will try and get NTV's Vincent Odwar back online with us to paint a picture really of what is happening on the ground and to bring us some of the sights and sounds. Just a reminder to you that Riverside Drive is off Waiaki Way. At this time, and a lot of the time during the day, Riverside Drive is rather heavy with traffic, Mark, so no doubt traffic has built up there. If you are a witness to any of this, you can contact us on at NTV Kenya or at Mark Masai, at Smriti Vidyarthi, and tell us what you can see from where you are. But do avoid the area if it is possible, because there is likely to be heavy traffic and diversions as well. As I said earlier, Riverside area is full of residences and also offices as well as ambassadorial homes.
And one of the versions to the story in terms of what the intention could have been behind this attack is because within this complex there are various business institutions, and one of them is a bank, and in the initial stages, the Prime Bank, people thought it was a robbery at the bank. And in fact, we had some people who were there, and they initially thought that this was a robbery, but it increasingly looks like it is an attack that was being carried out and is being put under control, or under seeming control from our vantage point right now. As you can see, Vincent Odwar getting ready to give us any updates he's getting right now from the ground. You can appreciate as well, no officer is talking on the ground as they would wait for an official word from the top of command as to what the situation is, and many versions going on outside there. But we will stick to what we know from our reports on the ground and what the security officials would have to say in response to this. They have already responded. At least that is some form of comfort in terms of seeing those uniforms on the ground and officers who have been trying to neutralize or, you know, curtail the situation, as well as residents, or civilians who are armed and well planned as to trying to rescue some of those who were there. And yes, I believe we can get another account of what was happening earlier.
We can. John Alanamu, a journalist, has an account. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
About 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, we were driving along Riverside Drive when we started to hear gunfire coming from the direction of the Dusit Hotel and the Nairobi University hostels. When we arrived, the gunfire still being going. As you can see behind me, there are about 2 cars that are on fire. What we believe happened from eyewitness accounts is that people who were driving that car, that small Toyota right behind me, gained access to the Dusit Hotel and began to open fire after about 30 minutes of waiting right at the junction. We'll try and see what else is happening, but right now the situation is quite tense, it's quite live.
That witness account coming to us from journalist John Alanamu and our former colleague as well, who happened to be driving along Riverside Drive at the time of the incident, sharing his witness account. As I said earlier, if you have any account of what transpired today, or if you were in the area and you are willing to share your perspective, please tweet us at NTV Kenya, at Smriti Vidyarthi, or at Mark Masai.
And in initial or previous experiences in such attacks, if indeed you are in touch with someone, keep the communication at a bare minimum, because this is something that we would want to keep those who are within that complex to feel safe and be safe, depending on how the situation is developing and how the progress that our security officers are gaining in neutralizing the situation right now. But yes, as it is, there are some versions out here online. As I said, it is very prudent to stay away from any form of propaganda in terms of people claiming what this would be in terms of who is behind it, and until we get the verified facts from the security officials and our team on the ground, and even the Red Cross. We've seen there Abbas Gulet, he is on the ground, and yes, them being one of the first teams that always respond to such occurrences would have some information, but right now their priority is to help anyone who has been injured. We've seen some pictures of people being rescued and carried away having been injured. As you can expect as well, people running out would get injured as they run out, and in terms of responding to this. And yes, it is definitely what we can confirm right now. It is definitely not a drill, and this is a security breach at the Dusit Hotel. How and as to who is behind this is yet unclear. But we are glad to see those who managed to make way away from this building, make it away from this building. This was earlier, so don't expect that you would be able to gain access to this building. So don't go anywhere close, as the police have already warned and have advised Kenyans, those who are within this area, to stay away and let them undertake the operation in a proper manner. All
right, we've just gone past 5:15 this afternoon. That's roughly 2 hours after the first reports came through that there is activity at the Dusit Hotel complex. That is number 14 Riverside Drive. At around 3:15 this afternoon, gunshots and blasts were heard from various directions, according to civilians at the complex. They were terrified. They sent out messages saying that they didn't know what was happening, but they heard multiple gunshots, and later on pictures started coming through of a blast. Car on fire is what we were seeing. Thereafter, security personnel checked into the venue. We witnessed plenty of police and also GSU and plainclothes policemen as well. And not long after that, we then witnessed civilians being evacuated from number 14 Riverside Drive, that is off Wayaki Way. And since then, the situation has seemed to have calmed down in terms of the exchange of gunfire between the security agencies and whoever carried out this attack. What we don't know at the moment are the specific details as to who is behind this attack and what sort of attack it was exactly. We are waiting for an official report by the government and security agencies, and as soon as we get that, we will of course bring it to you.
As you can see there, an officer just keeping our team behind or at a close, at a safe distance, and at least some movement there of a bit more calm than earlier. This is a contrast than we had earlier of the picture there, the actually Facebook live feed there of one of the gentlemen who was close to this particular building when it had happened, and these are people who have managed to get it safe out. And yes, just a reminder, and I see people talking about it even online, please, it is safe. This is actually by one of our correspondents and our teammates here, Melito Letenges, advising the people should not disclose the location of others who could be within the Dusit building at the moment, whether it's online or even talking to them, because that could be a security threat to them as they are in hiding. There have been some reports of people hiding within the different rooms of that building, but we do also know that security officials, especially the Wrecking Squad, have made it into that complex and are engaging with those who are behind this attack. So some form of new control is underway right now, but we still can't get the finer details from our vantage point.
What we do know at this point, as you can see on your screens, casualties with gunshot wounds have been admitted at the Aga Khan Hospital and the Kenyatta National Hospital. What we don't have are specific numbers or the extent of those wounds or any other fatalities, but as and when we get the details, we will bring them to you. At the moment, the most we can do is bring you the verified reports that we have without speculating. There is speculation online as to who has claimed responsibility for this attack, but that has not been confirmed. And once it is, we will bring you the details. Let's now take you live to our reporter on the ground. At the moment, it is NTV's Seth Olale. Seth, if you can hear us, tell us what is happening and what we know.
What we know is that there is heavy police presence here along Riverside Drive. And as you can see just behind me, we have this particular road that has completely been on a lockdown since the incident happened, and police are not allowing anyone to go past this particular place. Not even the press or any other government official is being allowed to go past this particular place. There is heavy police presence. There's a police helicopter that has been hovering around this particular place. We have many curious residents who are just behind my cameraman Gishira, and they're just anxious since they heard about this particular incident. We've had some shots that were fired. That was like 15 minutes ago, repeated shots that were fired. We are not yet certain, or it has not yet been confirmed who fired those particular shots, whether gunshots or whatever that was. It has not been confirmed, but what we saw is one ambulance that just drove past this particular place. And if my cameraman Gishira, if we just zoom in, and these are just some of the persons that have been coming out from these particular directions, and they are not speaking to anyone. We saw earlier on, like Red Cross volunteers trying just to usher them outside this particular area that has now been locked down. It is in a complete shutdown. I'll just try and engage some of them and just ask you what it felt like being at that particular area. And well, very sorry, excuse me, just tell us what you know about what happened there.
Nothing.
Just some of the persons just leaving that particular place, maybe just too terrified to speak to the media right now. And this has been the situation here at, and right now we have lots and lots of security personnel arriving at this particular place. This has been the situation. Right now we have this particular vehicle that has heavy police protection just around it. Perhaps maybe it could be a senior government official. And that has been the situation. But also just to let you know is that we also have one person that has been apprehended by the police, and we'll just try to show you that particular person. And he told us that he tried actually to move away from the scene where the incident was happening, but he has been apprehended by the police. And what's happening right now is that the Riverside Drive is in a complete shutdown, and no one is being allowed to access the exact location where this particular incident, we are told, that started happening as from 3:15 p.m. And like I told you, that is the police helicopter that has been hovering around this particular place. And right now, the police are just not allowing anyone to go past this particular place. Excuse me, ma'am. If you will just tell us what happened, what's happening.
I don't know.
Well, we're just still waiting to hear any response from the police, and there has been a huge blast that has just been witnessed at this particular moment. A huge blast that just took off some minutes ago, actually some seconds ago. And right now, the police are just getting to have everyone leave this particular place. There has been a huge explosion. We've just had it like 30 seconds ago, and right now you can see the persons who are leaving that particular area, which we are meant to understand that it is the center of this particular area. The GK vehicle that was heading towards that place has also stopped abruptly, and everyone is running towards our direction. And just to repeat, there has been a huge explosion about 45 minutes ago, and everyone is terrified. People 45 seconds ago, and everyone is now running towards our direction. The government vehicle, the GK vehicle, the Subaru that has a siren and was heading towards that particular place, actually toward Dusit, has now stopped, and we have officers on the ground loaded with guns. And we're being told that the security officers are around here just telling us that we need to move from this particular place. Heightened activity around Riverside Drive, and we have some of the persons who actually just managed to leave that particular place. We have been trying to get some reactions from them, but obviously very, very much terrified to speak to the media and to speak to us. And like I told you earlier, we have one person who has been apprehended by the police, and right now I just want to show you that particular person. He is in this particular police van, actually this AP vehicle from the Westland sub-county, and that person we meant to understand that was arrested by the police about 30 or 45 minutes ago, and we're going to ask where he's being taken. And that is a person that has been apprehended by the police, and right now he's being taken. We're not yet sure where exactly he's going to be taken, but he is already in cuffs. He has been apprehended, and we are going to definitely wait for police response in regards to why they apprehended him, and if they believe that maybe he is involved in what's going on right now. But right now, Smriti, that's the latest from the Riverside Drive here, and we're just waiting for any more reactions. But remember, that's like 2 minutes ago or 1 minute and 30 seconds ago, we had a huge explosion from that particular direction, and that one made each and everything here almost come to a standstill. But definitely we shall keep you posted to any latest activity or any latest happenings here along the Riverside Drive. Security.
Seth Olale coming to us live from Riverside Drive. Thanks very much. You and the team and everybody else do keep safe. Just an update that at 17:29, Seth reported another loud explosion coming from the vicinity. We don't know what that was, but we will get the details. And at 17:31, one person was apprehended, and we witnessed him being driven away in an AP vehicle. Let's now take you live back to the scene. NTV's Ken Majungu has a different perspective. Ken, what can you tell us?
Right. Thank you, Smriti. And indeed, we have a different vantage point from where Seth is. Actually, we are along the Riverside Drive, just about 200 meters from where the action is, from where the police are. And right now, where I am is the last point that people or anyone who's not authorized is around, allowed to be. And just next to me is the Australian Embassy, which is by the side of the CCTV. I just want to tell you exactly where this place is. After Chiromo, headed toward Riverside Drive, and then you have to take a left turn. That is where the action has been. And in the last few minutes, perhaps 2 or 3 minutes ago, there was a huge explosion that we had from inside. But the media and the civilians and anyone who is not authorized here has been pushed a little further, about 100 meters from the point of the action. The only people allowed in there in the last few minutes is in additional reinforcement.
Skemi Jungu trying to give us a different version in terms of his vantage point of this hotel. And yes, earlier that he also confirms hearing the same, that huge blast, and we could see some commotion there in response to that particular development, and this showing that indeed it is quite active and volatile within that area. And please, just a reminder, stay clear of that area. Don't go. You don't have to try and be a hero and get close by. There are security officers who are on the ground, as you can see from different contingents, and trying to get control of the situation. And yes, the trauma that you could see in the faces of those who have been rescued and made it out of that Dusit Hotel area and complex, because it's not just Dusit Hotel, there are various office complexes that are close by this Dusit Hotel. And yes, this is where the activity is right now. And just another development there is we saw a picture there of a person who has been apprehended and being taken into custody by the police. We'll get the details of who that particular person is and whether he is indeed part of this attack, the traumatic scenes there, but also a lot of relief from those who are, their friends or loved ones who are close by, who are just glad to be able to have their loved ones with them at this point. But still, right now we've been pushed back a bit further, understandably, because it is still quite active. And we couldn't quite tell who the security official who made it in a Subaru earlier on. But indeed, we are waiting to see. We saw Kinoti earlier leading the operation with some of the officials, but they definitely wouldn't be talking to us at this point until they get the situation at least understood and in some form of control.
Earlier, Mark, we mentioned that the situation had settled down in terms of the exchange of gunfire, and that indeed was the case.
Yes.
However, Seth did clarify that there had been some gunshots fired, and then at 5:30 this afternoon, that's just about 5 minutes ago, Seth on the ground did witness, or hear rather, another huge explosion. So there is still plenty of activity taking place at Riverside, so our eyes and ears are still on the ground. NTV's Vincent Odwor can now join us live from location. Vincent, from where you are, tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing, and what the latest is.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm on top of a flyover that is exactly at the junction of 14 Riverside Drive and the Riverside Road. That is basically a road that is leading to the compound or complex where there is a Dusit Hotel, together with other buildings that are housing several offices. As you can see, when you look at the road, that is 14 Riverside Road, 14 Riverside Drive, you realize there is a car, a Toyota Raktis that has been parked beside or along the road on the left side. And that is a car, or the vehicle is believed to have been used by the attackers to come to this place. And just moments ago, about 5 minutes ago or 10 or so, there was a big explosion from that similar car, and it's believed there was an explosive device inside the car or a grenade that has been detonated just moments ago, and it's believed they had used that car before gaining access to the building. You know, I'm just from the complex inside the compound a few minutes ago, and I can tell you what I saw. I saw 3 vehicles that have been burnt, that have basically been burnt, and it is believed the vehicles had explosives inside that exploded before the attackers decided to gain access to the building. And what I can tell you, some few minutes to 5 p.m., I saw several people being rescued from the complex, and we saw several people being rescued from the complex. I can tell you more than 40 or 40-something people have been rescued from the building, and most of them are shaken. Some of them were crying. Some of them were unable even to speak. Some of them were confused. It was total chaos. But I haven't seen people with severe injuries or people who are unable to walk. Most of them were okay, but shaken. But what I can tell you is that what is going on right now, for the past 1 hour, I've been able to see 3 armored personnel carriers, 3 armored police vehicles that have accessed the building, ready to combat and ready to try and facilitate the rescue operation. And right now, what is going on is that we have several units from the security personnel. We have the GSU who are here, the elite squad, we have bomb experts who all of them have accessed the building, and they are trying to really bring everything in order. For the past 10 minutes, I haven't seen any other people being rescued from the building, but several people have already been rescued, and they have been. And I happened to talk to one of them, who told me that by the time he was being rescued, there were 3 or 4 of his friends still trapped inside the building. And he told me that for him, he was hiding, somewhere where there were fridges. That's where he was hiding before he was rescued. But he told me that there are other people or several people still in the building, because you remember, right now I can tell you also there is a helicopter, police helicopter, that is hovering around this place, trying to give that aerial support to make sure that troops on the ground are able to being facilitated to really bring this thing to an end. And what I can tell you is that also right now, and this operation, what is surprising is that this operation is being led by the Director of Criminal Investigation, George Kinoti, who has been here ever since it started. And I saw him. He's in a bulletproof gear or bulletproof jacket, and he's here coordinating the operation to try and rescue those who are inside. Another thing we were able to see in the complex, in the compound, is that there was a live grenade inside the compound, and this, shocked everybody, and the security personnel had to tell everybody to take cover before the bomb experts came and detonated also the grenade. But so far, what you can see is that the security personnel or the bomb experts are still investigating or trying to find more about the car, the Toyota Raktis, that is believed to have been used by the attackers to access the building. And they left it a few meters from the main gate before abandoning the car on the side of the road and getting access to the building, because the complex, the complex houses Dusit Hotel, and besides Dusit Hotel, there are several other buildings in the complex or in the compound that houses several offices for various companies. And it is believed at the time of the attack, remember the explosion occurred exactly at 3:45 p.m. and thereafter it was followed by several gunshots. And at that time people are still working, because at most workplaces people normally leave work at 5 p.m. Therefore most of the staffs were around at that time, and it is believed there are several other staffs who are trapped in offices housed by the several buildings in that complex. That's what is happening right now. So far, nothing apart from the rescue operation that is underway. The security officers and several people are milling around here while the rescue operation is ongoing. Sorry. There are some people here. If I can try, can you talk? Are you from the place? Hello? I thought there were some rescue those who have been rescued. Guys, are you from the place? My efforts to try and find somebody from the building is futile here. I think none has come out right now. We'll try and try to see if we can get somebody to speak to really tell us what transpired. But so far, I think nothing, what I can inform you so far, apart from the helicopter that is hovering here trying to put things in order. And we've been told that we have to leave this flyover because you never know, because the security officers are suspecting that, you know, maybe they've left certain explosive devices somewhere around this place. So for now, I'm taking you back to studio.
Vincent Odor, thank you very much. Your security comes first indeed, and yes, cooperating with the security officials is advisable at this moment as they try to take control of the situation as is, and understandably trying to talk to some of those who are within the area. Whether they made it out of the building is going to be a bit hard because many are traumatized, just happy to be out, but traumatized nonetheless, and understandably so if you're caught up in such a situation. And as this continues, right now at least we have a good picture before darkness falls, and we can be able to tell what is happening. And yes, we at least know at the moment someone has been admitted at the Empisha Hospital, and some others who without serious injuries at the Aga Khan Hospital. But there is a certain appeal at the moment, because this is what happens when people are injured. We definitely need a lot of support.
Right, there is a urgent blood appeal at the Avenue Hospital. If you are able to make your way there to make a blood donation, please do. As Mark said, various casualties have been admitted to different hospitals: the MP Shah Hospital, Avenue Hospital, Aga Khan Hospital and the Kenyatta National Hospital. But there is an urgent blood appeal at the Avenue Hospital. What we know at this point, as we approach 6 o'clock this evening, is that there was an explosion and heavy gunfire at 14 Riverside Drive this afternoon, just past 3 o'clock this afternoon. What you're seeing on your screens are earlier pictures of people being evacuated or simply fleeing the area. After the gunshots were reported, police did make their way into the area. There is still heavy security presence, and what we have witnessed is an apprehension. One person has been driven away. At 5:30 this afternoon, another explosion was heard. Our reporter on the ground, Seth Olale, heard that whilst reporting live on TV. It is believed that it was in fact a controlled explosion, but we are yet to get details about that. And in the meantime, a police helicopter is still hovering around the area. Curious residents are milling around, but the police are being very stern in terms of keeping the public away. The area has been cordoned off, and everybody has been urged to keep their distance. This is a highly sensitive and a highly traumatic time for everybody involved, and security agencies are doing their best to control the situation. Earlier, we brought you pictures of GSU officers, armed civilians, and also armed police officers who are trying to bring peace and order to the area.
And this is just to appreciate the gentleman who had given some of the pictures earlier. These pictures that you see right now are not live, they are earlier. And this was by a gentleman called Robert Luta. He is a photojournalist as well, and he was trying to capture what was happening. These are just initially at just around 3:30 or around 3 o'clock, soon after the first initial explosions and exchange of gunfire. Gentlemen there being helped by other well-wishers and, of course, who were around. And this being a situation that would require all the space and perhaps room for the security officials to carry out the operation, we continue to repeat this appeal. Please stay clear of that area, and the police have advised that you use alternative routes and not to access the Riverside Drive area in case you live around there or you work around there. This, of course, being past the office hours, and many would be making their way home from the offices. Just use alternative routes within the Westlands area if you need to pass through that point because right now it has been cordoned off by police, and understandably so. Another urgent appeal, of course, that we need to just help people understand, and if you are able to give your assistance, is at the Avenue Hospital in Parklands, where they've made an appeal for blood donation. And yes, we did see as well the head of the DCI, that is George Kinoti, who was leading some of the officers there. We saw some of the elite squad who were trying to access this particular complex from different vantage points, and other forces, of course, with armored vehicles trying to make their way there as securely as possible, but also to neutralize any security threats. And yes, we can, and I can actually quote our very own investigative editor here, that is Dennis Okari, who has some sources there, and he says that from his version of what he's gathered from his sources, attackers have forced their way initially into 14 Riverside Drive by shooting at guards, and they hurled explosives into vehicles and went into Dusit D2 Hotel. And yes, initially we pointed out, Smriti, that this has been an area that is quite heavily guarded by uniformed police and armed policemen. And just to understand what could have happened, and now it's making sense with what Vincent has also managed to gather, that they detonated some grenades within vehicles just outside the complex, perhaps to create the confusion as they were making their way into this Dusit Hotel. And yes, as of now, we do not have any confirmations of casualties. Those who have been injured, at least one person has been admitted to MP Shah Hospital, and several others at the Aga Khan Hospital. And this seems perhaps some form of calm, but you can appreciate that we've been pushed to a certain distance from the point of action. And earlier, at around like 30 minutes ago, we did see, while Seth Olale was live giving us an update, that explosion as people were still making their way out of that complex.
That explosion, it has been reported that it was a controlled explosion, but we are yet to get verification on that. And as we witnessed earlier, our colleagues have been trying to speak to those affected, but as I said, it is an extremely traumatic time for anybody involved in a situation like this. Emergency services such as the Red Cross are on the ground and doing their utmost best as well to help anybody affected. And as and when we get more information on what has transpired, we will bring it to you. But right now, what we can tell you is there is still plenty of activity taking place at 14 Riverside Office Park there on Riverside Drive. Just to bring you some context, Riverside Drive is a long road that links plenty of offices and residences and restaurants to one another. It is off Wayaki Way, that is in the Westlands region. It's on the opposite side of the highway. Riverside Drive, if we put in context, is sort of opposite the Kempinski Hotel. And this incident took place at number 14. And it did, of course, cause a lot of alarm, worry and panic, as you can imagine. But now police are controlling this situation. We have witnessed one person being apprehended, and as we get more information on that, we will bring it to you. Mark, though, as you said, and I'll just quote again, our investigative editor, that is Dennis Okari, has tweeted that attackers forced their way into 14 Riverside Drive by shooting at guards, and they hurled explosives into vehicles and went into Dusit D2 Hotel. That is also information coming to us from our sister website, that is the Daily Nation.
And yes, the smoke that you see there is from the earlier explosion, and this is not active, the active situation, as it's probably indicated from the live signal right there. We saw some pictures as well of cars that were in flames, and that is one of the cars, actually the two cars that had some explosives hurled into them. they were making their way into this complex. And it is worth repeating, yes, we have been talking a lot about Dusit Hotel, but within that same space, there are a lot of offices with some travel agencies and other even international organizations that have offices within that building that perhaps would have people who are still within that complex. And that is still one of the areas that the security officials are trying to secure and definitely get people who are perhaps trapped within there and would try to make their way out. And as much as you can, if you do have someone within that place, do not disclose their location, but just as far as you can do in terms of verifying that they are safe. And understandably, you'd want to know that your loved one who perhaps works there or was in that area at that general time, you'd want to know if they're safe, and you'd be happy to see them right now if they're one of those who are walking out of that complex right now. And these we can confirm are now live pictures of people making their way out of that area. And yes, this is a space that you said it is high end, and yes, with just besides the guests that would be at the Dusit Hotel, the high-end Dusit Hotel, there are offices that are represented by different international organizations. And yes, you would be seeing many people making their way out of there, but our teams have been pushed back, understandably so, just to give way for the security officials to make their way into this particular complex and take control of what they can. And yes, just a reminder that there has been an individual who has been apprehended and is in police custody. When we were speaking to Setolale earlier, we did get the live pictures as he was being driven away by the police, and we didn't get the identity of this individual, but there is at least one person in police custody as the investigations and the operation right now, we should call it actually, the operation to neutralize what is going on at the Dusit Hotel and to put it under control goes on. And yes, please, another reminder, please stay clear of this area, and things could get a bit more complicated as darkness falls. And yes, we can get some updates. We were talking about the appeals that we were getting from some of the hospitals within Nairobi. We had a hospital, MP Shah, where there was someone who was admitted from this particular incident, and as well as the Aga Khan Hospital. But now we can get an update from one of our team members, that is Zainab Ismail.
Zainab, tell us what is happening at the Aga Khan Hospital.
Stay there. What?
All right, thank you so much, Mark. We are actually at the Aga Khan University Hospital here in Westlands. It's just a few meters from the Riverside, 14 Riverside, where the attack happened. We understand that the attack happened at exactly 3:15 p.m. and first it was a loud bang, possibly a bomb, before gunshots were heard from the area. That is the Dusit D2. It is a hotel located along Riverside. So far, the only information that I can confirm for you is the fact that so far 4 people have been brought here as casualties through that incident. We have no information on the kind of injuries that they've been able to sustain, but 4 ambulances have been able to arrive at the Aga Khan University and have brought 4 people here so far. The information is still a bit, tight-lipped with the doctors staying out of saying they will not give us information at this point. But of course, we're trying to get more information for you. We're waiting to see if, because we're hearing a lot of, ambulance sirens across the different areas coming in. Of course, some are heading to the MP Shah, but so far we understand that only 4 casualties have been brought here at the Aga Khan, and those have been able to sustain injuries from that attack at Dusit along Riverside. Mark, we'll continue to stay here. We'll get more information for you, and in just a few minutes we'll bring you more on what we can be able to get from the developing story.
All right. Zainab Ismail coming to us live from the Aga Khan University Hospital in Parklands here in Nairobi. Thanks very much indeed for that update. Zainab says that 4 casualties from the site have been admitted at the Aga Khan Hospital. Other hospitals that are tending to those that have been injured include the MP Shah Hospital, Avenue Hospital and the Kenyatta National Hospital as well. There is an urgent blood appeal at Avenue Hospital. If you are in a position to donate blood, please do so at that hospital. And Mark, something interesting to note is that It has been 3 years to the day of the Al-shabaab attack on El-Ade, that is a AMISOM army base in the town of El-Ade in Somalia. It was one of the deadliest attacks. Al-shabaab militants launched that attack exactly 3 years ago. So this attack, again, it has not been verified as to who has carried out this attack, at least officially. There are reports on social media that an agency has claimed responsibility, but we are yet to get the official word from the government and security agencies. But it is worth noting that on January 15th, 2016, the Al-shabaab did attack on El-Ade in Somalia.
Yes, that is correct, Smriti. And not to read into conspiracies, but as well, yesterday there were 3 suspects. Actually, 1 suspect was released. A suspect who was said to be behind the Westgate attack was released, but 3 are said to have a case to answer and are still in police custody. So, I mean, this coming at this time, many questions raised, but at the moment, no official claim of this attack, but it has all the writings of what we have experienced as a nation earlier. And things get a bit complicated as it gets darker, but at least we have some vision and some views and even sound of what is going on still at Riverside Drive. And Kenmi Jungu and his camera man is there, and these are the live pictures from there. Let's listen in.
All right, Mark and Smriti, in the last few minutes, we've just had a few more gunshots. You can see an ambulance that is just preparing to leave. It's not clear where the gunshots were aimed, but straight after that, we've seen that's a flying squad car that is just driving out of this place straight after the gunshots that are about 6 or 7 that rang a few minutes. Now, this ambulance is leaving with someone who has been injured, but we had the gunshots and we see a little activity from inside, but it's not clear what exactly has happened inside, just like the explosion that went on about 40 or so minutes ago, which was not also clear. In the last few minutes, we've also realized there is an additional chopper here from the Kenya Air Force that has been added. It's also been patrolling and going around this area. The place is still cordoned off. No one is allowed to get in, no one is allowed to get out. But you can see, if that shot is so clear, there are a number of personnel carrying the equipment getting in to where that gunshot rang a few minutes ago. We've also seen policemen who are now walking outside. We also have information, Mark and Freddie, that in the last few minutes, one of the suspects may have been arrested. We have been told that information, that when the police vehicle that was heavily guarded, in fact, there were policemen preceding the vehicle. They just drove out with policemen guarding the vehicle, and then they went towards the exit towards Wayaki Way. Now, we were told by some personnel here that it could have been carrying one of the suspects who may have been arrested, and the reports also indicate that the suspect may have been having guns. So there are so many people around here. It's not clear if the person who was arrested was one of the attackers or just someone who was found with guns inside there. So we are waiting for those reports. But as you know, in a place like this, information is not so forthcoming. There's a lot of protocol, but the people we have managed to speak to tells us that this operation is being handled very well, and they're confident that whatever is happening inside there will end anytime soon. There are a number of additional equipment and police vehicles that have gone in, including fire rescue vehicles that have gone in. And in the last few minutes also, we have realized that additional personnel from the wreckage squad have also come in. And of course, the activities continue, the rescue continue. We spoke to some of the organizations and offices, people from the offices who are inside the office park, and they told us that they still have their colleagues who are still held inside there. So it's not yet sure, it's not yet clear how many more people are still inside. But remember, Office Park is a very busy place. just before the Dusit Hotel, which is known in this area. There are several office blocks, including banking halls and a lot of private businesses. In fact, I spoke to a girl earlier who told me she works at a salon, and she told me the shooting began right before you get to Dusit and continued inside. And there was a lot of panic during the rescue because they were not sure who was coming to rescue them. But again, they are glad they are out safe. So what's happening right now? There's a lot of ambulances. Probably from sources here, there are about 2,000 to 3,000 people who work around this area. And until they are all accounted for, you cannot count or you cannot authoritatively say that they are all out. There were tourists, there were people who are holidaying, there were people who are in the hotel dining, and they are probably they're still held inside there, but the police have cordoned off this area. In fact, if you are attempting to come to Riverside 14, it's impossible because both ends from Kileleshwa has been cordoned off. In fact, journalists have not been allowed, the ones who are locked outside have not been allowed to come in. And from Wayaki Way along Riverside Drive have also been, it's also been blocked, so they have not also been allowed to come in. So basically, the people who are inside here, the rescue personnel, the journalists, the police, and all the security firms that are here are the only people who are currently allowed here. And remember, this place is just opposite the Australian embassy, so we've had a lot of also security forces from that end coming in to reinforce what we already have. Now the Recce squad are basically the personnel who are in, but we have a lot of general service unit, we have a lot of regular police here, and the command led by none other than the police inspector general who was here, and we still presume he's still inside because the media has been taken about 200 meters from the venue or the site of what's happening here, so we are not sure if they're still in there. And then we have senior policemen, we have seen the DCI also was here, so there's a lot of things that are happening there that we cannot report about and we cannot authoritatively talk about because we have been told to keep off, and obviously for the right reason. But the personnel who we have spoken to say that the operation has been very well handled, and this is still very fresh in people's mind. That is the Westgate attack, and they're comparing. We've seen a lot of personnel. We covered Westgate. We've seen a lot of them also here who tells us that this is really handled well. So scant information coming in, especially from my right, where the Dusit Hotel is, and obviously where Office Park is, and a lot of residential places. Just opposite is the hostel housing the students of the Nairobi University. So there's a lot of people here, but the information that is coming as expected, until they are sure, they are not able to speak. But as I said, in the last few minutes, they've added additional choppers flying over this place, and personnel also going in, and Recce squad, more personnel going in. Gunshots going off about 10 minutes ago, about 7 shots, not clear where they were directed to. And obviously that explosion also that we heard about an hour ago, still unexplained. We've just seen in the last hour or so, we've seen about 3 people being wheeled out of that place and taken to ambulances, which have subsequently been driven off. So it's not clear, but as soon as we have more information, especially the information on that possible arrest of a suspect, that suspect who's been arrested, it's not clear if he's one of the attackers. If it's not the attacker, who was the person? Because the person who gave that information told us that they had so many guns. So back to you, Smriti and Mark. Will be here to see what's happening, and we'll definitely bring it to you.
All right, Ken Mijongo, thank you very much. Still at the scene from a different vantage point, and Seth Olale is also still on the ground and will be giving us an update. I believe he has a witness account, or at least an update he can give us from someone who has been there since the attack took place. And just to give you a quick update, yes, still there's some sounds of gunshots at the Dusit complex and the office park there, and we are meant to listen in now.
Responding quickly to our invitation, we have a short statement that I wish to read, and that we regret to inform that today at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of unknown armed assailants attacked the Dusit complex in what we suspect could be a terror attack. Security and Emergency Services responded quickly to the incident, and we immediately cordoned off the area, and the situation is being managed. And we have made evacuation of many persons in the complex, and the operation is still going on as we speak as of now. We wish to offer our prayers to those who are affected, and we wish quick recovery to those who are injured. We are aware that there still could be some armed criminals still holed up in the building, and our special forces are, as I said, engaged in that operation to flush them out. We wish to also regret that there could have been some injuries in the attack, and we are in the process of confirming the nature and the types of injuries. As you very well know, that we have been vigilant throughout the entire festive period. That is on the part of we in the security sector as well as the Kenyan people, in which we have had a very good festive period. And as part of the enhanced vigilance, all our critical national infrastructure as well as battle installations remain on guard. We wish at this stage to urge the public to remain calm and to cooperate with the instructions given by security agencies, because we are looking forward to bringing this situation to normalcy within the shortest time possible. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish to inform that we will continue updating you as we get regular updates. Thank you very much for coming.
You've been listening in to the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, addressing the press regarding the situation that has taken place this afternoon at number 14 Riverside Drive, where there had been an attack, a bomb explosion and an exchange of gunfire. And he has said that the situation is still ongoing in terms of the rescue operation. His officers are engaged in an operation to flush out the assailants. Earlier, we did see one assailant being apprehended, and he has been swept off to a police station. But it is still an active situation in that respect, that security agencies are still working to figure out really what has happened, if there are any other assailants that are still present in the building. And in the meantime, we have been witnessing the evacuation process where civilians have been evacuated. Understandably, they are extremely traumatized and disturbed and unwilling to speak to the press, and it is a time where that ought to be respected. So that is the latest at this moment, and the Inspector General also said that the police are still trying to confirm the nature and type of injuries. There have been some casualties. Some individuals have been wounded by the exchange of gunfire, but those wounded have been admitted at various hospitals, including the MP Shah Hospital, Avenue Hospital, Aga Khan Hospital, and the Kenyatta National Hospital. At Avenue Hospital, there is an urgent blood appeal taking place. The Police Inspector General says that they suspect that this could be a terror attack, but final words on that have not been released. One suspected attacker has been reportedly arrested, as we saw, and he was in a possession of guns as well.
That's right, and yes, he didn't give the number or at least the nature of the injuries of those who've been admitted, as he regretted those who have been injured so far. But from our reporter earlier on, that is Zainab Ismail, she did say that there were 4 people at least that she witnessed being brought to the Aga Khan hospital and had been brought from this particular attack, that is a Dusit hotel attack, and are receiving treatment. And she didn't quite confirm whether this was a serious injury or it was just light. It wasn't as bad as many have been reporting, but there has been one person who was seriously injured and taken to Mpisha Hospital. But Brenda Wanga, I believe, would give us an update right now.
Yes, Brenda Wanga joins us live from Jogoo House. Brenda, what can you tell us?
Well, Smriti, we are here at Jogoo House, where the Inspector General of Police just held a press conference confirming the attack on the Dusit complex of buildings earlier today. He says the attack happened at around 3 p.m. this afternoon. He doesn't know the exact number of assailants who participated in that attack, but he says that they were armed. They made their way into the building, and he also goes on to say that at this point he cannot tell us exactly how many casualties, how many people were injured, or if there are any casualties. He says investigations are still going on. The operation is still active, so they will be letting us know exactly what happened. If there are, like we mentioned earlier, any injuries or what nature of injuries those are. But he actually did confirm that there were some injuries, but he tells us at this point he cannot tell us the extent of those injuries. He also declined to take questions, saying that it is a situation that is still fluid. He did not tell us if we know at this point the identity of the attackers, but we have heard from other media outlets, especially international outlets, stating that it could have been an attack carried out by the Al-shabaab. But again, we are waiting for confirmation from the Kenyan government. He did say he will be giving us more updates as this operation continues. He, however, also asks that the members of the public remain calm, as security agencies on the ground are in charge of the situation and are hopeful of a resolution of this situation as soon as possible. Smriti?
Right, Brenda Wanga coming to us live from Jogoo House. Thanks very much indeed. That is the location of the address by the Inspector General. Just a few moments ago, Brenda bringing us the highlights. And our reporters are across the city at the moment. As we mentioned, Brenda Wanga at Jogoo House. Earlier we spoke to Zainab Ismail, who came to us live from the Aga Khan Hospital, where 4 casualties have been admitted. And Vincent Odwor is on location. That is at number 14 Riverside Drive. So is our reporter Seth Olale and also Ken Mijungu. But what you're seeing on your screen at the moment are pictures from the Aga Khan Hospital. It is located in the Parklands area, and it is perhaps, well, when there's no traffic, maybe about 10 or so minutes away from Riverside Drive. But speaking of traffic, no doubt there is a big build-up along Wayaki Way, I suspect, Mark, because on a normal day, Riverside Drive does get jam-packed with traffic, particularly at rush hour. And of course, in a situation like this, there is bound to be a big build-up, as drivers have been directed to use alternative routes and divert and figure out different ways to reach their homes, because Riverside Drive does house a number of homes and apartments, as well as office blocks and restaurants, banks as well, and hotels.
It's hard to imagine that no one knows about this attack yet here in Kenya. But for those who would know, especially in Nairobi, stay clear of that area. And I'm told right now we can get an update from Seth Olale. There's still some light, so let's cross over there before he is moved by the security officials. On what updates you can give us right now, Seth?
Well, thank you so much. Actually, what's happening right now, survivors, or if you like, the persons who are caught in between this particular incident, we've had some that have been injured. So those who critically injured are being rushed by ambulances to the various nearby hospitals, as well as we have those who just managed to come out safely, but they're undergoing some counseling sessions led by volunteers from the Red Cross community. And this has been the scenario here. But right now, we just wanted to speak to one of the persons who was caught in between this particular one. Kangala kamera tueleze tu, are you comfortable in English or Swahili?
Can use any.
Just tell us about, what's your name first of all?
My name is Dominic.
Your name is?
Dominic.
Dominic, just tell us about what happened, where were you, and what did you see?
Actually, I was seated somewhere in an office, and I had a very round blast. So what I thought was maybe like a building, but when we had another one, the second one, we had to go out. So when we went out, that's the point when we saw what was, we started hearing the gunshots. So at least by the time we were coming out, the police were here, so we were requested to stay inside. So the request we were given by the police was that we stay inside the gate so that we are safe, but we could still hear the gunshots. But it was within a very short time, we could see the forces here, the special forces going around and now going towards the side of the hotel, because it's just down from where I was, just not a big, very long distance. Yeah, so I think from the first thing, when we had the first crowd, we could people where we were in our mind was like we could not know what was happening at the first, but when the gunshots, we started hearing the gunshots, it triggered us and we had to go out to see what was happening. But the situation was a bit hard there. Yeah, so we had to stay inside until now things were okay. Now we could now go out and go home. Yeah.
And everyone that you were with, all of them have been safely evacuated from the building?
Yeah, actually where we were not very close to the hotel, but we could see what was happening from where we are. So for us was just to stay safe, to know everything is okay outside. Then we had now to go out. Yes.
You told me earlier on there were repeated gunshots and you actually saw 2 people that were shot. Do you know what condition they were in?
We saw 2 people. Immediately we came out of the gate. And from the sources we heard they were the taxi drivers. So one was shot at the back and one was shot at the side of near the stomach. So we saw them, they were taken by Boda Boda just to the hospital. But from there, other things were taking, we were seeing now maybe the smoke and those blasts and the gunshots. So that's what we've been hearing for a while.
Just tell us the life around this particular place on a normal weekday, on a normal Tuesday, the Riverside Drive. How is it like? Is it busy, business as usual? Just tell us about the situation moments before this incident took place.
You know, the people were quiet, the traffic was flowing normally. So actually what I can say, I was in the office at that time. So immediately we had the blast, I had to go out to see what was happening. But the situation here is always the place is quiet and people are doing their business as usual. So there's nothing much.
Have you received calls from friends, relatives, just asking about if you are safe?
Well,
we apologize for the breakdown in the signal there, but Setolale is managing to get an account by or through someone who was nearby, not quite in the complex, but nearby, and could see the commotion, especially after the 2 explosions. And this has been confirmed as being in terms of the capturing the events as they came out, and these 2 explosions perhaps were as these 2, that barrier right there that we can see as they were making their way into the complex. They forced their way apparently into the complex and shot at the guards, and most of the time they're around the clock. Actually, they're armed guards who normally man that entrance, and they shot at them as they forced their way, and they detonated some or hurled some bombs into vehicles that were close by, the ones that we showed earlier in flames as they made their way into the hotel complex. And of course that was, as you would expect, to create confusion. And the Inspector General moments ago just telling us that he believes this is over 3 hours on after the attack, that some of the attackers, armed assailants he described them, may still be holed up in the hotel complex, and the different security teams that have been, the specialized teams that have managed to gain access into the hotel are still in exchange there. Not too long ago, Kennedy Mijungu, he gave us an account there saying that there was still some rounds of, you could hear some gunshots from where he was. And so it is still an active situation at the Dusit Hotel as the operation is ongoing.
It certainly is, and we're unable to verify whether those gunshots are controlled or not.
Yes.
The likely case is that they are, but that cannot be confirmed. However, a blast that was heard at 5:29 this evening was a controlled blast that took place. The reports that we're getting is that the attackers arrived using a car with the number plate KCN340E, and that another vehicle advanced further in. As you said, Mark, they forced their way through the security gates and shot at the security guards. As we said, the complex is heavily guarded with 2 barriers that you need to get through in order to access the building. They then hurled explosives into vehicles in the parking lot before making their way into the Dusit D2 hotel, which does house offices and also the hotel itself. And this is the sequence of events, because according to eyewitnesses as well,
yes,
the explosions were heard first before then lots of gunfire was heard. Soon after that, the police did check in, and a number of police teams, including the Recce Squad, the Flying Squad, Anti-Terrorism Police Unit and the Bomb Squad as well, all responded to the situation. So an extremely high-powered team, because this is a potential terror incident, according to the Inspector General of Police, who said that they do believe that it may well be a terror attack. As you said, Mark, it is still a very active situation because police are still in the vicinity. They are still looking for armed criminals who are believed to be holed up in the vicinity. And also, we still don't know how many civilians have managed to flee the scene or be vacated from the scene. Earlier on this afternoon, we did witness evacuations taking place, and there you have some pictures on your screen as well. But there is a high possibility that there are still a number of civilians, people who work there, people who were visiting the location, who are still stranded.
Yes, and that is why it's well cordoned off and will be a bit into the night as they try to make sure that the area is very well secured, as one of the armored vehicles there making their way into that complex. As you can see there, that's a bit earlier, as it is getting a bit darker right now, being 6:23 right now, and this is well over 3 hours after the attack. And we can confirm there have been injuries, but the Inspector General was quite cagey with the details. Some quarters quoting that this perhaps is an attack, a terror attack, and the IG just giving his version as armed assailants who having attacked this hotel, the Dusit complex, and they were suspected to be terrorists, and they claim that the situation is being managed. And of course, right now, not a lot in terms of witness accounts, and understandably so, just to give them the opportunity to make it to a safe place and safe space that they can get first aid attention. Right now, they're understandably traumatized, and not to get into their space of getting what could have happened right now. But we'll be able to get their accounts and corroborate that with what the security officials are telling us in terms of what is happening. Right there, just to clarify, that was an injured man who was being rescued by the security officials earlier and taken to safety. And just to remind you, if indeed you are within the area, you don't have to make your way there if it is going to be a complication given the heavy traffic snarl up right now. But if you are within the area of the Avenue Hospital in Parklands, please do make your way there and give some blood and donate some blood for those who will be admitted there. But the numbers that we have right now is 4 at the Aga Khan, but that is expected to increase. But because right after getting that update from Zainab Ismail, who's manning the situation there, we had an update from Ken Mijungu, who could tell us that some were being taken into ambulances to nearby hospitals. And yes, the officers are also, trying to alert the people to stay clear, not just to help them work around the situation, but because there could be some bombs in the area, because there was
that have
a car.
Not been detonated.
Yes, and there was a car that was, laced with explosives, and that was the one that at 5:29 they were able to detonate. So that's the main reason for your safety, and that they could be able to work with a bit of order. Everyone, as is the situation in such situations, in such conditions, would want to see and take a picture or take a video. If you can, please make your way home, and we'll be able to give you the account from where we are. But we do appreciate some of the those online who, like Robert Luther, who gave us an account earlier as it was happening, as the gunshots were going on just after the initial explosions, giving us an update with the people making their way out of the hotel and the office park there adjacent to the Dusit 2 hotel.
We also had a verified account from our former colleague and journalist John Alanamu, who happened to be along Riverside Drive. He then shared his first eyewitness account with us. And with regard to emergency services, the Red Cross, Kenya Red Cross emergency services have been on the ground all afternoon. They haven't, in fact, released any official numbers at the moment, so we are waiting for those with regard to the situation about the casualties and the type of injuries that have been sustained. But we are keeping an eye on that, and we'll bring you the information as and when we can. All right, let's take you back to the ground. Live on location is NTV's Ken Mijungu. Ken, what can you tell us now?
Right, guys are going down once more because there are gunshots that we're hearing. In the last few seconds, we just had about 5 gunshots from inside, something that has been happening for the last few minutes or so. And it's not yet clear where these gunshots are coming from, because basically we have been pushed very far away. Even where we're standing, we are safe because we're about 200 or so meters away from Dusit 2. So when we hear the gunshots, Mreti, we are unable to tell where exactly they're coming from. But what we know for certain is that the gunshots are from inside, and that's about not the only update that we have for you this evening, because in the last few, we've had a few more people being brought out safely by the security personnel from the hotel or from the office blocks, because again, that's not clear. And also in the last few minutes, we've had Recce squad coming in special cars such as this that are armored, and they've been getting in there. So we have additional personnel also getting in, and obviously the operation is still on, and the police definitely trying to get over and done with this as soon as they can, because as the dusk sets in, it's also worrying because there's a lot of people here, and depending on the amount of work that is still inside there, definitely they have to work around the clock to ensure by when darkness falls completely and this place is engulfed in darkness, at least they shall have done some substantial work inside there. Still very scant information from where we are from inside. I'd just like to go over the updates we have in the last 1 hour or so. We've had about 4 times that we've had gunshots from inside there. Just few gunshots, the most of it was about 7 gunshots, not clear. Earlier before that, we had one specialized car living here, and we were told that perhaps one of the suspects, one of the people arrested inside there could be a suspect or could just be someone who had firearms. He was driven out of this place. We also had information that another one had been arrested. We've also had a lot of reinforcement, including from a chopper from the Kenya Air Force that has been circulating all over this place and reinforcing security. A lot of civilians are still stuck on the other side. We don't know the number, but basically the officers that we know are here, the workforce perhaps could go over 2,000 people who work around here. So until all of them are out, it's not yet clear how many of them are still remaining. The good thing is earlier on they managed to get a lot of people safely out of the danger zone, and we know that they are still struggling. The police, which comprise of all the security personnel in this country. We know all of them are here. We've seen the Record Squad, we've seen regular, we've seen GSU, and they have all gone in, and definitely the reinforcement from the medical team who are conducting the rescue mission. We still have a lot of people communicating online and trying to get as much help as they can, because it's not clear where they are and at what time they'll be getting out, but the police are working around the clock to ensure that even the people who are remaining here are gotten out safely. And as I said, there's about a group that got out in the last few minutes who have been taken out. So that's what's happening here. The information is still scanty, but all we know is that by the minute there's a lot of reinforcement that is still coming in here, and the police are trying to do the most they can to ensure that a lot of those people get out safely. And of course, if they can still try and arrest the people who are in, because the operation, we understand, they can still spot those attackers. And right now, I'll just get off the camera. There is one person who is being wheeled out now, and gladly they are alive, but there's a lot of shock. I spoke to a lady earlier who worked in one of the salons who tried to describe to me what she saw, and she said the shooting began outside after the explosion. The shooting began right outside just before the attackers walked inside the hotel, and there was a vehicle that apparently had a lot of phones in it, and the anti-bomb squad was attempting to get to see what was inside that car. The lady that is just being taken out is injured, has a lot of visible injuries, but she's one of the people who have been helped out, at least alive, and we're glad she's being taken to the St. John ambulance, just one of the ambulances that have swarmed this place, trying to get as many people out and giving them first aid. Most of them have been taken to hospital around the CBD, especially Avenue and Aga Khan Hospital, where their relatives and friends can get their details. So, as we mentioned, that's also a young man who's just walking past us, who's also managed to get out safely. So that's basically what's happening here. A lot of air response, a lot of efforts being put in here, a lot of reinforcement. But Smithy and Mark, that's about all that we know right now. The gunshots going off about 7 minutes ago or 10. We will try and get as much information as we can for you, and as soon as we have it, we'll definitely be telling you. But for most of the time, it looks as though things are under control, because it's calm, except for occasional gunshots that, as we said, we don't know where they're coming from, but definitely from inside here, and we don't know who is shooting, because that information is not available to us. Back to you, Mark and Smriti.
Thank you. Kenmi Jungu, still at the 14 Riverside Drive, next to or close by the Dusit D2 Hotel where the attack has been. As you continue following up on the updates there, it was good to see a lady there being rescued, being wheeled to better help and safety. Glad to see that she is alive, and quick recovery to her, as well as the others. You have a split screen there earlier of that situation on the ground at the scene, as well as Avenue Hospital, one of the hospitals, nearby hospitals that are receiving those casualties. And yes, there will be a number that will be increasing, and that's why there's been a special appeal, especially from this hospital, for those who can make their way easily to the Avenue Hospital to donate blood to aid those who are getting treatment. No numbers of whether or not anyone has passed on, and we certainly don't look forward to such numbers. And the IG Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, did not make any reference to that, but did say, sadly, regrettably, there are those who have been injured, and he wishes them quick recovery. And he's saying the situation is being managed. Well, with the update right there, I believe that is a situation being managed. There are rescue officers there from some of the institutions. AMREF, we have Red Cross who've been on the ground helping people who are there, even civilians. Always good to see civilians who are helping people under distress, and even as well in the rescue operation well earlier before the security units made their way to the Dusit D2 Hotel. And yes, it is still active because it is believed that the armed assailants who are suspected to be terrorists are still holed up at the hotel apparently, and this is why there is still a heavy deployment there of police who are engaging.
All right, let's now take you live to the Avenue Hospital where some casualties have been admitted and where there is an urgent blood appeal. NTV's Zainab Ismail has shifted location from the Aga Khan Hospital now to the Avenue Hospital. Zainab, give us an update.
4 casualties were taken there, but so far the information that we have from here at Avenue is that there have been 9 casualties that have been transported here. 1 is an expectant mother, 1 is in critical condition, and for the time being the hospital is calling for a blood donation to help with the casualties that have lost quite a number of blood. They're also calling for the staff who are away at this particular point to come and help with the treatment of those that have been brought here. Now, we also understand right at this moment, 1 woman has already been discharged. She had minor injuries during that attack incident earlier on today at about 3 p.m. So we have 8 casualties now remaining, and we understand 1 is in a critical condition. 4 others are at the Aga Khan Hospital near Westlands. This is just a few minutes, meters away from here at the Avenue Healthcare. But of course, we'll be taking a look at the other hospitals around this area and the casualties that have been taken to these specific places.
Zainab Ismail coming to us live from the Avenue Hospital. Thanks very much. Zainab can clarify that at that hospital there are 8 casualties. There were 9, but 1 person has already been discharged. Another person is in critical condition, and 1 of the casualties is unfortunately an expectant mother.
Yes, sadly so, but we wish quick recovery as she gets attention there. Again, the appeal being repeated, if you can make your way there without the hassle of the traffic that is expected within this area. If you live within perhaps Westlands and you can access the Avenue Hospital at Parklands, or if you live elsewhere that you can easily access that hospital, please make your way there. And they definitely will be helpful to get some blood donations there. And yes, something that will be the big question in many people's minds as to who is behind this attack. Again, KG, as was the Inspector General of Police, but already in different quarters and even other media houses already quoting that this is an attack from the terrorists, and something, of course, that we would want to be very clear and careful about, but it has all the writings of this. And you quoted something earlier, Smriti, that it is coming at the 3-year anniversary or commemoration of the attack in Garissa, the worst attack in Somalia, actually, and in the worst attack, yes, beg your pardon, in Somalia, in El Ade, beg your pardon, there has been an attack in Garissa University and as well as a Westgate. And just apparently just the other day, just yesterday, there was a release of one of the suspects behind the Westgate attack that left 67 people dead. And this, of course, some media houses quoting terrorist outfits and militant groups claiming to be behind this attack.
All right, earlier we did hear from the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet. He held a press briefing from Jogor House. He did regret to confirm that at about 3 p.m. Today that a group of armed assailants did indeed attack the Dusit complex in a suspected terror attack. He also said that security and emergency forces immediately responded to the incident and they cordoned off the area, and we certainly have seen that as well. He says that the situation is being managed and that residents are being screened and also evacuated from the area. In his briefing, the IG said that they are aware, that is the security personnel, that armed criminals are still being held up in the hotel and that specialist forces were currently flushing them out. Perhaps that is what the exchange of, or the gunshots that we heard earlier this evening, just about 10 or so minutes ago, according to Ken Mijungu, were all about. And there are injuries, as has been reported by our colleagues, but the numbers have not been confirmed and the type of injuries have not been confirmed either. The IG went on to say that he urges the members of the public to remain calm and also to cooperate with all security forces and as well to provide any information that they may deem as useful to security forces.
And at this point, the security officials are normally very, scanty with information that they bring out until they have something firm. and it's normally not very clear at this point. He was giving this address perhaps 3 hours, actually just over 3 hours after the attack, and many were asking, where is the IG with a statement to help us understand what is going on? Obviously, he was getting a briefing, as we could see on the ground that the Director of Criminal Investigations, that is George Kinoti, was on the ground leading, commanding some of the officers there and leading them into making sure that they could access the Dusit D2 hotel and also the office park and neutralize the situation. And this is what he said earlier, and that is the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet.
We regret to inform that today at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of unknown armed assailants attacked the Dusit complex in what we suspect could be a terror attack. Security and emergency services responded quickly to the incident, and we immediately cordoned off the area, and the situation is being managed. And we have made evacuation of many persons in the complex, and the operation is still going on as we speak as of now. We wish to offer our prayers to those who are affected, and we wish quick recovery to those who are injured. We are aware that there still could be some armed criminals still holed up in the building, and our special forces are, as I said, engaged in that operation to flush them out. We wish to also regret that there could have been some injuries in the attack, and we are in the process of confirming the nature and the types of injuries. As you very well know, that we have been vigilant throughout the entire festive period. That is on the part of we in the security sector as well as the Kenyan people, in which we have had a very good festive period. And as part of the enhanced vigilance, all our critical national infrastructure as well as battle installations remain on guard. We wish at this stage to urge the public to remain calm and to cooperate with the instructions given by security agencies, because we are looking forward to bringing this situation to normalcy within the shortest time possible.
That was an earlier press briefing by the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, I beg your pardon, coming to us from Jogoo House. He made that briefing not so long ago and highlighted that the situation is still ongoing. It is an active situation on the ground at 14 Riverside Drive. In the meantime, the Kenya Red Cross has shared a hotline number for families searching for their loved ones. Contact the following phone number. It is 0715 820 219. The phone number provided by the Kenya Red Cross for families searching for their loved ones is 0715 820 219. You can also find that phone number on the @Kenya Red Cross Twitter handle, and we will be putting it up on our screens in just a moment. Another phone number that you need is that of the head of the flying squad, Musa Yego. This information coming to us from the DCI_Kenya Twitter handle. It is an official one. For all those that are receiving information, use the following number, that is 0722 839 978. That phone number again, 0722 839 978. That phone number belongs to Musa Yego, the head of the flying squad, according to the DCI_Kenya Twitter handle.
Some useful information there, Smriti. And as we speak about information, please do not divulge the whereabouts of anyone perhaps who would still be held up in the hotel. The statement that you saw earlier by the Inspector General of Police did say that they suspect that the attackers, some of the attackers, are still in the hotel, and they cannot confirm how many are still, how many civilians are still in the hotel and would need to be rescued and brought to safety. So it does help as you share this information to the Red Cross or to the head of the flying squad that you do not divulge the whereabouts, the exact whereabouts of those who could be held up there in that hotel. And in that particular, the pictures that you're seeing right now are at the Avenue Hospital of some of the victims who have been wheeled into the hospital to get attention. And this is why we've been getting an appeal by the hospital specifically for blood donations at this time. And if you're able to do so, please help out where you can. And that will be much appreciated. At the time, we got an update from Zainab Ismail, who is there at the moment. Earlier was at Aga Khan Hospital, and she told us that by her count there were 8 casualties who had been admitted at the time. I believe this takes it up to 9, and those who were actually, according to Kenmi Jungu's account earlier on, also being taken to the various hospitals. The count of those who've been wounded would expect it to go up, but we would certainly hope not of those who have been killed in this attack. No mention of this in the statement by the Inspector General of Police. And he also didn't talk about the arrest of a suspect, which we managed to capture live. And you can see that clip as we continue with this coverage. This was earlier on at around 5:30, I believe, or a bit later on, while Seth Olali was giving us an update that there was an arrest. And it is, some people say that that particular person was arrested, having been found with some weapons, but we still will find out the identity of this person, whether indeed he was one of the attackers.
And State House Kenya, Mark, has also tweeted requesting Kenyans, or rather directing Kenyans, not to share any video clips or frightening messages on social media because it can aid in the terrorists' plan. The message in particular says, do not share attack clips or messaging. Fellow Kenyans, please do not share clips of the attack at Riverside or terrifying messages. It aids those behind such atrocities.
And that is why earlier, Smriti, I was talking about some people needing to verify the clips and the pictures that they perhaps are getting in their WhatsApp groups or from the different social media platforms. We are getting some verified accounts of those who were there, especially just after the attack, telling us what was happening. And I'll keep giving credit to Robert Luta, a photojournalist, but there are those as well who would be feeding into the narrative that sometimes goes on at this kind of situation to create panic and pandemonium. And we would like to request that you be careful in terms of what information you do share out there. And yes, this of course is going to be a bit difficult in terms of giving you the pictures from the scene as well as from the hospital as darkness falls. And it is definitely past dawn right now, and dusk, beg your pardon. And yes, we will still have the journalists on the ground to give us their own updates, but as has happened in the previous incidents of attacks such as these, normally the security operations or operators would push back further our reporters. But as much as we can stay on the ground and give you an update, we will be able to do that. We have Seth on the ground, we have Ken Mijungo on the ground, and Vincent Odwor, who will give us their accounts from there. But as you can expect, they're from a very good distance from the active point of operation right now between the security officers and the attackers.
Well, this incident, Mark, no doubt has taken the nation by surprise. A busy, as usual, Tuesday afternoon here in the capital city, rocked by the sounds of a blast and gunfire coming from the Westlands area, in particular the Riverside area, and zoning in on number 14 Riverside Drive, which houses the Dusit D2 hotel and also various offices. It has shocked the nation in many ways. Definitely plenty of questions will arise on how safe we are as a nation, what security agencies are doing to ensure our safety. Plenty of questions surrounding security issues will no doubt come up. But before all that, right now, the focus is on evacuating and securing that location. It is still an active situation that is taking place. We have witnessed a number of civilians being evacuated from the vicinity, but there are still, we understand, civilians holed up in the area, as well as those who were involved in the attack as assailants as well. Police are working on bringing calm and restoring order.
The cordoning is definitely not going to end. It will be, of course, an active area that will be under police watch and scrutiny well into the night and into the morning as they give us an update and clear up what they can to give us a proper update of what has happened within Dusit D2 Hotel, a hotel that has a capacity well over 90 at least to host people, and that complex itself having many offices from travel agencies to other, international,
as well.
Yes, and restaurants. Yes, that is true. Other restaurants that are there, and as you can expect, there could be guests from different countries that were hosted there. And this is why it was one of the areas or targets there. And I believe we can listen into an account earlier on, way earlier. This was actually over close to 4 hours now after the attack.
That's right. This soundbite coming to us from John Alanamu. He is an investigative reporter. Let's listen in.
About 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, we were driving along Riverside Drive when we started to hear gunfire coming from the direction of the Dusit Hotel and the Nairobi University hostels. When we arrived, the gunfire still being going. As you can see behind me, there are about 2 cars that are on fire. What we believe happened from eyewitness accounts is that people who were driving that car, that small Toyota right behind me, gained access to the Dusit Hotel and began to open fire after about 30 minutes of waiting right at the junction. We'll try and see what else is happening, but right now the situation is quite tense, it's quite live. Yeah.
All right, that was John Alanamu, who is a journalist and a former colleague of ours. As he said, he was on the ground, so that was an eyewitness account.
Yes.
Let's listen in to another witness account coming to us from the BBC.
That's right.
Nikapakiwa hapo kando, ilikuwa tint na imekuwa ikikuja. Sasa venye iliingia tu hivi, tulisikia boom, kitu kama bomb. Immediately then risasi. Sasa watu walilala chini. Sasa mtu hatujui nini inaendelea huko ndani.
Ulisema ulikuwa unaona watu wakiwa wakikuja hapa kwa ile siku zilizopita?
Nimeona siku kama 3.
Kama ngapi?
3. Alikuja siku ya kwanza, akaniambia nimwangalie gari. Alikuwa peke yake mtu mmoja. Akaingia Dusit, akafaka pale side park, akaingia ndani akaniambia nimwangalie nini gari. Turudi, akaniachia 100 ni kama ya shusha na akaenda.
That account coming to us from the BBC.
Something that the security officials will definitely be keen on following up on, given that account by the witness there that they had seen these suspects not just today but before, over the last few days, making some allegation there that we would want to look into. And yes, because it is believed that they did force their way into this particular area that is well and heavily guarded by police officers, armed police officers, by shooting at them and hurling explosives into the vehicles that you probably saw at the parking lot there as they were making their way into the hotel.
All right, we have been broadcasting to you live from not only number 14 Riverside Drive, but also a couple of hospitals, Aga Khan Hospital and Avenue Hospital, where an urgent blood appeal is taking place. If you can make your way there, please do. But of course, do be safe as you do go out and about in the city, as particularly around the Westlands area and Riverside, there is heavy security presence as the situation is being taken under control. Mark, it has been a long afternoon for all those involved, understandably, all those affected. All right, before we continue, let's listen in to Esther Pasaris at the Avenue Hospital.
As you would expect, sorry, Smriti, the women rep there for Nairobi would be giving an appeal there, a joint appeal with what the institution, that is the Avenue Hospital, has been doing. If you can help by donating blood there, please do. This is Avenue Hospital at in Parkland, and yes, there have been a good number of people that have been admitted with injuries and are receiving treatment. And as to the big question as to who is behind this, it has been quoted in some quarters as you know, terrorist militants, but the IG in his statement earlier said these were armed assailants who are suspected terrorists, and some of them are still expected or suspected to be within the Dusit D2 complex. He didn't talk about the arrest, but it's crucial to mention that there has been one arrest of an individual who has yet to be identified but is in police custody.
That's the very latest that we can bring you at this hour, and please do follow the phone numbers on your screens. If you do have any missing family or friends, there is a number on your screen that the Red Cross has availed. It is a hotline, and you can also, if you have any information, contact Musa Yego. He is the head of the flying squad. The phone number is 0722 39978. So do make use of those two contacts.
Definitely. Our coverage continues, and we'll be handing over to our colleagues, that is Jane Ngweri and Salim Swale, who are right now going to take us on for at least the next hour. This is an active situation, so it's definitely going to be an active coverage that will continue until we get some good information as to where we are.
That's right. Well, thanks very much for watching this broadcast. But as Mark said, we continue now in Swahili. I'm Smriti Vidyarthi.
Na asante sana Smriti Vidyarthi pamoja na Mark Masai. Bila shaka mtazamaji, mimi ni Jane Ngweri, mwenzangu ni Salim Swale. Tunaendelea na matangazo yetu ya moja kwa moja kuhusu shambulio ambalo linadaiwa ama linakisiwa kuwa la kigaidi litatekelezwa leo mwendo wa saa 9 katika eneo la 14 Riverside Drive katika hoteli ya Dusit. Na utakumbuka kwamba katika eneo hilo kuna hoteli pamoja kuna afisi mbalimbali, na nasemekana mwendo wa saa 9 walinzi walikuwa pale kwenye lango kuu, na kuna jamaa ambao waliingia na gari na hapo kasika mlipuko mkubwa, na baada ya hapo kuweza kusikia milio ya risasi na wakaingia pale, na baada, lakini jambo ambalo tunaweza kusema ni kwamba muda mfupi tu baada ya habari hizo kuanza kutolewa na tukakimbia pale kama wanahabari, tuliweza kuona vikosi vya usalama vilifika pale haraka sana. Na kufikia sasa tumeweza kumuona Inspector mkuu wa polisi ambaye ni Joseph Boinnet amezungumza na kusema kwamba wameweza kudhibitisha, wanashuku kwamba ni shambulio la kigaidi, na wanasema kwamba idadi ya ambao wavamizi ambao wameingia pale ndani bado haijulikani, na operesheni ya kuokoa wale ambao wako pale ndani hadi kufikia sasa inaendelea. Na kama unavyoona kwa runinga yako ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka eneo hilo la 14 Riverside Drive, hususan hoteli ya Dusit.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, Generali wa polisi ama mkuu wa polisi Boinnet amezungumzia masuala kadhaa kuhusiana na kile ambacho kimejiri kuanzia alasiri hii, akisema kwamba polisi katika vitengo mbalimbali wanaendelea na operesheni kali katika eneo hilo, akisema kwamba inakisiwa tu kwamba washambuliaji bado wao katika jengo hilo na kwamba kila kitu kinafanyika kuhakikisha kwamba usalama wa raia unalindwa. Na vile vile taarifa kutoka katika ikulu ya Nairobi imewataka Wakenya kuepuka kutoa taarifa au picha za eneo hilo kwa kupitia mitandao kwa sababu za kiusalama. Haya yote yanaendelea huku tukiendelea kukuletea taarifa hizi moja kwa moja kutoka katika maeneo mbalimbali. Kumbuka baadhi ya watu ambao wanadaiwa kuwa wamejeruhiwa wamekimbizwa katika hospitali mbalimbali katika maeneo mbalimbali hapa jijini Nairobi. Tuna waandishi wetu ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo yote kuhusiana na tukio hili la leo, na ni tukio ambalo linajiri miaka mitatu takriban tangu tukio lile la kushambuliwa kwa wanajeshi katika kambi ya El Ade huko nchini Somalia, na vile vile ni katika mwezi huu wa Januari tarehe 29 ambapo pia vile shambulio lingine katika kambi moja ya Kenya, wanajeshi wa Kenya katika eneo la Kulibia vile vile lilishambuliwa. Kwa hiyo bila shaka ni mambo ambayo maafisa wa polisi wanaendelea kufuatilia karibu kuona kama kuna uhusiano wote.
Na kando na hayo ni kwamba shambulio la leo limetokea siku moja tu baada ya mahakama hiyo jana kusema kwamba washukiwa watatu ambao walitekeleza shambulio katika jumba la kibiashara la Westgate wana kesi ya kujibu, na utakumbuka mmoja wa washukiwa waliweza kuachiliwa huru. Bila shaka ni masuala mengi watu tutakuwa wanauliza na kudadisi, na kama ilivyo ada tuko katika maeneo mbalimbali kama Salim Swale alivyosema, tuko katika hospitali ya Avenue, na katika eneo hilo la 14 Riverside tuko na mwanahabari wetu Seth Olale pamoja na Vincent Odor. Lakini kwa sasa nataka kukupeleka kwa mwanahabari Seth Olale atueleze kufikia sasa nini kinaendelea tangu saa 9 ulipofika hapo, na kulikuwa na ile shughuli ya kuokoa ambao walikuwa wamejeruhiwa. Kwa sasa umeweza kuzungumza na manusura, unaweza kuzungumza na walikuwa hapo, wamekuelezea nini kilifanyika, na je maafisa tumeweza kumuona mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma Nudun Haji yuko pale, na pia mkuu wa idara ya upelelezi George Kinoti pia yuko pale. Wote wanaongoza shughuli hiyo ya kuweza kuokoa na kuweza kukabiliana na wavamizi hao ambao wako katika jengo hilo la Dusit. Seth Olale.
Na asante sana Jen Ngwere, tuko hapa katika barabara kuu la Riverside Drive ambapo usalama umehairishwa. Kufikia sasa tungali tunasikia mlipuko ama tunasikia sauti zile za kama risasi, lakini cha muhimu ni kwamba tuna shahidi mmoja ambaye aliweza kuwa pale ndani wakati tukio hilo lilipoanza. Tuambie tu kwa kifupi tu yale ambayo uliweza kuona.
I think it was about 3:25. I was on phone, minding my own business, doing my work as usual. And then within seconds, I had a huge explosion right behind me. In fact, if you look at my head here, you'll see debris. There's actually debris falling out of my head because the explosion came from behind my office.
Which building?
Hanover building, second floor.
Okay, then what next?
Then after that, of course, you're in shock, but being security conscious, I realized something was amiss, and it sounded like a grenade, a small bomb of sorts. So I got up and I wanted to leave the building immediately. So I picked my car keys, and on my way out, shooting started immediately after the explosion. Now that created mayhem because people who were trying to leave the building were now trying to come back to be safe, because as you're trying to leave, shooting intensifies. So at that point, I realized that the best thing to do is to look for a safe haven, somewhere where I could hide. I was walking opposite everybody because I knew the layout of a building. So I went toward where there was a store piled with a lot of things. I went behind those things and I hid there. But about 2 minutes, 6 of my colleagues and some people who are not our colleagues from the same building, which shows you the confusion as people were leaving their own offices. If they had gunshots and there's a door open, they just enter that office. So I think we ended up with somebody from a neighboring office. So we're about 7 of us. Then shooting really intensified. In fact, at one point, I think I had my heart in my mouth, literally. And I made my last prayers and I said, you know, God, thank you for the gift of life. And if this is how it was meant to end, so be it. We were getting closer and closer to where we were.
Uliweza kuona mshambulizi hata mmoja ama uliweza pengine kuona manusura yoyote? Uliweza kuona?
I didn't see. I did not see anyone because I was inside the building.
How long did it take you to safely evacuate the building?
1.5 hours. I checked my time. I was there for 1.5 hours. Yeah.
Na huyo tu ni shahidi mmoja ambaye ameweza kuzungumza nasi moja kwa moja hapa kupitia runinga NTV. Kumbuka ni kwamba tuko hapa katika barabara la Riverside ambapo tukio hilo liliweza kufanyika masaa machache hapo awali, lakini hivi sasa ni kukuonyesha tu mtazamaji kwamba barabara kuu kuelekea ambako tukio hilo liko, barabara hili limeweza kufungwa kwa hivi sasa, usalama umehairishwa. Tumeweza kutazama ama kuona watu katika ama wenyeji kutoka maeneo hii wakiweza kufika hapa na hawaruhusiwi kuenda nyumbani kwao, kwa bana maafisa wa usalama wanasema kwamba wangali wanashikilia doria hapa na kuhakikisha kwamba usalama unaimarishwa na wanahakikisha kwamba utaratibu unafuatwa. Lakini kufikia sasa karibu masaa mawili hivi tuliweza kusikia mlipuko, na tuliweza kujaribu kuwauliza wale ambao walikuwa wameokolewa na walikuwa wanaondoka mahali hapa, lakini baadhi yao hawakuwa wanaweza kuzungumza nasi. Na hivi sasa tu mtazamaji, nataka tu kuwaonesha moja kwa moja kupitia runinga ya NTV ni kwamba usalama ungali unaimarishwa hapa. Gari hili ambalo unaliona hapa ni gari la kijeshi, na tumeweza kuona vile vile helikopta ya jeshi, helikopta kutoka idara ya polisi yakiweza tu kuimarisha usalama mahali hapa. Na labda mengine ni kwamba wenyeji ama wale wakazi katika eneo hili la Riverside kuna taharuki kwa sababu hawawezi pengine kuelekea manyumbani kwao, na wale ambao pengine wako manyumbani kwao, hasa wafanyikazi ambao waliweza kufika hapa ili kwa lengo la kazi yao mbalimbali, hawawezi kutoka maeneo hayo kuelekea maeneo hapa. Kwa hivyo ni hali ambayo idara ya polisi ama wasimamizi ambao wanasimamia operation hii wanasema kwamba hivi karibuni wataweza kupata suluhisho, ili wenyeji ambao wametoka kazini, vile vile wanafunzi wa shule ambao wametoka shule kadhaa, wataweza angalau kujiunga na wapendwa wao katika manyumbani yao hapa katika eneo la Riverside. Lakini kwa hivi sasa ni hayo tu ambayo tunaweza kuelezea watazamaji ambao wanatutazama moja kwa moja. Bila shaka punde tutakaposikia habari zaidi tutaweza kukupasha moja kwa moja kupitia runinga ya NTV.
Na asante sana Seth Olale, mwanahabari wetu ambaye yuko katika eneo hilo. Na tukirudia tu ni kwamba shambulio lilitokea mwendo wa saa 9. Nasemekana washukiwa walitumia gari na usajili KCN 340E na gari nyingine ambayo lilikuwa hapo, na tuliweza kuona maafisa wa polisi walianza kulipua gari hilo. Inasemekana waliingia ndani, na baada hapo wakaweza kuwavamia walinzi waliokuwa kwenye lango kuu na kuweza kulipua kilipuzi, na baada hapo wakaanza kufiatua risasi. Lakini kwa hivi sasa ni kwamba operesheni ambayo inaendelea ongozwa na kundi la Wrecking Squad, Flying Squad, Anti-Terrorism Police pamoja na Bomb Squad, na wote wanaongozwa na mkuu wa idara ya upelelezi George Kinoti, na pia tumeweza kumuona mkuu ama mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma ambaye ni Rudin Haji yuko hapo. Na tayari mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuarifu, waliojeruhiwa wamepelekwa katika hospitali ya MP Shah Avenue Hospital na KNH, na tayari ombi la kutoa damu limeweza kutolewa. Hivyo basi kama unaweza kufika katika hospitali za MP Shah Avenue Hospital na KNH, unaweza kuwasaidia wale ambao wanahitaji damu. Pamoja na idara ya upelelezi imesema kwamba iwapo unapokea habari zozote, unaweza kutuma nambari ya 0722839978, na nambari hiyo inamilikiwa na Musa Yego ambaye ni mkuu wa kitengo cha Flying Squad, na anasema kwamba hapo unaweza kutoa habari zozote. Kando na nambari hiyo, pia unaweza kutumia nambari ya 0721141282, nambari ambayo inamilikiwa na Philip Ndolo. Pia hapo unaweza kutoa habari za zote, na kwamba ikulu ya Nairobi imeweza kuwaomba wa Kenya na kusema tafadhalini msiweze kusambaza picha ama hata ujumbe wowote. Anasema kwamba ukiweza kusambaza picha ambayo ya shambulio imetokea katika eneo la Riverside ama ujumbe, ni kuwasaidia wale ambao wanaendeleza ama wametekeleza shambulio la leo. Na anasema kwa hapo wamemalizia kusema God bless Kenya.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, ni matangazo haya moja kwa moja ambayo yanaendelea kukujia kutoka runinga ya NTV. Tunakukumbusha tu baadhi ya matukio ambayo yamejiri mpaka sasa hivi. Ni kwamba Inspector mkuu wa polisi Boinnet amezungumza na waandishi wa habari muda mfupi uliopita, akizungumzia kwa mukhtasari sana matukio hayo, akisema kwamba inakisiwa kwamba shambulizi hili ni shambulizi la kigaidi, na kuzungumza kwamba vyombo vyote vya usalama vinaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu matukio katika barabara ya 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi. Lakini kimsingi na kubwa zaidi ni kwamba wananchi wa Kenya wametakiwa kushirikiana kwa karibu na vyombo vya usalama ili kufanikisha operesheni, na kisio kwamba baadhi ya washambuliaji wako katika jengo hilo la Dusit, na picha ambazo unaziona bila shaka ni za moja kwa moja. Majeruhi katika shambulizi hilo wamepelekwa katika hospitali mbalimbali. Tayari tangazo au ombi la kutoa damu limetolewa na baadhi ya hospitali hizo. Jen.
Lakini mtazamaji, kuna wengi unajua wakati huo ilipotokea ilikuwa mwendo wa saa 9. Wengi walikuwa katika pilka, na ikiwa ni siku ya Jumanne tulikuwa tuko kazini. Na hivi sasa ni kwamba wengi wanafika nyumbani kujionea yale yaliyojiri, na ni kwamba shambulio lilitokea katika eneo la 14 Riverside. Mtazamaji, kwa sasa tutaka kukupa picha za hapo awali tangu shambulio hilo kuweza kutokea.
tukasikia boom, kama bomb. Immediately then risasi. Sasa watu walilala chini. Wanaingia, wanakuja, mpaka wamekuja.
Forward to bringing this situation to normalcy within the shortest time possible.
Na mtazamaji, basi kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka hospitali ya Avenue. Hapo tuko na mwanahabari wetu Zainab Ismail, na katika picha za hapo awali tuliweza kumuona mwakilishi wa Nairobi Esther Passaris akifika hapo, na bila shaka tunatarajia kuona viongozi mbalimbali wakifika katika hospitali mbalimbali, ikiwa ni hospitali ya MP Shai, ikiwa ni hospitali ya Avenue pamoja na hospitali ya Kenyatta, kuweza kutoa pole zao na kuwajulia hali majeruhi. Na kama tulivyosema, tuko na wanahabari katika maeneo mbalimbali. Tuko na Vincent Odor katika eneo hilo la 14 Riverside Drive pamoja na Seth Olale, na tutaweza kukutana na Zainab Ismail baadaye kidogo, na ombi tayari limetolewa la kama unaweza kutoa damu kuweza kuwasaidia. Lakini ile ambalo tunaweza kusema ni kwamba kufikia sasa idadi ambao wametekeleza shambulio hili haliwezi kujulikana ama haijajulikana, na tumeweza kuona Inspector Mkuu wa Polisi Joseph Boinnet akisema hivi. Lakini hapo awali mwanahabari wetu Ken Mijungu aliweza kusema kwamba mmoja wa washukiwa aliweza kukamatwa na alikuwa amejihami na silaha kadhaa, lakini maafisa wa polisi walifaulu na kuweza kumkamata. Lakini kwa sasa operesheni bado inaendelea na tunatumai kwamba hali itaweza kuwa shwari baadaye kidogo.
Na nitaje tu hapa kwamba vile vile miongoni mwa watu ambao wameendelea kuzuiliwa katika eneo hilo la Riverside 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi katika jumba hilo la Dusit ni mmoja wa wanahabari wa NTV, na tunatumai kwamba hali yake itakuwa salama. Miongoni mwa Wakenya wengine ambao bado wanaendelea kushikiliwa katika eneo hilo, tutakuwa tunaendelea kufuatilia masuala haya kwa karibu na kuletea taarifa punde na wakati zitakapoendelea kuchipuka. Na kama tulivyosema mtazamaji, vile vile tunao waandishi wetu ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo yote husika, kuanzia katika eneo la tukio, lakini vile vile katika hospitali mbalimbali humu nchini.
Na tunao, kumbuka unaweza kusema nasi kupitia mitandao ya kijamii Facebook, Twitter. Buskari Dona nasema tunawapa pole kwa wale wote waliofikwa na msiba. Kama serikali inafaa chukua adhabu kali kwa wahalifu kama hao. Ni hali ya kutamausha kabisa, serikali inafaa iwe na vifaa vya kisasa ili kukabiliana na majanga kama haya. MC Orango naye anasema nawatakia afueni ya haraka kwa majeruhi wote na kwa wale waliopoteza wapendo wao makiwa. Bila shaka najua ni jambo wengi wanauliza, na tuko na mchanganuzi hapa masuala ya usalama ambaye ni Simi Werunga. Tuweza kuzungumza naye baadaye kidogo atuelezee. Imekuwa ni mwanzo wa mwaka, ni siku tu 15, hali ilikuwa imetulia nchini. Vikosi vya usalama vimekuwa vikifanya kazi kwa bidii sana, mara kwa mara vimekuwa vikitoa ripoti na kusema kwamba tumeweza kuzuia shambulio hapa na pale na hapa na pale, na Wakenya walikuwa wametulia.
Na kama umemsikia Inspector Mkuu wa Polisi General Boinnet anazungumzia akisema kwamba vyombo vyote vya usalama vilijitahidi katika kipindi kizima cha kujaribu wakati wa msimu wa Krismasi na sherehe za mwaka mpya, walijaribu kuimarisha usalama, na kwamba hili kwa kweli limetokea ni jambo la kusikitisha, lakini kwamba katika kipindi cha muda mrefu maafisa wa usalama wamejaribu kushirikiana safari hii na vyombo mbalimbali vya serikali kuhakikisha kwamba taifa limekuwa salama. Na kimsingi unasema kwamba hata jinsi vyombo vya usalama vilivyojaribu kutoa radiamali yao leo baada ya shambulizo hilo, muda ambao maafisa wa polisi walipoweza kufika pale katika eneo la tukio, ni ishara kwamba kuna hali fulani ya utangamano miongoni mwa vyombo vya usalama.
Na mtazamaji, polisi wanaendeleza juhudi za kudhibiti hali katika shambulio linalodaiwa kuwa la kigaidi lililoanza leo alasiri.
Bila shaka maafisa wa polisi wamezungumzia hali hiyo, wakiwataka Wakenya kutoa ushirikiano mkubwa na vyombo vya usalama ili kuimarisha usalama humu nchini.
Shambulio la kigaidi linaarifiwa kuanza saa 9:15. Washukiwa wanadaiwa kufika katika eneo hilo na magari mawili, moja likiwa na nambari za usajili KCN 340A. Moja ya magari hayo inasemekana iliingia katika maegesho ya eneo hilo na waliokuwemo kutumia nguvu kuingia katika majengo hayo wakiwa na silaha na vilipuaji.
Ikapakiwa hapo kando, ilikuwa tint na imekuwa ikikuja. Sasa wenye iliingia tu hivi, tulisikia boom, kitu kama bomb. Immediately then risasi. Sasa watu walilala chini. Sasa mtu hatujui nini inaendelea huko ndani.
Washukiwa aidha wanadaiwa kurusha mabomu ndani ya jengo hilo kabla ya kuingia na kufyatua risasi. Mmoja wa walioshuhudia anadai kuwa mmoja wa washukiwa alionekana katika eneo hilo siku kadhaa kabla ya shambulio la leo.
Alikuwa peke yake mtu mmoja. Akaingia Dusit, akafaka pale side park, akaingia ndani akaniambia nimwangalie nini gari. Kurudi akaniachia nia ni kama ya shukrani na kaenda.
Waliokuwa katika majengo hayo walikurupuka, kila mmoja kukimbilia usalama wake, huku wengine wakijificha katika vyumba tofauti. Inadaiwa wavamizi hao waliingia chumba hadi chumba kutafuta watu. Polisi walifika katika eneo hilo kudhibiti hali na kuondoa waliokuwa katika majengo hayo, huku maafisa wa shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu pia wakiwa pale kushughulikia majeruhi.
We are aware that there still could be some armed criminals still holed up in the building, and our special forces are, as I said, engaged in that operation to flush them out.
Waliokuwemo katika majengo ya karibu aidha waliondolewa. Polisi kwa sasa wanajaribu kuwafikia washukiwa walipo, huku kukiwa na tetesi kuwa kundi la kigaidi la Al-shabaab likidai kuhusika. Charity Mwangi, NTV.
Na idara ya polisi kupitia Inspector Generali wa polisi Joseph Boinnet na kisia huenda shambulio linalodaiwa katika jumba la hoteli ya Dusit 14 Riverside Drive hapa Nairobi ni shambulio la kigaidi. Kwa mujibu wa Boinnet, inaaminika kuwa wavamizi wangali ndani ya jumba hilo la Dusit lililo na hoteli na afisi kadhaa. Hata hivyo, wanasema kuwa operesheni ya polisi kuwakabili washukiwa iko katika upeo wake.
Bila shaka Boinnet vile vile amesisitiza na kuwatahadharisha Wakenya dhidi ya kupeperusha habari zisizo au habari ambazo hawezi kuthibitisha ili kuepuka kusambaza hofu miongoni mwa Wakenya.
We regret to inform that today at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of unknown armed assailants attacked the Dusit complex in what we suspect could be a terror attack. Security and emergency services responded quickly to the incident, and we immediately cordoned off the area, and the situation is being managed. And we have made evacuation of many persons in the complex, and the operation is still going on as we speak as of now. We wish to offer our prayers to those who are affected, and we wish quick recovery to those who are injured. We are aware that there still could be some armed criminals still holed up in the building, and our special forces are, as I said, engaged in that operation to flush them out. We wish to also regret that there could have been some injuries in the attack, and we are in the process of confirming the nature and the types of injuries. As you very well know, that we have been vigilant throughout the entire festive period. That is on the part of we in the security sector as well as the Kenyan people, in which we have had a very good festive period. And as part of the enhanced vigilance, all our critical national infrastructure as well as battle installations remain on guard. We wish at this stage to urge the public to remain calm and to cooperate with the instructions given by security agencies, because we are looking forward to bringing this situation to normalcy within the shortest time possible.
Naam, 14 Riverside ni eneo lilosheheni kampuni kadhaa za kitaifa na kimataifa ambapo pia zipo ofisi kadhaa za taasisi za serikali.
Bila shaka hatua ya kushambulia jengo hilo la 14 Riverside linashabihiana sana na hatua ya mwaka 2013 ambapo jengo la Westgate vile vile lilishambuliwa, na kubwa zaidi au nukta za pamoja kati ya majengo haya mawili ni kwamba wageni kutoka mataifa mbalimbali wanazuru eneo hilo.
Swali la kwa nini eneo la 14 Riverside lililengwa katika shambulio la leo ndilo lililopo midomoni mwa wengi, hasa ikizingatiwa eneo hilo lina kampuni za humu nchini na za kimataifa. Eneo hilo la ekari 5 lina majengo kadhaa ikiwemo hoteli ya kifahari ya Dusit D2 iliyo na asili yake huko Bangkok. Katika moja ya majengo ipo afisi ya tume ya ugavi wa rasilimali CRA. Taasisi nyingine zilizopo eneo hilo nyuma ya mabweni ya chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, bewa la Chiromo ni kampuni ya Brighter Monday na kampuni ya masuala ya uhusiano wa wateja Red House. Baadhi ya kampuni za kimataifa zilizopo katika majengo hayo ni pamoja na Reckitt Beckinsale, Amadeus Global Travel Distribution Limited, Colgate-Palmolive East Africa Limited na Cellulant Kenya Limited. Hatua ya washambuliaji inaonekana kuwa na mfungamano wa karibu na ile ya mwaka 2013 katika jengo la Westgate, kwani nukta za pamoja za majengo hayo mawili yani Dusit na Westgate ni kwamba wateja wake ni wageni kutoka mataifa mbalimbali ya dunia, mbali na wale wa humu nchini.
Shambulizi la Jumanne hii mjini Nairobi limewatonesha Wakenya kidonda cha hali ilivyokuwa miaka kadhaa iliyopita, wakati jumba la kibiashara la Westgate lilipovamiwa katika hali sawa na ile ya alasiri hii.
Tofauti ni kwamba maafisa wa usalama katika shambulizi la alasiri hii wameweza kufika katika eneo la tukio haraka ikilinganishwa na mwaka 2013.
Taarifa za mlipuko kwenye jumba moja lililoko kwenye barabara ya Riverside zilisambazwa kwenye mitandao ya kijamii mwendo saa 9. Dakika chache baada ya hapo, risasi zilirekodiwa zikitanda angani, huku wengi wakisema kwamba huenda ikawa ni wizi kwenye benki moja. Muda ulivyokwenda, ishara kwamba huenda ni shambulio la kigaidi ilikuwa dhahiri. Mara moja hali kama ile iliyoshuhudiwa Septemba 21 mwaka 2013 ikarejelea akilini mwa wengi. Hali ambayo ilidhaniwa kuwa wizi kwenye jumba la kibiashara la Westgate iligeuka na kuwa shambulio la kigaidi ambalo liliwachukua maafisa usalama siku 3 kukabiliana nalo.
We have moved to the next phase of the problem.
Eneo hilo la Riverside lina majengo tofauti, huku hoteli ya kifahari, vyumba vya kuishi na hata ofisi za hasa raia wa kigeni wanaishi na kufanya kazi.
Today at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of unknown armed assailants attacked the Dusit complex in what we suspect could be a terror attack.
Katika jumba la Westgate, mmiliki wa jengo hilo alikuwa raia wa kigeni, huku baadhi waliofika kununua bidhaa au kujivinjari wakiwa mseto wa raia kutoka mataifa tofauti.
AMISOM is a war fighting mission. So from deployment, you know you've come to fight. And in a fight, of course, there are casualties.
Huku machozi ya Wakenya yakianza kukauka, Ijumaa tarehe 15 Januari mwaka 2016 itakumbukwa kama siku ngumu sio tu kwa raia bali wanajeshi wa Kenya ambao walivamiwa kwenye kambi ya kijeshi ya Kenya mjini El Ade, Somalia. Japo idadi rasmi haijawahi kutolewa, wanajeshi wengi walipoteza maisha, huku kisa hicho kikiwa kibaya zaidi kuwapata wanajeshi wa Kenya wakiwa kazini kudumisha amani katika taifa la kigeni.
Our fallen heroes, they will arrive in the evening and we will receive them.
Kutokea kwa shambulizi hili leo kunaleta upya hisia za majonzi kwa wengi. Mwaka mmoja baada ya kisa cha El Ade, kambi nyingine ya jeshi la Kenya lilishambuliwa katika eneo la Kulbio mwezi kama huu wa Januari tarehe 29.
It is important for the Somali people to note that this happened, but AMISOM is back on the ground.
Jumatatu hii ambapo washukiwa 4 wa shambulio la Westgate walifikishwa mahakamani, huku 3 wakipatikana na kesi ya kujibu baadaye mwezi huu, naye mmoja akiachiliwa kwa ukosefu wa ushahidi dhidi yake. Wengi wanatarajia kwamba haitochukua muda mrefu kudhibiti hali kama ilivyokuwa Jumamosi hiyo ya Septemba 21 mwaka 2013. Leila Mohamed, NTV.
Naam, asante sana Leila Mohamed. Mpenzi mtazamaji, kama ndio kwanza unafungulia runinga yako na kujiunga nasi, tunaendelea na matangazo haya ya moja kwa moja kuhusiana na matukio ambayo yamejiri alasiri hii. Shambulizi katika jumba la Dusit katika barabara ya 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi, ambapo tayari taarifa mbalimbali zimetolewa kuhusiana na shambulizi hilo, kubwa zaidi likisemekana na maafisa wa polisi kwamba huenda ni shambulizi la kigaidi. Na kama tulivyosema hapo awali, tuna waandishi wetu ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali husika katika tukio la leo. Sasa nakupeleka moja kwa moja kwa mwandishi wetu Zainab Ismail katika eneo la hospitali ya MP Shah. Lakini kabla ya kwenda hapo, ninaye mchambuzi wetu hapa wa masuala ya kiusalama Simiu Werunga, ambaye tutakuwa tunazungumza naye mambo mengi kidogo kuhusiana na shambulizi la leo na nini tumejifunza kama taifa katika matukio yote ambayo yamekuwa yakitokea huko nyuma, na leo tumepoteza dira wapi katika yale ambayo yametokea. Lakini kwanza tumsikize Zainab Ismail, kama unanipokea, labda tueleze uko wapi na nini kinaendelea kwa sasa.
All right, Salim. Well, if you allow me to speak in English, and I'll give you an update on what is happening here at the Avenue Hospital in Parklands. So far, we have received about 10 to 11 casualties in the past few hours. Earlier on, we were at the Aga Khan Hospital. The hospital had received about 4 casualties, and one had sustained gunshot injuries in the stomach. Now, from the 11 that were brought here, one has been discharged, and one, we understand, is an expectant mother and is in a critical condition. Now, we also understand that according to the Nairobi women representative who was here earlier on and gave us an update as well, is the fact that the casualties here are in much need of blood. So they're appealing to Kenyans across the country, and specifically here in Nairobi, to come out and give out blood for the casualties that have lost quite a number of blood in that particular incident. Just a few minutes ago, probably 30 minutes ago, there was another casualty who was brought here with an ambulance and could see quite in a critical condition. But of course, the doctors here, the medical team here, said they will be giving us an update on the exact number of casualties that have been brought here. And so far, I can tell you from the Avenue Hospital, 11 people. At the Aga Khan, about 4 people. And at the MP Shah, there are about 3 people who were taken there. These are different injuries, from gunshot injuries and others, as well as just shock from that attack that happened at Riverside. Salim.
Naam, shukran sana Zainab Ismail. Bila shaka mtazamaji, ni idadi ya takriban watu 18 ambao wanaendelea kupata matibabu katika hospitali mbalimbali kufuatia shambulizi hilo. Na moja kwa moja tumsikize Simiu Werunga. Matukio ya leo, kwanza kwa mukhtasari sana, unazungumziaje?
Kwanza tukijaribu kufuatilia kivipi kama kweli na majangili ambao wamehusika katika hili shambulio, kwamba nitujiulize ni vipi wamelifanya katikati mwa wiki, kwa sababu mashambulio mengi yanayofanywa na magaidi huwa yanafanywa, kwa kimombo tunasema with an interest ya kuumiza na kuua wengi, ndio sasa iwe na impact kwa yale ambayo wanataka kufanya. Siku ya Tuesday, Jumanne, ni siku ya kufanya kazi. So sidhani kwamba ilikuwa ni wanafikiria watapata watu wengi, hata kama ni Dusit, kwamba majeruhi watakuwa wengi na watashambulia watu na uwe watu wengi. So ni kitu tofauti tunaona hapa. La pili, Dusit, wale ambao tunaifahamu, ni jengo la kifahari na ni jengo pana. So majangili kuamua kwamba wanataka kwenda kushambulia Dusit complex, I call it complex, kwa sababu ni jengo pana na kubwa.
Ndiyo.
Itakuwaje waamue kwenda Dusit, mahala ambapo wanajua kutoka sio rahisi, because nadhani exit ni moja. Kule kwingine I think kuna mto, alafu kuna mabweni ya wanafunzi wa Nairobi University, kwingine kuna nyumba za Wakenya binafsi, kuna bank hapo karibu. So ni lazima tuanze kujiuliza ni vipi mara hii wameamua kwenda katika jengo la Dusit.
Na nakumbuka vile vile katika eneo hilo vile vile kukaa karibu kuna ubalozi pale.
Ndio hiyo
na
Australia.
Ubalozi bila shaka una maafisa
wengi sana mfati wa GSU. So nadhani kwangu nataka tuanzie hapo. Ni vipi wameamua kufanya hili shambulizi within the week? na ni vipi wanaweza ku target Dusit. Kama unaifahamu Dusit vile mimi naifahamu, ni jengo ambalo ni pana, yani it's a wide complex, na uweze kuingia na iwe rahisi kutoka unless umefanya mpangilio, yani planning kwa muda mrefu sana, kwa sababu kuna maofisi, kuna hoteli, kuna apartments, kuna penthouses, okay, kuna banks hapo, na ni jengo ambalo vile mlituonyesha pale limeenda kama circular, na itakuwa vigumu hata maafisa wetu, nadhani watachukua muda kuhakikisha wameenda through katika huo mjengo wote wakiwa wanajaribu kusakawa. So I think tuanzie hapo. Ni vipi imefanyika outside what tuna expect kama wachanganuzi wa masuala ya ugaidi.
Na pengine ukiangalia vile jinsi maafisa wa usalama, vyombo vya usalama vilivyopata habari na kufika katika eneo lile, ukilinganisha na matukio ya huko nyuma tangu mwaka 2013, katika matukio mengine ambayo yalirudi yakafuatilia mashambulizi madogo ya gruneti hapa na pale, unaweza ukasemaje?
Tunaona mara hii wamekuwa very fast response, tunaita turnaround time imekuwa very fast, na hiyo ni kutuonyesha kwamba wamesoma mengi. Alafu nadhani hili jambo analiita interagency planning and framework, tunaweza kuona kwamba pale Dusit imefanya kazi. Ile ambayo mimi ningependa kuuliza inspector mkuu wa polisi ni kwamba Westgate tuliona Wakenya ambao walienda kusaidia wakiwa na silaha binafsi. Kama kuna wale wachache ambao pia walienda kusaidia Dusit, ni vema wakati maafisa wetu wa polisi wanaingia, hao watoke, waachie hiyo kazi wala ambao tumewapea kisheria kufanya hiyo kazi. Lakini leo tunaona kuna kidogo mwelekeo, kuna mpangilio, na turnaround time is very impressive. I think hapo ni tukichambua yale tuliona 2013, na kwa sasa hii framework ya interagency tunaona kama inafanya kazi.
Na labda mwisho tu Irunga, shambulizi la mwaka huu limekuja katika anga au mazingira ambayo mtandao wa kijamii umepata nguvu zaidi ikilinganishwa na hata mwaka 2013. Unaweza kusema mtandao wa kijamii ima umechangia kwa kiasi gani, ima kujaribu kurahisisha kazi au kuvuruga kabisa? Unaweza ukazungumzia?
Sidhani kama tumejaribu kuchunguza kwa social media, Wakenya mara hii wengi hawajatoa picha nyingi kuhusu hili shambulizi. Na ni vizuri kwa sababu nakumbuka 2013 tatizo ambalo tulikuwa nalo kama nchi ni Wakenya walikuwa natoa picha katika mtandao wa kijamii wakati shambulizi bado linaendelea. Na hawa vijana ambao tunajua walikuwa wanahusishwa ama tuliambiwa walikuwa wanahusishwa na hilo shambulizi ni vijana ambao wako very savvy kwa technology. So mara hii tunaona Wakenya wengi labda ni vile wamepewa advice kutoka State House kwamba msiendelee kutoa hizo picha kwa sababu mnawasaidia. Na kama hazitatoka nyingi, tunaomba idara ya polisi na wenzao ambao wameenda kuhakikisha kwamba wanamalizana na hawa majangili, wahakikishe kwamba wale wote wako karibu na hilo jengo wasiruhusiwe kutumia mtandao wa kijamii, kwa sababu huo unawasaidia, unawaeleza ni yapi yanafanyika, afisa wetu wa polisi wanapanga vipi, ni vipi wanaingia katika building, na ni vipi wamejihami. So mara hii naona kama Wakenya wengi hawajazitoa, na nadhani ni kwa sababu where that building is uweze kuingia tu hivi. Nadhani ni kwa sababu wamezuiliwa pale kwa barrier na wengi hawako ndani, na wale wako ndani wengi na wale wameshtuka na wanataka kujitoa kwa sababu anakumbuka Westgate kwamba nisipojitoa hapa mapema naweza kwenda nikawa casualty. I think kwa sasa imetusaidia. Na kwa sababu haijaonyeshwa sana na haijatangazwa sana, nadhani maafisa wa polisi watapata nafasi ya kupambana na hawa jamaa. Isiwe kwamba sisi wa Kenya tunawasaidia majangili tukitumia
mitandao ya kijamii. Na mwisho kabisa Simiu, kuna matukio mengi ambayo yanafungamana na matukio ya leo. Kwa mfano ukiangalia tarehe 15 Januari mwaka 2019 ni miaka mitatu tangu kutokea lile shambulizi la kambi ya jeshi la Kenya katika taifa jirani la Somalia katika kambi ya El-Ade. Vile vile ni katika mwezi huu wa Januari mwaka sawia na huu mwaka 2016 ambapo kambi nyingine tena ya wanajeshi wa Kenya Kulbio ilishambuliwa. Kuna mfungamano wa aina gani? Na jana kama utakumbuka ni kwamba kuna washukiwa 4 wa Al-shabaab ambao mahakama iliamua hapa Nairobi kwamba wana kesi ya kujibu kutokana na mashambulizi ya Westgate. Haya matukio yote ukiyafungamanisha pamoja yana uhusiano na shambulizi la leo?
Yana uhusiano vile ninavyofikiria. Najua serikali inafikiria kivyake.
Kwa mtazamo wako?
Kwa mtazamo wangu ni kwamba Kenya kama taifa tuko na matatizo kiasi. Kuna matatizo ya lack of patriotism, kuna matatizo ya corruption, kuna matatizo ya tribalism. So utapata kwamba hata kama wanajeshi wetu, maafisa wetu wa polisi wanajiami kupambana na hili tatizo la ugaidi, nadhani that lack of patriotism, a lot of corruption in our systems inasaidia hawa jamaa, kwa sababu wengine utapata ni wenzetu wa Kenya, lakini walihama wakaenda kule wakajipewa mafunzo ya kigaidi wakarudi. Tunadhani tatizo ambalo tuko nalo ni kwamba hata kama tunajiami na wengine wetu bado tunasaidiana na majangili, itakuwa ni vigumu Swale kuwa na 100% prevention, kwa sababu yale ambayo saa zingine mnaongea mkiwa Kenya yanawafikia magaidi. Ufisadi, silaha ambazo sisi tunataka kununua tupambane na magaidi. Na kwa sababu ya ufisadi, silaha na vyombo ambavyo zinanunuliwa sio zile ambazo maafisa wetu wa polisi ama wanajeshi walikuwa wanazitaka. So inakuwa ni vigumu hata kuzitumia, maafisa wetu wanaanza kuogopa kuzitumia because sio yale ambayo yalitegemewa. Na mambo mengi ya kijamii ambayo inafanya taifa la Kenya kuwa na tatizo la kijangili, kwa sababu sisi pia tunachangia.
Unadhani kuna kazi ya ziada ambayo inapaswa kufanywa na vyombo vya usalama humu nchini kuhakikisha kwamba ima matukio kama haya yanazuiwa kabisa au kwa uchache tunakuwa tayari zaidi ya leo kama taifa?
Kuna chombo fulani cha serikali kinaitwa National Counterterrorism Center, kinasimamiwa na Daktari Kimani. One of the mandates ya National Counterterrorism Center ni kufunza, kupea awareness kwa Kiswahili nini?
Kutoa hamasisho
wananchi, yani public awareness on how to support government to deal with terrorism. Mimi kwa hizi miaka ambazo nimekaa hapa, na sisemi kwamba wafanye kazi, you see, wakati watu wanatunga sheria, wanaitunga kuhakikisha kwamba yale ambayo tunafikiria yatatusumbua tukipambana na majangili kama hawa, lazima tuwatilie manane na tuhakikishe kwamba pesa zinatoka kusaidia. Hicho kitengo cha NCTC kiko na mandate moja ya kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanafunzwa kuelewa ujangili ni nini, sio ili wawe majangili, lakini ndio wawe na fahamu ya kwamba, kwa sababu tunafahamu hatari ambazo zinatokana na ujangili, tunatakiwa tujikinge vipi. Na ni vipi tunatakiwa tufanye na vyombo vya serikali kuhakikisha kwamba kama sisi wa Kenya under the role of civic duty, ni yapi ambayo tunatakiwa kufanya kama wa Kenya kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya kazi kwa usasa na umoja na vyombo vya serikali. Sidhani kama hicho chombo kimefanya kazi yake vyema kulingana na mimi, because wamepewa pesa, wamepewa mandate na iko kwa sheria. So hapo ndio mimi naweza kusema sio lazima tulaumu serikali, because NCTC is a policy and research organization. Na one of the mandates ni kuhakikisha Wakenya wamefahamishwa, wamefunzwa, wameelewa ni vipi wanaweza kuhakikisha kwamba under civic duty tunachukua jukumu zetu kama Wakenya kusaidia serikali kupambana na ugaidi. Sidhani kama hilo ni taasisi ama
ni taasisi, ni shirika. Ndio.
Yes, sidhani kwa maoni yangu kwamba wamefanya kazi inayoridhisha Wakenya. Na nasema hivi nikijua kwamba hata nikiulizwa nitawaeleza ni kwa nini nafikiria hapo wamefail kidogo.
Mpenzi mtazamaji, bila shaka ni Simiu Werunga ambaye ni mchambuzi wa masuala ya kiusalama akizungumza nasi kutokana tu na mashambulizi ambayo yametokea mchana huu au tuseme ni alasiri hii katika eneo la 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi, katika jengo pana la Dusit. Na mpaka sasa hivi tunavyozungumza mtazamaji ni kwamba operesheni za kujaribu kuwasaka wale ambao wametekeleza shambulizi hilo zinaendelea, tukiwa na waandishi wetu katika maeneo mbalimbali. Kumbuka msemaji au tuseme ni kinara wa kikosi cha polisi Inspector Generali Joseph Boinnet amezungumza muda mfupi uliopita na kuzungumzia kwa mukhtasari tu matukio hayo. Baadaye kidogo tunaarifiwa kwamba Joseph Boinnet atarudi na kuzungumza na waandishi wa habari kutupa matukio ya hivi karibuni na habari za hivi karibuni kuhusiana na operesheni hiyo. Tunao waandishi katika maeneo mbalimbali kuanzia eneo hilo la 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi mpaka katika vituo vya afya mbalimbali, katika hospitali mbalimbali kufuatilia kwa karibu matukio hayo. Na tutajiunga sasa na mwandishi wetu Vincent Odor ambaye yuko katika eneo hilo la 14 Riverside. Vincent, kama unatupata, labda hadi kufikia sasa tunajua nini?
Na ama kusema kweli kufikia sasa ni kwamba ni shughuli tu za kuweza kuokoa wale ambao wamekwama kwenye majengo yaliyopo katika eneo hilo ambapo pana hoteli ya Dusit pamoja na majengo mengine ambayo yana ofisi kadhaa hapa kwenye barabara ya Riverside. Na kitu ambacho naweza kufahamisha kwamba nimeweza kuzungumza na mtu mmoja ambaye amenifahamisha kwamba jamaa wake mmoja ameweza kukwama katika jumba la Grace Vena ambapo anasema kwamba pale ndani, na hebu kwanza tuache nizungumze na mmoja hapa hivi. Tuzungumze tu. Hebu niambie vipi umetokezea wapi? Hali imekuwa vipi? Sema tu kwa kifupi.
We just saw a bomb blast. We are above Second Garden, 6th floor. Then when you're running out, we saw the guy shooting. So we ran back and we are heading the ceiling. But we have seen bodies. Yeah.
What was the situation and how did you rescue yourself? How did you get here?
We first rescued all the people. When you're going down, we realized they're shooting at the entrance. We saw them shooting, so we ran up, hiding all over the building. So we went to the ceiling in our washroom, and we hide there. We have been there for their hours. But we've seen the doors broken. They shot at our door. So their bodies there. It was bad.
How many people were you at that time, and how many have been able to
like 30 of us in the office. Yeah.
How many have been able to get out?
All of us. I don't know, but all of us should be safe. Yeah.
And all of you, what is the situation of your colleagues and together with you?
They are safe. As far as I know, they are safe. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Huyo ni mmoja tu wa wale ambaye manusura ambaye ameweza kufanikiwa kutoka katika jengo hilo. Manake wengi wao wamekuwa wakiokolewa kutoka pale, na mimi nimeweza kushuhudia wengi, na inasemekana kwamba zaidi ya watu 300 wameweza kuokolewa. Lakini kuna mmoja ambaye alikuwa ananiambia kwamba jamaa wake bado amekwama katika moja yepo ya jengo mle ndani, na anasema kwamba kule ndani kuna wenzake takriban watu 90 ambao bado wamekwama mle ndani. Pia niliweza kuzungumza na jamaa mmoja pia ambaye aliniambia kwamba mmoja wa familia yake pia amekwama kwenye moja yepo ya jengo ambalo liko pale, na anasema kwamba pali ambapo alikuwa na wenzake 11. Kwa hivyo hii inaashiria kwamba bado kuna watu wengi sana bado wamekwama mle ndani, huku shughuli za uokozi zikiendelea kwa sasa. Kwa sasa nakurejesha hadi studioni na tutakuarifu jinsi mambo yanavyoendelea.
Na asante sana Vincent Odor, mwanahabari wetu akiwa katika eneo la 14 Riverside Drive hapo katika hoteli ya Dusit. Na kama ulikuwa unazungumza hapo na mchanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama Simi Werunga, anasema eneo hilo, na hata mimi nimeweza kufika hapo, unapoingia ndani kuna hoteli na ni jengo kubwa sana na pana, na katika eneo hilo pia kuna ofisi mbalimbali. Kuna zile ofisi za taasisi za serikali kama CRA ziko pale, na unapoingia pale kuna lile lango kubwa, lakini unasema kwamba wavamizi waliweza kupita kwa nguvu ama walipita
na mlango
mkuu, na hapo kuweza kuwa na mlipuko mkubwa, na baada ya hapo wakaweza kufuatilia risasi kwa wale ambao walikuwa pale ndani.
Pia mkabala wake kuna ubalozi vile vile
wa Australia, kuna chuo kikuu cha Nairobi pale Chiromo. Na bila shaka ni taarifa ambayo tunaendelea kufuatilia, na tunaendelea na matangazo yetu ya moja kwa moja. Tuko na wanahabari katika maeneo mbalimbali. Tuko na Seth Olale pia katika eneo hilo la Dusit, katika hospitali ya Avenue ambapo majeruhi, na tuweza kuzungumza na Zainab Ismail. Wamesema kwamba zaidi ya majeruhi 11 wameweza kufikishwa hapo, na kwa sasa ni kwamba ombi la damu limeweza kutolewa na shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu. Kama nitaweza kupata nambari hiyo, lakini kana kwamba siwezi kuipata. Lakini tayari tunaona kwamba ikulu ya Nairobi imetoa ombi kwa Wakenya na kuwataka kuwa wazalendo, na kusema kwamba tusiweze kusambaza picha au ujumbe wowote ule. Anasema kwamba ujumbe huo ambao unatia hofu sana utaweza kuwasaidia wale watu ambao wako mle ndani wakitekeleza shambulio hilo. Anasema God bless Kenya. Idara ya upelelezi nayo inasema kwamba iwapo kama una habari yoyote, kumbuka unaweza kutuma ujumbe na ukazungumza nao kupitia 0721141282. Na wanaendelea kusema kwamba nambari hiyo ni ya Philip Ndolo, na kuna nambari nyingine ambayo unaweza tumia ya Musa Yego ambaye ni 072283 9978. Na tunaweza kuona hapa kwamba Wakenya mbalimbali wanatoa ujumbe wao katika mitandao ya Twitter wakiombea taifa, na kuna ile shirika la wanahabari nasema kwamba our nation will always rise above any hate meted against us. Media Council na ni Kenya Union of Journalists.
Bila shaka na Jen, kama alivyosema Simiyu Werunga, ni kwamba Wakenya safari hii wameweza kudhibiti namna wanavyopitisha ujumbe kutoka au kupitia mitandao ya kijamii, kwa sababu kama ilivyoarifu Ikulu ni kwamba utumiaji mbaya wa mitandao unaweza wakawasaidia magaidi kujua strategia ya serikali, strategia ya vyombo vya usalama, na jinsi ya kuponyoka kutoka katika mtego ambao tayari umewekwa na maafisa wa usalama katika eneo hilo la 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi. Mpenzi mtazamaji, katika picha ambayo unaona katika runinga yako ni kwamba Inspector mkuu wa polisi Joseph Boinnet wakati wote kutoka sasa atakuwa anajitokeza na kuzungumza na waandishi wa habari. Kumbuka hapo awali alizungumza nasi na kutuelezea jinsi matukio yalivyokuwa kwa mukhtasari sana, na hivi sasa tunatarajia kwamba atakuwa anatueleza zaidi kuhusiana na hali ilivyo, sio tu katika eneo la 14 Riverside, lakini vile vile katika hospitali mbalimbali na vile vile mipango na mikakati ya vyombo vya usalama katika kukabiliana na shambulizi hilo. Na
picha hizo bila shaka ni moja kwa moja kutoka jumba la Harambee, na mwanahabari wetu Brenda Wanga yuko hapo, na manake tunazungumzia picha hizo kutoka Inspector mkuu wa polisi Joseph Boinnet. Kama ulivyosema hapo awali, aliweza kuzungumza na wengi. Nimeona katika mitandao anauliza, je, imeweza kujulikana idadi ambao wamefika pale kuvamia jumba hilo? Na anasema kwamba kufikia sasa bado hawaweza kujua idadi ambao waliweza kuvamiwa, na pia wanasema kwamba idadi ambao ya majeruhi ama wale ambao wanakisiwa labda kupoteza maisha yao bado haiwezi kujulikana, lakini kwa sasa ni kwamba operesheni inaendelea. Lakini hususan ambayo tuliona na wengi wamezungumzia ni kwamba tumeweza kuona wakuu wa vitengo mbalimbali vya usalama wenyewe wakifika hapo katika eneo hilo ili kuweza kutoa usaidizi na kuokoa watu ambao wamekwama ndani ya jengo hilo. Tumeweza kumuona mkuu wa idara ya upelelezi George Kinoti, na nakumbuka kwamba na pia mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma Nurin Haji, na wote nakumbuka kwamba wametoka katika ile idara ya upelelezi na ujasusi, ile ukitaka kupenda kwa lugha ya kimombo ni intelligence.
Na wengine ni maafisa wa zamani katika jeshi la taifa, kwa hiyo wana uzoefu mkubwa katika masuala kama hayo. Mpenzi mtazamaji, tukuletee tu picha za hapo awali ambapo tumekuwa tukifuatilia tukio hilo tangu kuanza kujiri saa 9:30 alasiri hii mpaka sasa hivi. Tunazo picha za moja kwa moja, lakini vile vile tunazo picha za awali ambazo tumekuwa tukikuletea mfululizo. Picha hizo tutakuwa tunakuletea hivi punde kama ndio kwanza unafungulia runinga yako na kujiunga nasi. Hizi ndizo picha ambazo tumekuwa tukuletea kutwa nzima.
Wanaingia, si unaona vile wanakuja, unaona mpaka wamekuja na nini?
Twidi lituma wana wa go. Wanakuja basi hii. Ingekuwa tuna strike wangekuja hata before tuanze ku strike. Nao wanaponga wanatoka. Ingia huko, ingia. Ingia kila mtu aingie.
Madam, relax, okay. Okay. Yes. Really?
Watu washindwe sana.
Yeah, because talk
Which building is that?
Na mtazamaji, basi ni picha za hapo awali za shambulio lilotokea katika eneo la 14 Riverside Drive, hususan katika jumba hilo la Dusit, ama ukipenda First alisema kama ni Dusit Complex, na kama Inspector mkuu wa polisi alivyosema Joseph Boinnet, kwa hivi sasa operesheni bado inaendelea, na ikiwa ni siku ya Jumanne, wengi wamekuwa kijiuliza, na bwana Simuyo alikuwa anazungumza nasi hapo awali akisema ni jambo ambalo wadadisi ama wachanganuzi wa masuala sasa ya usalama watakuwa wanajiuliza imekuwa vipi, wamebadilisha mbinu yao na sasa kusonga mbele. Na leo nitamuuliza bwana Simuyo, maana yake yuko hapa hasa kusonga mbele, inasema vipi kuhusu usalama wetu?
Nadhani tukichanganya yote pamoja tunaweza kuona kwamba kuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ni kwamba sisi tunajua kwamba vyombo vya usalama haviwezi kutueleza ni ngapi wamejaribu kuyazima, lakini kidogo sisi tunafahamu kuna kadhaa wamejaribu kuzizima kabla hazijalipuka kama leo. Na sisi kulingana na vile tunaelewa, kama wana uwezo ya kuyazima kabla hayajafanyika, then hilo ni jambo la kuonyesha kwamba pia hao wamepata mwelekeo na wamesonga mbele katika ile hali ya ujasusi, kuhakikisha kwamba wanayapata haya maneno kabla hayajafanyika. Na ni tuelewe kwamba najua katika Afrika Mashariki Kenya ndiye inashambuliwa wakati kwa wakati, lakini tujue kwamba hakuna taifa lolote ambalo limekuwa na uwezo, hata Marekani, kuzuia yote 100% yakose kufanyika. Lakini kwangu naweza kusema kwamba this framework ya interagency nadhani imetusaidia sana, kwamba sasa hakuna kulaumiana, hakuna mtu kusema kwamba hatukupata habari. Wanafanya kazi pamoja, wanapanga pamoja na wanaamua pamoja, ili kwamba lolote ambalo linafanyika wote wamekuwa na uwezo na uwazi wa kuchangia na kukubaliana kwamba sasa tutakuwa tukifanya kazi pamoja hivi. Nadhani kuna maendeleo kiasi kwamba vyombo vyetu vimesonga mbele.
Naam, umezungumzia hapo kuhusu kupata habari, na wengi watauliza kama mchanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama, na kwa hivi sasa tumeweza kuona vikosi vya usalama kama ulivyosema vinafanya kazi vizuri sana. Je, waliweza kupokea habari yoyote? Manake mara nyingi tunaona kama ni ubalozi wa Marekani inatoa taarifa na kusema kwamba Wakenya wao waangalifu, na hata mimi mwenyewe nimeweza kupokea, na nafikiri pia umepokea ujumbe kwenye simu yako inakwambia kuwa mwangalifu, usizuru maeneo kama haya na haya, kunaweza tokea shambulio la kigaidi. Je, wakati huu tukizingatia ni mwaka mpya tu, siku 15 mwaka umeanza, sherehe za Krismasi zimepita vizuri, mwaka mpya, na vikosi vya usalama vilihakikishia kwamba Wakenya kila kitu kiko sawa, na tuliweza kushuhudia hayo, na kwa sasa watu walikuwa wametulia. Je, kulikuwa na habari zozote kunaweza tokea shambulio?
Wacha niaweke kwa upana kwamba Kenya ni taifa tofauti sana na mataifa mengine Afrika, kwamba Kenya kwa upande wa usalama inafanya kazi na nchi nyingi sana kwa umoja. Nchi ya kwanza ni Marekani, ya pili ni Uingereza, ya tatu ni Israel, na haya mataifa yote tunajua kwamba yana uwezo sana katika hali ya ujasusi na mambo ya usalama. Ukiona jambo kama hili limetokea Kenya, na hatutaki kusema kwamba kwa nini hawakutusaidia, lazima ni jambo ambalo kwa kimombo tumesema lili slip. It slipped through the fingers. Na ikawa labda wakati wanang'ang'ana kwa haya mengine kuyamaliza, hili likapita katikati na likafanyika. But wale ambao tumesomea kwa urefu kidogo na kwa upana mambo ya terrorism, kwamba terrorism ni jambo ambalo kila siku mnaamkia mkiwa mnapanga. Hakuna siku mtasema kama nchi sisi tumeweza sasa kuyamaliza na tuko sasa kwa usalama. Ni kwa nini tutasema hivyo? Kwa sababu terrorism kwa upande wa kivita tunaweza kuiweka katika ile kanda ya asymmetrical. Asymmetrical ni kumaanisha kwamba hakuna mtu unapigana naye, lakini unajua uko katika matatizo. Na ni yeye anapanga. Sasa kazi yako ni kufuatilia kujua kwamba amepanga vipi na uhakikishe kwamba haifanywi.
Simi umezungumzia,
yes.
Umezungumzia kwamba lengo la matukio mengine na mashambulizi mengi ya kigaidi huwa ni kujaribu kuumiza watu wengi, kuua watu wengi na kujeruhi watu wengi kadri inavyowezekana. Lakini ukawa una wasiwasi na unashaka kuhusiana na shambulizi la leo, kwa nini limefanyika katikati ya wiki au ndani ya siku za wiki ambapo watu ni wachache katika mahoteli na mambo kama hayo. Unafikiri huu ni ujumbe fulani tu, ulikuwa unakisia kutoa ujumbe fulani au?
No, nadhani na maybe wacha naweza kuongana kimombo kidogo.
Endelea.
The problem is this, and this is my view, na I can be corrected. Ukiona kwamba hawa wahuni wanaleta shambulizi katikati mwa wiki, na ni maoni yangu, ni kwamba labda wamejaribu kwa muda mrefu kujaribu kuyaleta wakati ambao wanafikiria wanaweza kupata casualty ya kutosha, na iwe ni kama weekendi na wameshindwa. Na ukiongea kuhusu planning, unajua the more you wait, the more you get confused on what you are planning. So my view, and I could be wrong, is that I think wamepanga kwa muda mrefu, na ikawa sasa wamefika mahala wakaona if they choose on their specific dates ambazo wanapenda, kama ni hawezi kufanya jioni kwa sababu jioni pia hawana uwezo wa kukimbilia mbali. So lazima shambulizi liwe mchana, wakati ambapo wako na time, kama ni kutoroka watorokee mbali. Maoni yangu, na tunaweza kuongea haya mpaka kesho, ni kwamba I think wamefika kiwango ambapo wameona wamengojea sana, wamepanga kwa muda mrefu, na ikawa wacha tulifanye, at least litatokea kwamba tumefanya hili jambo. Lakini terrorism, their main goal is casualty and publicity. You give them publicity and the maximum casualty, then the world will be talking about that, and they'll have achieved either their political, ideological, or religious objective.
Kuna wakati pengine makundi ya kigaidi yanaweza kuchukua au kutangaza kwamba yamehusika na mashambulizi ambayo kwa kweli hayajahusika nayo?
Yes. Kama kwa mfano, kama unapata ISIS, Taliban na Al-Qaeda. Kuna wakati ambapo swala utapata haya matatu yanapigana katikati mwao, especially nchi kama ya Iraq, ya Syria, Libya. Utapata kinaweza kutokea shambulizi ambalo limepata maximum objective ambayo any terrorist organization ingependa ihusishwe. Na utapata wengi, karibu wote wataanza kusema ni sisi. So kuna wakati kama huo unapatikana.
Na vile vile kuna wakati kundi jingine, kwa mfano hapa Kenya, tunajua kwamba adui wetu mkubwa katika makundi ya kigaidi ni Al-shabaab, kutokana na uwepo wetu wa kijeshi kama taifa huko nchini Somalia. Je, kutumia mwavuli kama huo, kuna kundi jingine ambalo linaweza likatekeleza shambulizi kwa fikra kwamba lazima tu itasemekana ni Al-shabaab, kitu kama hicho?
Lazima tufahamu kwamba labda sasa hili ni kama funzo. Somalia sasa kuna vikundi vitatu. Kuna Al-Qaeda ambayo ina mwelekeo wa kiinje, ambayo imeshikana na Al-Qaeda. Kuna Al-shabaab ambayo ina mwelekeo wa kiinje, imeshikana na Al-Qaeda. Kuna Al-shabaab ambayo ina mwelekeo internal, ambao kazi yao ni kisiasa. Alafu kuna ya tatu ambayo imeanza kushikana na ISIS. Lakini tunajua zile kubwa kabisa bado ni ile Al-shabaab ambayo ina mwelekeo wa Al-Qaeda. So ukipata kwamba ni hao wamejitokeza na kusema ni sisi, itakuwa ni vigumu kwamba yale madogo yanaweza kuwa yamefanya hiyo kazi. Na kwa sababu the last one, which is internal, normally haina matatizo na nchi za karibu. So itapata ni Al-Qaeda, Al-shabaab tied to Al-Qaeda ama Al-shabaab tied to ISIS. So inawezekana mmoja anaweza kujitokeza aseme ni yeye, lakini hata kindani watakuwa na kupigana na itatokea tu kwamba yule ambaye alisimamia ndiye atatokea na tufahamu kwamba hilo ndio kundi ambalo limefanya hilo tatizo.
Na manake tunazungumzia hilo na tunaweza kuona tayari kundi la Al-shabaab limeweza kujitokeza na kusema kwamba limeweza kutekeleza shambulio la leo, na kupitia msemaji wao, na nitatumia lugha ya Kimombo, anasema it's an ongoing operation in Nairobi. Na anasema we will give details of operation but Al-shabaab will give further details once it's over. Sasa hapo inatoka vipi mwanzo kama Mkenya na mchanganuzi sasa wa usalama?
Kivipi sijakuelewa.
Inavyosema kwamba ni operesheni, wanasema kwamba it's an ongoing operation.
Yes.
We will give details of the operation once it's done.
Because they have not attained the objective. Najua kujiingiza Dusit, kuna labda sio vyema kuongea kwa TV kwa sababu hatuja confirm. Lakini kumekuwa na maneno kidogo kwamba kuna watu wengi kutoka nchi fulani walikuwa wanapanga mkutano pale Dusit. Na somehow today mkutano ikawa haiko. So inaweza kuwa kwamba walikuwa na objective ya kwenda kufanya katika hiyo hoteli ya Dusit, na kwa sababu hawajapata that objective, so lazima watueleze kwamba bado wanaendelea. Lakini makosa ni kwamba wakati wanafikiria wanaendelea, idara zetu za usalama zimeingia mapema, na kama watajipanga vizuri na wafanye hiyo operation vizuri, then Al-Qaeda hawatapata objective ambayo wanataka. So yeye kutuambia kwamba ni inaendelea na tutaambiwa ni kweli. Lakini unfortunately, I think there's good organization as we speak in this operation that Al-Qaeda may not be able to achieve what they want, na kwa hivyo hawezi kutuambia ni yapi wameachieve.
Na hapo umegusia swala ambalo Salim bila shaka tutaka kukuuliza kuhusu operesheni ya leo. Na kama ulivyoona, kama ukiangalia kwenye runinga yako, picha hizi zilirudisha wengi nyuma na kuwakumbusha shambulio la Westgate mwaka 2013. Na leo limetokea karibu saa 9, ile ilikuwa kama saa 7 hivi, lakini tayari usiku umeingia. Unazungumzia vipi operesheni ya leo? Ukilinganisha na ile ya Westgate, vikosi vya usalama.
Kwanza wacha nikueleze vile najua sasa saa zingine watu kama sisi kitu kama hiki kitokea, tuna check TV, tunaongea na waandishi wa habari marafiki zetu kwa sababu tunataka kufahamu ni vipi mambo yanaendelea. Mwanzo tuliona kama kulikuwa na confusion. Askari wa kwanza walipofika pale ni kama hawana mafunzo ya kusimamia operation kama hii. Lakini immediately tunaona baada ya wengine kuanza kuingia, quickly they took charge. And therefore operation tukaona sasa kama iko na mwelekeo. Na kwa operation kama hii, mwelekeo, usimamizi ni mambo ya muhimu sana. Lazima tuwe na usimamizi nzuri na mwelekeo wa kuonyesha kwamba this is how we are going to do it. Leo tumeyaona. Na nadhani hiyo ndio tofauti ya yale tuliona Westgate na ile ambayo tumeona leo. Na sitaki kuwapigia debe sana, lakini ukweli ni kwamba leo tumeona a bit of organization.
Manake pia tumeweza kumwona mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma Nurdin Haji akiwa amevalia suti yake na hapo akavaa ile bulletproof pia George Kinoti. Ishara gani wanatuma?
Nurdin Haji hana kazi pale, lakini ni ile inaitwa comradeship. Nurdin Haji hana kazi pale, lakini unajua pia yeye ni mjasusi, hajatoka katika hiyo kazi ya ujasusi, hapa amekuja akafanya kazi ya DPP. But Kinoti pia kulingana na madaraka yake, kwa yale ambayo mimi nafahamu, amekuja pale kupeana moral tu kama afisa wake. Lakini kuna vitengo ambazo zimetayarishwa, zimepangwa na zimewekwa pamoja under the interagency framework, ambayo kazi yake ni kufanya kazi kama hii, na iko na viongozi ambayo sio director na sio DPP. So nadhani Kinoti ameenda pale kupea maafisa wake moral, ile tunaita moral boosting, because I'm here with you, so let's work together, let's finish this business. I think Haji ameenda pale na kofia ya Ruaraka probably, because yeye kama DPP hana kazi yoyote pale. Lakini kwa sababu bado ni serving intelligence officer, nadhani pia ni ile kuenda kuwapea motisha kwamba tuko pamoja na hii kazi tumalize pamoja.
Na kwa wale watasema kwamba ni sadfa kutokea kwamba ni Jumanne tarehe 15 tunaadhimisha miaka 3 tangu shambulio la kigaidi pale El Ade, na hiyo jana mahakama iliweza kutoa uamuzi na kusema kwamba washukiwa watatu wana kesi ya kujibu kufuatia ile shambulio la Westgate mwaka 2013 na mmoja kuachiliwa.
Yes.
Ni ujumbe gani wanajaribu kupitisha? Ama tu tunasema ni sadfa?
No, nadhani tumeongea kuhusu Januari mara mbili na tukasema labda wana mambo ya wanafahamu kutuliko sisi ni vipi tunafanya kazi Januari. Kwa sababu iwezi kuwa ni Al-Ade, Kolbio, then sasa Nairobi. Lakini kesi ya jana na yule jamaa aliachiliwa jana haiwezi kuwa kwamba ni ili shambulizi limetokea leo kwa sababu ya yale yaliyotokea jana. Kwa sababu nimekueleza kwamba Dusit is a very complex area. Na wewe kupanga kwenda kushambulia hoteli ya kifahari kama Dusit ni lazima uliipanga kwa muda mrefu. Kwa sababu Dusit sio hata Westgate. Westgate nataka mfahamu kwamba ilikuwa ni jengo moja. Dusit nadhani vile mnaifahamu na majengo kama 6 ama 5 na yote ni ya kifahari ghorofa. So ni lazima walichukua muda sana Jen kuyapanga.
Na tuliweza kuzungumza na mmoja,
Yes.
Ulimsikiza yule Mkenya akisema kwamba ameona gari hilo si mara moja,
sio mara moja,
mara mbili, lakini mara tatu.
Yes. Na labda hiyo mara tatu ni vile aliona tu. Maybe wamekuja hata wamechukua hoteli pale wamelala, wamepanga wakiwa pale because it is a complex compound. Na lazima ile wachukua muda mrefu kupanda. So siwezi kuweka pamoja yale ambayo yamefanyika leo na ile kesi ya jana.
Tumeona swala la utoaji taarifa leo katika matukio ya leo ukilinganisha na mwaka 2013. Kulikuwa na mkanganyiko wa aina fulani hasa kutoka kwa waziri wa masuala ya usalama wakati huo. Na mpaka sasa hivi imeonekana kwamba kuna aina fulani ya mabadiliko katika jinsi serikali na vyombo vya usalama vinavyotoa taarifa. Unaweza kuzungumziaje hilo?
Yes, kwa sababu baada ya 2013 na mnafahamu kwamba mlikuwa ni waite nini? Andishi wa habari ama
tulikuwa bado tuko tu kazi hii.
Kazi hii. Mnakumbuka kwamba 2013 kulikuwa na matatizo ya kurushiana kwamba sio sisi hatukupata hii, hatukufanya hii. But tukawaeleza hivi na wakati huo kwamba
mattress inaungua.
Yes, na tukawaeleza wakati huo kwamba jambo kama hili lazima tuwe na komanda mmoja. Komanda ambaye amechaguliwa kulingana na vile mmepanga, ambaye atasimamia hili jambo. Kama ni jeshi imepewa na iko kisheria katika Kenya Defence Forces Act, isemekane jeshi ndiye imepewa hii kazi na polisi waje kusaidia, then jeshi itasimamia. So komanda wa hiyo operation atakuwa mwanajeshi. Lakini kama ni operation imepewa polisi kama ya leo, Inspector General ndiye anasimamia hata kama wanajeshi watakuja kumsaidia. So hayo naona leo yametokea kabisa na tumeona ni Inspector General ndiye amesimamia hii operation, na ndio labda kwa sababu mambo yanaenda kwa ufahamu. Ni kusoma, tumesoma na nadhani tumejipanga kidogo, tunaona sasa kuna mwelekeo.
Na kasi pengine ya kutoa hata
information ni moja. Na nadhani ndio tumeona Inspector General kidogo. Nilikuwa na shambulia rafiki yangu Wino. Ni vema wakati wewe unasimamia jambo kama hili ujitokeze tu na kusema kwamba jambo hili limetokea, bado kuna mwelekeo, bado tunachunguza, bado tunafanya operesheni, lakini tutakuja tukiwapea mengi wakati fulani. Lakini msingoje watu waambia wa Kenya, kwa sababu sisi internal security yetu ni uso wa Inspector General. So ni lazima ajitokeze na aseme ABCD hata kama hakuna maneno, lakini tumuone na aongee na Wakenya, na nadhani amefanya hivyo, which was very good.
Na ukizungumza hivyo tunamwona tu huyo Inspector Generali wa polisi anajitokeza na wakati wowote kuanzia sasa atakuwa anazungumza na Wakenya. Itakuwa ni taarifa yake ya pili. Kama mwelekezi wetu ataweza kutupa picha hizo za moja kwa moja kutoka jumba la Harambee, tutakupeleka hapo tuweze kumsikiza Inspector Generali wa polisi ambaye ni Joseph Boinnet.
Earlier, I would like to confirm that the ongoing operations to respond to the attack that happened at that hotel complex has made considerable progress in containing the situation, and various premises have been secured that had been taken over by the criminals. Working very closely with the emergency services, we have been providing evacuation support to members of the public as well as counseling and other trauma services. We have combined specialized units under the singular command of our GSU commandant, Mr. Kanja. And additionally, we have a multi-agency backup that has been deployed to support the operation. Our officers remain focused on our main priority, and that is the search and rescue, as well as the neutralization of the criminal elements. We can now confirm that this criminal activity commenced at about 3 o'clock in a coordinated fashion that began with an attack at I&M Bank with an explosion that targeted 3 vehicles in the parking lot, and a suicide explosion in the foyer of Dusit Hotel, where a number of guests suffered severe injuries. However, owing to the swift and targeted response by our security agencies, the situation has been largely contained, and 6 out of the 7 floors of the hotel building has been secured. And as I said, the operation continues to secure the remaining outbuildings in the complex. At this juncture, we would want to caution members of the public that sympathizers of these criminals have taken to the internet using old and quite disturbing images, all of which have nothing to do with today's incident, in an attempt to spread needless fear and despondency amongst members of the public. We therefore wish to urge everyone not to share, forward, retweet, or otherwise spread these pieces of disturbing information or images, as in doing so will only be doing nothing but abetting the aims of the enemy. We therefore encourage members of the public to flag these images or information in order to bring them to the attention of the necessary authorities. As I had said earlier on, we still call on members of the public to remain calm and go about their normal businesses, but remain very vigilant. And we urge equally those who wish to give or get further information to call our usual numbers that include 999, or approach their local police stations, or contact the DCI at 0721 141 282 and 0722 399 78 in case one has information that will aid investigations into this unfortunate incident. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be providing further updates about this incident later on in the evening. Thank you very much for coming.
Na mtazamaji, basi huyu ni Inspekta Jenerali wa Polisi Joseph Boinnet akiandaa kikao cha pili cha wanahabari. Hapo awali alikuwa amezungumza na sasa ameweza kuzungumza na kudhibitisha kwamba mwendo wa saa 9 alasiri leo kuliweza kutokea shambulio katika eneo la 14 Riverside Drive katika hoteli ya Dusit, lakini anasema kwamba shambulio lilianza katika benki ya I&M na baada ya hapo kukakuwa na mlipuko magari matatu na baada ya hapo kulikuwa na mshambuliaji wa kujitolea muhanga ambaye alifika ndani ya hoteli ya Dusit na hapo watu kadhaa waliweza kujeruhiwa, lakini kufikia sasa ni kwamba maafisa wa usalama wameweza kudhibiti hali na ni kwamba kati ya ghorofa 7, 6 zimeweza kuwa salama, na kwa sasa ni kwamba vitengo tofauti vya usalama viko hapa, lakini operesheni hiyo inaongozwa na kitengo cha GSU Commander Karanja.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, Joseph Boinnet vile vile ametoa tahadhari kwa Wakenya kutokubali kuvuruga taarifa ambazo zinatumiwa na wale ambao wamewataja kama ni wale ambao ni washirika wa njia isiyo ya moja kwa moja wa magaidi ambao wanashambulia au wametekeleza shambulizi la leo, kwamba wanatumia video pamoja na picha za zamani kueneza hofu miongoni mwa Wakenya. Amewataka Wakenya kupuuzilia mbali taarifa kama hizo na picha kama hizo pamoja na video kama hizo, na vile vile kuwajulisha maafisa wa polisi mara moja kuhusiana na matukio kama hayo ili waweze kudhibiti. Anasema kwamba utumiaji wa taarifa za aina hiyo unatia hofu kwa upande mmoja, lakini kwa upande wa pili unawasaidia magaidi walioko katika jengo hilo kuzidi kufahamu mikakati na nini kinachoendelea katika swala zima la kujaribu kudhibiti usalama katika eneo hilo.
Anasema kwamba iwapo una habari zozote unaweza kuwasiliana nao kupitia nambari 0721 141 282 ama 0722 39998. Na kwa hivi sasa labda tutamleta tu kwa sasa Brenda Wanga ambaye yuko katika eneo hilo la jumba la Harambee ambapo kikao hicho cha wanahabari kimeweza kufanyika. Inspector General wa polisi, na kama ulivyoona hakuna fursa hata ya kuuliza maswali.
Bila shaka sasa hivi ni taarifa na anasema taarifa zaidi zitakuwa zinatolewa. Brenda, kama unatupata labda kwa mukhtasari sana nukta muhimu katika hotuba hiyo au katika taarifa hiyo ambayo imetolewa na Joseph Boinnet.
Na Jen na Salim, tuko hapa katika makao makuu ya polisi ambapo inspekta mkuu wa polisi ametoa taarifa nyingine ambayo kwa sasa inazidi kutupatia picha zaidi ya kile kilichojiri alasiri ya leo. Kutokana na hotuba yake anasema kwamba tukio hili ama shambulio hili lilitokea mwendo wa saa 9 na kwamba ilikuwa kwa vile wamombo wanasema a very well organized attack. He says that at first this what he refers to as criminal elements attacked an I&M bank within that complex of buildings, and then there was a suicide attack in the foyer of the Dusit hotel where there was a number of guests who, some of them he said suffered serious injuries. So this is amongst the fresh information that we are getting, fresh details about exactly what transpired. He also says that 6 out of the 7 floors of that hotel have been secured. The people who were in there have been rescued. The rescue, search and neutralizing of the criminal elements, he says, is what that operation is now focusing on. At the same time, he says that there's a special multi-agency team that is being led by the GSU command on the ground, just trying to make sure that everything, they are doing everything they can to rescue everyone who is still perhaps trapped in that building. Also, just cautioning members of the public against what he says is the spreading of propaganda on social media. He says if you get information, you get images, videos that have nothing to do with that attack today, please do not spread it because this will just be playing into the hands of what he terms as criminal elements. So that is what he has told us just a few minutes ago, saying that he will be giving us more updates as the evening progresses and as a search, rescue and neutralizing operation at the Dusit building also go on. Back to you in studio.
Naam, Brenda, labda kabla sija kuachia tu kaondoka, vile vile inspekta mkuu wa polisi Boinnet amezungumzia swala zima la kwamba kuna shughuli za uokoaji ambazo zinaendelea kujaribu kusafisha baadhi ya majengo au tuseme ni baadhi ya gorofa. Amesema kwamba gorofa 6 kati ya 7 kwa sasa hivi ni salama. Labda ukiwa karibu na maafisa wa polisi wanazungumzia kwamba je, wanafanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba na gorofa au gorofa moja ambayo iliyosalia inabakia inathibitiwa na kuwa salama?
Na Salim anasema kwamba operesheni hizo bado zinaendelea, ni operesheni ambazo hawezi kutuambia kwa kina ni nini wanafanya, lakini ametuhakikishia kwamba kuna maafisa wengi tu ambao hivi sasa wako katika eneo hilo na wanafanya kila wanaloweza kuhakikisha kwamba wahalifu ambao walivamia hoteli hiyo na majengo mengine ambayo yako karibu na hoteli hiyo wanaweza kushikwa na kutolewa bila kudhuru wananchi ambao bado huenda akawa bado wameshikwa ama wamejificha katika vyumba mbalimbali katika majengo hayo. Salim,
je, maafisa wa usalama wametoa pengine kiwango cha muda ambacho pengine huenda wanatarajia kukamilisha kazi hiyo?
La hasha, hawajatupatia muda. Wanasema kwamba ni operesheni ambayo inaendelea. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yataathiri ama yatafanya operesheni hii iishe sasa hivi ama iendelee zaidi, lakini kwa sasa hatuwezi jua itachukua muda gani, lakini wamehakikisha kwamba hawatatoka pale hadi wahakikisha kwamba watu ambao wako ndani, wananchi ambao wako ndani ya jumba hilo wametolewa wakiwa hali salama. Salim.
Brenda, labda tu nitakuuliza, manake hapo ndipo maafisa wengi wanakongamana. Labda tuelezee tu maafisa gani wa usalama umeweza kuona hapo, waziri wa usalama Fred Matiang'i na kina nani wengine tena?
Hapa katika jumba la Jogoo tumemwona tu inspector mkuu wa polisi na komanda wengine wa kikosi hiki, lakini kufikia sasa tuseme kwamba baadhi ama wengi wa maafisa wa usalama polisi wako kwenye eneo la tukio. Hapa ni kuja tu kutoa habari na kurejea kwenye eneo la tukio kuona kwamba ni operation inaendelea vipi. Kwa hivi hapa tunaweza sema kwa kimombo tuseme tu ni operation center for the time being, but most of the action is actually taking place at the scene of the attack. Jen?
Na asante sana Brenda Wanga akizungumza nasi kutoka jumba la Jogoo, ambapo Inspector Jenerali wa polisi Joseph Boinnet ametoa taarifa yake hapo, na nataka sasa kumzungumzia Simiyu Werunga. Jambo la kwanza tumeweza kumuona inspector akisema ni kwamba tumeweza kudhibiti hali, lakini la muhimu amesema kwamba kuna vitengo tofauti, lakini operesheni hii inasimamiwa na kamanda wa GSU na vikosi vingine ama ukipenda multi agency, lakini alimtaja yule bwana Karanja.
Nilieleza kwamba kwa sababu sasa hii ni operesheni ya polisi, lazima tuwe na kamanda kutoka kikosi cha polisi, na huyo komanda ndio anaongea directly na Inspector General kwa yale yote ambayo yanafanyika on the ground. Na nilimwambia hii ni tofauti na yale tuliona 2013 kwamba tunaona wamesoma, wamejipanga na wameanza kufanya kazi kisawa. Karanja hata kama atasaidiwa na wanajeshi, wote watafanya operesheni chini ya Karanja, sio kwa upande wa usimamizi wa kicommand, lakini in terms of supporting the police service. Lazima tufahamu kuna tofauti ya command responsibilities na support to the civil police. So wakati jeshi linatuma watu wake kwa operesheni kama hii kuja kusaidia kikosi cha polisi, wote watakuwa wanafanya kulingana na operesheni plan ya Karanja, na yeye ndiye anatakiwa kutoa taarifa yoyote ya yale ambayo yanafanyika katika hoteli ya Dusit. Wanajeshi watakuwa wakiripoti kwa wakubwa wao, lakini directly kwa wakubwa wao. But anything ambayo wana Kenya wanatakiwa wafahamu kulingana na hiyo operesheni ni bwana Karanja atakuwa anayatoa na anamtumia Inspector General. Sasa ninaona kama yeye ndio sasa information officer, Inspector General. Anatumia yale yote ambayo yanafanyika, alafu Inspector General anaongea na Wakenya na kuambia ni yapi yanaendelea.
Na pia kama mchanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama, wakati mwingine wanasema kuna ile unaangalia mtu usemi wake na hata body language yake. Unapomwangalia Joseph Boinnet, wewe unaona vipi? Ni kama wako sawa wakati huu? Manake ukikumbuka ule wakati mwingine kulikuwa na ile hali ya wasiwasi, kigumizi, hofu imetanda. Wakenya mara nyingi hawako wanapata ile habari na wanataka ile habari lakini hawapati. Wakati huu unaona vipi?
Vile naona huyu jamaa ako sawa, anakaa ni kama they're in charge. You look the body language, the way he's speaking. Sometimes, you know, Boinnet, he doesn't stammer, but sometimes he speaks with a cutting framework. But you can see this time he's really speaking it out. Anaongea akiwa is in charge of his language, is in charge of his words, and is telling Kenyans as a very sober minded Inspector General of Police. Lakini ningependa, sijui kama ni mimi nisikia vizuri, alisema kwamba wamedhibiti ghorofa 6 kati ya 7. Ni ghorofa ama ni floors?
Ni floors.
Because Dusit is a complex.
Anasema ni floors.
Anasema ni floors ama ni majengo?
6 out of 7 floors.
Yeah, na ujue niliwaambia kwamba Dusit, si hata mnajua huyu mkubwa wa CRA.
Ndio.
Ako na maofisi zake na ziko exactly kwa lile jengo ambalo Dusit iko kama hoteli. So ni lazima pia tuambiwe hizo 6 floors, is it the whole complex ama ni lile ambalo hoteli yenyewe imesimamia? Because huyu mlipuaji mnamuita nini?
Inspector.
The suicide bomber. alienda katika foyer ya hoteli. Na kama unafahamu Dusit, foyer ya hoteli unaingia hivi, lakini hata wakati unaingia ndani kuna majengo ambayo yamezunguka hoteli ambayo ni suites, ni maafisi, na shops. The bank is fairly outside when you're entering that complex. So ni vyema, I think, angetuelezea wa Kenya ama Owino tupata nafasi ambia wa Kenya wamedhibiti the buildings or the floors of the hotel, because there are very many offices in that complex that are not essentially on the same building where the hotel is.
Na bila shaka ni swala tunaweza kumuuliza hata kupitia mitandao ya simu kutuma ujumbe. Lakini tukizungumzia utumiaji wa mitandao, changamoto gani inaleta katika hali kama hii?
Unajua kuna kitu kinaitwa propaganda na wameitumia sana hawa Al-shabaab. Naweza kuwapea story moja one time ambapo tulikuwa na mlipuka hapa Moi Avenue. Na Raila Amolo akiwa Prime Minister hakukawia, akajipeleka katika sehemu ya attack. Within I think 5 minutes tukaanza kumuona kwa mtandao. Na nani walikuwa wanatuma mtandao? Al-shabaab. So nadhani ni vyema vile Inspector Police amesema na State House wamesema. And today I'm not speaking for these people. I speak for what I think is good or is bad. Vile amesema, huwa tunawasaidia sana wakati tunaanza kucheza na picha katika mtandao za kijamii. Their aim is to spread propaganda, na kuna watu duniani ambao hawayaelewi ambayo yanaendelea kwa sasa. So wakiona hizo picha watafikiria Kenya sisi tumemalizika. So I think I'll agree with him that if you are not sure about the photo that you've been sent, don't share.
Na pia kuna lile jambo unaweza kumwona hapo Joseph Boinnet akitoa nambari. Akisema kama uko na ujumbe wowote tumia nambari 0721141282. Manake hapo awali kuna watu kadhaa walikuwa natuma ujumbe wanasema kwamba kama uko na habari zozote tuma hapa, lakini inasemekana kwamba ni nambari za uongo.
That is what we are now saying, centralized command and centralized information. So you take information to the people and they also share with you under a centralized system. Do tutoe haya these other fellas who like talking about things they have no idea. And I think, like I said, it looks a fairly organized operation this time.
Na mtume kama umesema tayari Inspector huyo Joseph Boinnet anaonyesha kwamba ameweza kudhibiti hali na kushika hali, lakini wengi watajiuliza kwa sasa Rais atatarajiwa kuzungumza?
Waziri wa masuala ya ndani,
usalama wa mataifa Fred Matiang'i.
Watu
wakati mmoja watataka kusikia sauti ya rais.
Okay, wacha nikueleze vile nafahamu, labda ninakosea. Waziri wa usalama is a policy maker. Yale mlikuwa mnaona 2013, everything was wrong. Hii ni operesheni ambayo Inspector General amesimamia na ni yeye anatakiwa kuwa anaongea na Wakenya. Kutafika mahala ambapo sasa Inspector General anaweza kumwalika Commander in Chief, sio waziri, Commander in Chief who is also the President of the Republic of this country, because this is a security operation where the Commander in Chief can now come and speak to us with two hearts, as the Commander in Chief as well as the President of this country. To me, I'll imagine that is what Boinnet will do, lakini he can only do that wakati ameona kwamba operation inaenda kuwa ikiisha, na kwamba ana ufahamu na confidence ya kwamba hata sasa akimwelezea rais akuja asimame na kuaddress wa Kenya, tutakuwa tumefika ile sehemu ambapo idara ya polisi na wengine wote wanajua kwamba karibu tumalize hiyo operation. But nataka kurudi nyuma na kueleza kitu kimoja. Kama ni kweli operation wame take over 9 floors, let me assume it's 9 buildings.
6.
Then that speaks to what niloelezea kwamba this looks like a very hurried operation. They might have planned for long, but the execution by the terrorists is very poor and very disorganized. And that's why it can be quickly rounded up the way we are seeing, because if, and I'm not saying they are poor planners, if they had planned it the way they did like Westgate, that complex ingechukua polisi kama siku 3.
Na kuna mmoja hapa ambaye ni mmiliki wa hoteli na ni rafiki yangu, alinitumia ujumbe, anasema our hotels are already experiencing challenges with guests and now this happens, we are doomed. Lakini anaendelea kusema la kusikitisha ni kwamba kuna baadhi ya Wakenya ambao wamefanya ufisadi na kukubali wahuni hawa kuingia ndani. Swala la ufisadi, ugaidi.
But niliwaguzia hapa nikawaambia matatizo ambayo tuko nayo, moja ni ufisadi. Na ningependa sasa kumaddress Bwana Matiang'i. Kuna watu Kenya hii wanaitwa chiefs na assistant chiefs. Na kwa boda zetu zote kuna hao maafisa. Swali ambalo nataka kujiuliza, wakati gaidi anaingia Kenya na anakuja kuishi na Wakenya, hata kama Wakenya wenyewe hawataki kusema kwamba tuko na gaidi anaishi na sisi, kazi ya chief na assistant chief vile sisi tunaifahamu. So hatuwezi kuwa tunalaumu Wakenya kwamba amsaidii serikali, amsaidii vyombo vya usalama, na yet we have government officers who are supposed to be the president's eye on the ground. Na wewe unafahamu, labda you are not my age, but during our time chief alikuwa anajua paka ni nini mnafanya kwa boma yenu. So what has gone wrong? And if they are not working, if they are not functioning, then abolish that post. Number 2, kuna committee ilikuwa imewekwa Harambee House. Watu hawakuipenda wakati ilikuwa inaitwa Nyumba 10. Kakuja kavunjwa, kapewa jina fulani. If Matiang'i and Kibicho want to assist this country, that committee ilikuwa inaitwa People's Participation in National Security. It was a wonderful idea. I was part of Nyumba 10 before I stepped aside. The leadership was the problem of the committee, but the idea is a brilliant idea. And if this country wants to achieve yale tunataka, that idea ya kuleta Wakenya kufanya kazi na serikali na vyombo vya usalama na county governments, I think it should be quickly re-established under a new leadership. Because I think the problem was leadership that was not contemporary and was not modern. But swali na kueleza kama hiyo committee inaweza kupewa kazi na ifanye vyema yale ambayo nimesema kwamba NCTC is not working, that committee could have done very well. Ingeleta Wakenya pamoja, wangewafunza vipi kufanya kazi na serikali, ingewapea responsibilities, halafu haya maneno yote kama chief ana fail, then Kenyans will be working under this. So I think that is my answer to your question. Raisi ataletwa wakati nadhani Inspector General amefikia kiwango ambapo anaona wamedhibiti hali katika hoteli ya Dusit. So hata raisi akiongea ni kama kumalizia na kuwapea nafasi to wrap up and continue with the operations.
Naam, shukran sana mpenzi mtazamaji. Kama ndio kwanza unafungulia runinga yako na kujiunga nasi, tunaendelea na matangazo haya ya moja kwa moja kuhusiana na matukio ambayo yameanza kujiri tangu saa 9 alasiri ya leo. Shambulizi katika eneo la 14 Riverside hapa jijini Nairobi, shambulizi ambalo sasa maafisa wa polisi wanaamini yanaweza kuwa ni mashambulizi ya kigaidi, na ni matukio ambayo bila shaka yamepelekea vitengo mbalimbali vya usalama kushiriki na kujaribu kukabiliana na wale ambao ni wanadaiwa kuwa washambulizi wako katika jengo hilo la Dusit, na ni shambulizi ambalo pia limechochea taarifa mbili kutoka katika idara ya polisi. Joseph Boinnet akizungumza na waandishi wa habari mara mbili Jen.
Naam, na kwa sasa kwa wale ambao labda hawakupata fursa ya kuweza kumpata Joseph Boinnet akitoa taarifa yake, tunataka kukupa taarifa hiyo.
Lakini kabla ya hapo, kwanza tunajiunga na mwandishi wetu Ken Mijungu ambaye yuko katika eneo hilo la 14 Riverside. Ken, kama unatupata kwa sasa hivi, nini kinaendelea?
Kwa muda mchache uliopita tumeweza kuona watu wachache waliokuwa wamefungiwa huko ndani wameweza kutolewa na afisa wa polisi wenye wako huko ndani, and of course we have been camping here for almost 5 hours now, and we have been able to witness several activities that have been going on here. And in the last few minutes, perhaps 10 to 15 minutes ago, there were several gunshots which you could judge from low caliber and high caliber rifles, and because darkness is set in, and obviously despite desperation has set in, and obviously the people who are inside are getting worried. I was just speaking to Boni Halwale, whose daughter is stuck inside there, plus a lot of other people, estimated to be between 40 and 100 who are still trapped. We're still not clear on the number, because even the security personnel have not been able to access most of that building. But even from his speech, he's getting a little bit worried, but he's still hopeful that his daughter, together with a lot of other people who are still trapped in, who work here, who perhaps were just visiting, who are going to the banking hall here, will be rescued. You can read within his voice and the tone of his speech that there is some kind of anxiety that is setting in with the darkness. But again, there's a lot of hope here that the security personnel will be able to end this sooner rather than late. And they're also counting on their training to ensure that a lot more people come out safe, because where we are currently, they are not sure of what they are facing. We have had a lot of unconfirmed stories from inside there. We've heard about the people who are trapped there, telling us a story. Like I had a remarkable story of a young lady who told me that when she was about to be rescued, the source of the anxiety was the voice, because the person who was calling out for them to get out and run to safety had an accent, and they didn't know which person is this. So she said that if it was an accent that they could identify with, heavy traditional accent, they would have been more comfortable. But there were also a little anxiety when they saw the person moving in, and it was light, and it was one of the rescuers here. They were glad that he was a rescuer, but that was one of the remarkable stories of survival that I heard from the lady, plus a host of them who have managed to go home. Some took a long time just to mill around here and ensure that the people they left behind in their offices were out safe. And indeed, we are glad that there are a lot of people who have come out really anxious and shocked, but safe, and the operation is still going on. In the last hour or so, again, there's been a lot of reinforcement from Reke Squad. We've seen quite a number of personnel coming in armed to the teeth, and right now what we understand from the people who have gone inside and come out is that they're preparing to look at the best way to access the building. We've also heard about a building that they were trying to access that has no lights on, and has the lift has also is not also operational, because obviously the light has been turned off. So they're struggling to use the stairs to get to the people who they are aware where they are, because remarkably they are still communicating and sending messages and trying to get as much help as they can. So they've been sending SMSs. So the personnel here are well aware where they are. What remains is the tactical approach that they're going to use to ensure that they get these people out. So as we stand here and now waiting for the good news from inside, they're very hopeful that indeed this stalemate shall end, this siege shall end. Another thing that perhaps we should mention is they're not so clear in the number of attackers who are inside there. Earlier in the day, we were reporting that there was an arrest that was made, and one of the people who was arrested was taken out of this place in one of the security personnel vehicles. It was driven off under tight security. We've also heard that 2 more people have been arrested, but the overall picture, the bigger picture, is about how many people have been rescued from this point. So even as we hear more gunshots from inside there, the hope is really how many people. In fact, there's just been an explosion, and there's a lot of smoke just a second or two ago. And just like we have been reporting, it's not clear. We hear these explosions. This is about the second or the third one since we came here, but it's not clear where that explosion is coming from. There were several also gunshots from inside. It's still not clear who is shooting, because also we understand that the attackers, from where they are very aggressive, and there's a lot of tactical approach that is needed here. So the hope here, you can see a lot of people who are here, is that we'll get as much people outside safely, even as they move towards ending this siege, that they are hopeful in the next minutes or hours it shall end, because the ultimate goal is to try and arrest these people and get as many people as they can outside safely. Though several people, if you look at the hotel and the surrounding areas, and even the people who work here, the approximation is almost 1,500, 2,000. So until all these people are accounted for, they cannot for sure say that everyone is safe and out. The other thing that is not so clear is also the number of casualties. We've had reports from the rescuers telling us there's quite a number of casualties, but that number is not yet clear. And until this operation is done and dusted, we are unable to say that. And right now, what we can see from where we are the fire trucks from the Nairobi County that have just driven off. The ambulances are still here, but there are a lot of people here, both local and international foreign media, trying to get also this information as much as they can. The other foreigners we have seen here is security personnel. We have seen quite a number of them from the United Nations because of their dressing. We've seen quite a number of them from the British Army. We've seen them here, and aside from that, we have the security personnel from the country, Recce squad from all departments of the police, and earlier on we even saw a chopper from the Kenya Air Force also flying above here. About 7:30 there was also a police chopper that came back and flew, did about 5-6 rounds, and then flew out of this area. But that's the overall picture of what's happening here right now. So if we have any more information, we'll be able to tell you that, but basically that's what's going on. And now we can see a lot of the ambulances also moving. Probably we don't know why, but if we get that information, we will certainly be able to tell you what's happening exactly. But on the security personnel who went in, none has come out, only the ones that are guarding this place. And we also understand the road is still closed from both sides, from Kileleshwa side and from Wayakiwe side. And the residents who live around here have been given a free pass, though. They can still get to their homes, and they're being shown a better and a safer route towards their homes. So basically that's happening. If you see that's an ambulance just moving to position, we'll wait and see what happens if we have more information, especially the information that a lot of people want to hear is how many more people are able to get out as parents, as relatives, as colleagues grow anxious, and they're down here waiting to see their colleagues who are still trapped in there out safely. Back to you, Jane and Salim.
Naam, asante sana Ken Mijungu. Mpenzi mtazamaji, ni mwandishi wetu Ken Mijungu akizungumza nasi moja kwa moja kutoka eneo hilo la 14 Riverside, katika karibu kidogo na jengo hilo ambalo limeshambuliwa mchana wa leo alasiri leo, akizungumzia kuhusu milio ya risasi ambayo inaendelea kusikika katika eneo hilo, na baadhi ya nyakati kumesikika hata milipuko wakati ambapo Ken alikuwa akizungumza.
Namna anasema kwamba baadhi ya Wakenya wameweza kufika hapo, wako na wapendwa wao hapo ndani, wanatumai kwamba shughuli ya kuweza kuokoa itafanyika na itakuwa salama, na kwamba usalama utaweza kudhibitiwa. Na tunaelezwa kwamba wakati wote kuanzia sasa ni kwamba waziri wa usalama wa ndani Fred Matiang'i pia atakuwa anaandaa kikao na waandishi wa habari na kuzungumzia, na labda pia atakuwa anatoa tu hakikisho kwamba kila kitu kitakuwa shwari, na kutuelezea je, operesheni hadi kufikia sasa imefika wapi. Lakini awali tuliweza kumwona Inspector General wa polisi Joseph Boinnet akitoa kikao cha pili kwa waandishi wa habari. Kuna wengine labda kupata fursa kuweza kumsikiza na kutazama yale aliyosema. Kwa sasa tumpate Joseph Boinnet.
Further to the statement that I made earlier, I would like to confirm that the ongoing operations to respond to the attack that happened at that hotel complex has made considerable progress in containing the situation, and various premises have been secured that had been taken over by the criminals. Working very closely with the emergency services, we have been providing evacuation support to members of the public, as well as counseling and other trauma services. We have combined specialized units under the singular command of our GSU commandant, Mr. Kanja. And additionally, we have a multi-agency backup that has been deployed to support the operation. Our officers remain focused on our main priority, and that is the search and rescue, as well as the neutralization of the criminal elements. We can now confirm that this criminal activity commenced at about 3 o'clock in a coordinated fashion that began with an attack at I&M Bank with an explosion that targeted 3 vehicles in the parking lot and a suicide explosion in the foyer of Dusit Hotel, where a number of guests suffered severe injuries. However, owing to the swift and targeted response by our security agencies, the situation has been largely contained, and 6 out of the 7 floors of the hotel building has been secured. And as I said, the operation continues to secure the remaining outbuildings in the complex. At this juncture, we would want to caution members of the public that sympathizers of these criminals have taken to the internet using old and quite disturbing images, all of which have nothing to do with today's incident, in an attempt to spread needless fear and despondency amongst members of the public. We therefore wish to urge everyone not to share, forward, retweet, or otherwise spread these pieces of disturbing information or images, as in doing so will only be doing nothing but abetting the aims of the enemy. We therefore encourage members of the public to flag these images or information in order to bring them to the attention of the necessary authorities. As I had said earlier on, we still call on members of the public to remain calm and go about their normal businesses, but remain very vigilant. And we urge equally those who wish to give or get further information to call our usual numbers that include 999 or approach their local police stations or contact the DCI at 0721 141 282 and 0722 399 78 in case one has information that will aid investigations into this unfortunate incident. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be providing further updates about this incident later on in the evening.
Na Inspekta Mkuu wa Polisi Joseph Boinnet muda mfupi uliopita akizungumza na waandishi wa habari amekihutubia taifa kupitia vyombo vya habari kwa mara ya pili tangu kutokea mashambulizi katika eneo la 14 Riverside katika majengo ya Dusit, ambapo hadi kufikia sasa operesheni za kujaribu kuokoa watu kutoka katika jengo hilo zinaendelea, akizungumzia masuala mbalimbali, na bila shaka Wakenya wanaendelea kuzungumzia matukio hayo ya kutwa nzima kupitia mitandao. Ni Jen.
Kuna Busko Dini nasema tunawapa pole wote waliojeruhiwa. MC Orango Rogers anasema nawatakia afueni haraka kwa majeruhi wote, na natazama kutoka Kilifi. Munyinya Mmoja anasema pole kwa wale waliojeruhiwa na mlipuko huo, ninawaombea. Anazungumza kutoka Kirinyaga. Kuna mwingine hapa anasema pole kwa Wakenya wote hapo, msitoe habari yoyote ama kuweka picha yoyote kwa mtandao, ombea Kenya kama mimi niko hapa. Anasema wapi Kirugoya. Na kuna Arab Siele anasema Mungu ailinde Kenya. Na kuna huyu mmoja Bush Zakari na simu nataka uchangie, anasema it's unfortunate that we have started new year with terror attack in Nairobi. Hope our security officers will manage to calm down the situation. Quick recovery to injury. We love you Kenya. Ile ambayo nataka uzungumzie ni Gatuche, anasema my friend, I have been to different countries but the equipment I saw being used today is of very high standards. Let's appreciate our forces, especially at a time like this. Terror attack happen even in most sophisticated countries.
Yes, naacha nimejibu kwa kimombo. That is the truth, and that's why I said no country in the world can pretend to say the can manage terrorism 100%. The fact that we are able to deal with this thing quickly, na hizo vyombo nasema ni kumaanisha kwamba tunaendelea kujihami. But pia nilisema kwamba Kenya is one of the countries in Africa that works very closely with most advanced countries from the West to deal with terrorism. And therefore, as they assess our capacity from time to time, they also continue giving us equipment that they feel can satisfy our needs in dealing with terrorism. You see, Kenya is tied to a lot of countries, especially in the West. China is just coming in recently. And the stability of Kenya in the region is a hallmark of all Western countries. And therefore, everything that we need, we know America is pumping a lot of money kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Uingereza wanapamba a lot of money kuwa train na kutupea vyombo. China pia imesaidia kiasi, lakini unapata mataifa ya magharibi mengi yanatusaidia kwa vyombo, kwa hali na mali na pia training. So nadhani tangu 2013 na vile pia tumeumizwa Al-Ade na Kolbio, Kenya iliketi chini na ikasema sisi tumefika hapa. Tupe mwelekeo mkitusaidia ni vipi tunaweza kusaidia kanda ya Afrika Mashariki na Kenya kibinafsi kudhibiti haya majangili. And that's why nadhani today what we are seeing, apart from me thinking these people are completely, they came into this thing in a hurry, and I still maintain that. Because kupanga lazima walipanga kwa muda mrefu sana. Lakini the way mambo yanaenda vile tunaona, they were not able to sustain what they wanted to achieve.
Wengi simi wanasema kwamba Kenya, na pengine kwa kumalizia tu, kwamba tuna mataifa mengi ya Afrika Mashariki na upembe wa Afrika kwa jumla ambazo zina wanajeshi katika nchi ya Somalia. Kwa nini Kenya tu hiyo inakumbwa na mashambulizi ya aina hii? Kwa nini si Uganda wana wanajeshi wao chini ya AMISOM kule Somalia, Burundi wana wanajeshi wao kule Somalia chini ya AMISOM?
Lazima tuelewe ni nchi gani iko na jamii ya Wasomali wengi Afrika Mashariki. Tunajua Ethiopia wako na ile inaitwa Southern Zone, I think Zone 5. But the way Ethiopia has been managing its politics has been through dictatorship. Kenya has been a democracy. So we had this laissez-faire attitude ya kuacha watu wanaishi vile wanataka, wanaleta watoto wao hapa, wanatoka refugee camp, wanakuja kujenga nyumba za kifahari humu. So hilo limekuwa ni tatizo, alafu pia ukichangia corruption. Kwa sababu wengine wamekuwa wakiingia through corruption. Maafisa wanapewa pesa, wanawapewa vitambulisho, maafisa wanapewa pesa, wanawabeba kutoka Garissa kueleta Nairobi. So kuna mchango ya kwamba sisi because of a political system na ufisadi umechangia kwamba yale yote ambayo tunayaona is because of that. Ethiopia, watu husema kwa nini hatuna matatizo Ethiopia? But Ethiopia has been a dictator for a very long time. And dictators don't allow their people any space to do what they want. And if you do it, they don't negotiate or take you to court, they kill you. So nadhani hilo ndio tatizo tuko nalo. Ukienda Uganda kuna Wasomali wachache sana. Na sisemi Wasomali wote ndio wanajihusisha na mambo ya ugaidi. Lakini wengi kwa wale wote ambao wamejihusisha ni wa jamii ya Kisomali. Tunajua kuna Wakenya, kuna Simiyu mnasema nini kuslimu. Simiyu ameslimu, tunajua Onyango ameslimu, kuna Wamboya ameslimu, lakini majority ya wale ambao wanajihusisha na ujambazi, ugaidi ni jamii ya Kisomali na Waislamu. Because kuna vijana wengi pia wametoka Kwale, kuna vijana wengi wametoka Kilifi, kuna vijana wengi wametoka Mombasa, wamejislimu na kujipeleka Somalia, ama wameenda wakiwa already na Waislamu.
Ingawa nukta ya wazi ni kwamba Uislamu pia haushajiishi au hauhimizi watu kutekeleza ugaidi.
Hilo tunafahamu na tunakubali. Dini la Kiislamu halimaanishi wewe lazima uwe gaidi. Lakini unfortunately wengi ambao wanajihusisha ni wa dini ya Kiislamu. Na tuseme ni dini inawaambia waende wafanye hayo. Hiyo tunafahamu kabisa, na tuseme dini ndio tatizo. But wengi ambao wanajihusisha ni wa hilo dini. So ukiweka kwamba tuko na wenzetu wengi wa jamii ya Kisomali, wenzetu wengi ambao ni wa dini la Kiislamu, na wengi ambao wameslimu ya dini ya Kiislamu, wakitumia Uislamu kama the thing to use to do what they are doing. But what we know, Islam, you call it Islam, isn't it?
Indeed.
Does not advocate for terror. But they use that all over the world to perpetuate what is not and what is against the Quran.
Naam, bila shaka huyo ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama Simei Werunga amekuwa nasi hapa studioni, na tumekuwa tukikuletea matangazo ya moja kwa moja tangu shambulio hilo kutokea mwendo wa saa 9 alasiri, na hadi kufikia sasa operesheni inaendelea katika eneo hilo la 14 Riverside Drive katika jumba la Dusit, na tumeweza kumwona Inspector mkuu wa polisi Joseph Boinnet akitoa vikao viwili na waandishi wa habari akisema kwamba usalama unaendelea na hali imeweza kudhibitiwa. Amesema ghorofa 6 kati ya 7 zimeweza kuwa salama, na wanahabari wetu wako katika maeneo mbalimbali. Tuko na Seth Olale, Ken Mijungu katika eneo hilo, pia Vincent Odoro, pia tuko na Zainab Ismail ambaye yuko katika eneo la hospitali ya Avenue, na hapo ni kwamba majeruhi alikuwa amesema kwamba 11 wakati tulizungumza na yeye wameweza kupelekwa hospitalini na kwa sasa wanauguzwa. Bila shaka tunaendelea na matangazo hayo, lakini muda mfupi kutoka sasa tutakuwa tunawapisha wenzetu wa Kiingereza ambaye ni Dennis Okari pamoja na Olive Baru.
Kukumbusha tu mtazamaji ni kwamba habari za hivi punde tu ni kwamba Waziri wa Usalama wa Taifa Dr. Fred Matiang'i atakuwa anazungumza wakati wote kutoka sasa kutoka majengo ya Harambee, pengine kutoa tathmini yake kuhusiana na yale yanayoendelea. Lakini hayo yote tutapata katika sehemu yetu ya muendelezo wa matangazo haya kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, wakati ambapo Dennis Okari kama alivyosema Jane pamoja na Olive Baru tutakuwa naingia hapa na kukuletea tu yale ambayo unapaswa kujua punde, au tutakuwa tunakuletea matangazo hayo ya dakika baada ya dakika ili kuhakikisha kwamba haupitwi na lolote. Endelea kutazama runinga NTV.
Wanaingia, si unaona vile wanakuja, unaona mpaka wamekuja na nini? Tweet ilitumwa wana wa go, tweet. Wana wa go. Ndio wanakuja basi hii. Ingekuwa tuna strike wangekuja hata before tuanze kustrike. Strike nao wanaponga wanatoka. Ingia huko, ingia. Ingia kila mtu aingie. Madam, relax, okay. Okay.
Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, hakuna ambulance! Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, hakuna ambulance! Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, hakuna ambulance! Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic!
Ambulance, hakuna
Medic!
ambulance!
We're continuing to give you this coverage, and the ugly face of terror has shown itself in Kenya again, right in the capital city of Nairobi. Quite an unfortunate day and turn of events where death, injuries and untold anxiety following what is the marks of a terror attack.
Dusit D2 Hotel on 14 Riverside Drive in Nairobi's Westlands area was the location of the attack. It started with a loud blast, which was followed by gunshots.
This left many at the least injured and stranded in the hotel and adjacent buildings, and some people are still unaccounted for or yet to be evacuated.
And we're bringing you comprehensive coverage of the events as updates come in from the various locations.
Well, at 14 Riverside Drive, Ken Mijungu is standing by to give us a status update of the scene of the attack. At a different location of 14 Riverside Drive, Seth Olale will be giving us details of survivor testimonials, having spoken to some of them.
And others were rushed to various hospitals for treatment. And Zainab Ismail is standing by for an update from the Avenue Hospital in Parklands.
Well, Brenda Wanga is also at the office of the President, where Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, is set to give an update coming after two others done by the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet. But before we go to the live locations, let's just take a look at what has been happening today. And there's so much that has happened. We're covering this, and we are not quite sure how long this is going to take. But let's go to Seth Olale, who's at 14 Riverside, to give us an update of what's happening. Seth?
Seth.
So go. Well, also here we've been able to talk to some of the residents who were caught up in this particular standoff, and especially those who were not here when that particular incident happened. And what is happening is that the police are coordinating how they're going to join the loved ones at their specific residence, and each and every person entering, especially through the entrance of the River Drive Avenue, is being escorted by police. They have to show their identification as well as indicate which particular apartment or which particular court or even the house number they are going to. The police are not taking any chances in this particular exercise, but we also had some of the employees and some of the residents who, in fact, we had some reports of a pilot who's actually lives around here, and he's supposed to be on duty. He was supposed to be on duty from 7 p.m. But by 6:45 p.m. he was not.
Unfortunately, we've lost Seth Olale there, but we do have other people on the ground, including Brenda Mulinya, who is outside the office of the President, where we expect the Interior CS, Fred Matiang'i, to issue a statement. So far, the Inspector General of Police has given 2 updates from Jogo House. Well, let's link up with Brenda Mulinya, who is going to give us details of what's happening, what we expect, because Joseph Boinnet, who's the Police Inspector General of Police, has been giving updates 2 times now. We're expecting a third one, but Brenda, tell us what's happening there.
Expect that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, is expected to come out here and give us a statement on the events that have unfolded this afternoon in the capital city, that attack at the Dusit 2 Hotel. Just about 20-30 minutes ago, we had another press conference by the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, where he shed a bit more light on the events that unfolded, telling us that it was a well-coordinated attack by armed criminal elements agents. That's what he's calling the people who carried out this attack. He says they attacked the building at around 3 p.m. First of all, they went attacked the I&M bank at that particular complex, and then attacked the foyer of the Dusit 2 hotel, where some of the hotel residents, customers suffered serious injuries, extent to which he did not tell us. But he did tell us that the police and other security agents are on the ground. They have been there since they responded to that attack. They do not know the fatalities and the casualties as of this time, but they will be letting us know as the police officers, the security officers continue to comb the buildings in that complex. He did also mention earlier that 6 out of the 7 floors of that hotel had been evacuated, and that the security personnel, a multi-agency police security operation that is ongoing there currently, assuring people that they are in control. These agencies under the command of the GSU, telling us that they will be doing what they need to do to make sure that everybody who is still trapped in the building has been brought out safely. But this press briefing we are waiting for here by the CS for Interior will be the first statement from the senior-most government official since this attack. We are expecting him to come and tell us, perhaps give us a bit more detail and tell us what the government is doing to arrest the situation, and perhaps just assure the country, like the police Inspector General did earlier, that the security forces are in control. So we are waiting for him, and as soon as he comes out to address the nation, we will be bringing you this events live as they unfold here from Harambee House. Back to you in studio.
Thank you for that update, Brenda. Brenda is keeping an eye on Harambee House, where the Interior CS Fred Matiang'i is expected to issue a statement anytime now, and we will be bringing it live, so make sure you keep it NTV. We now cross over to Zainab Ismail, who is outside the Avenue Hospital. Earlier, she told us that there were 11 casualties rushed to that particular facility, and 1 had been released. Zainab, is that still the situation?
Yeah, indeed, Olive, we are still here at the Avenue Hospital. Now, what I can confirm to you with the latest report that we have so far is that there have been 30 casualties admitted across the various hospitals in the capital. And of course, here at the Avenue Hospital, I can confirm there are about 16 casualties that were admitted throughout the entire day from that time when the incident happened during the attack. And of course, one who is an expectant mother, we understand he is in a stable condition. There is one who is in a very critical condition, who had 4 gunshot wounds, who is still in the theater as we speak. And I'll give a breakdown of other casualties in the different hospitals. We have 6 casualties who are at the MP Shah Hospital. Unfortunately, one of those casualties has succumbed to injuries. We understand it is a woman. At the Aga Khan Hospital, there were 4 casualties. One was in a critical condition due to a gunshot wound, but has now been stabilized after an operation was done on him. And we also understand there were 4 casualties at the Kenyatta National Hospital. And we are to confirm that we understand there is 1 other person at the Nairobi Hospital. Well, that number brings to about 30 casualties across the various hospitals after that deadly attack. And of course, as you listened to what the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, had to say, saying that they have managed to secure most of the building at the Dusit, which is in Riverside, and only 1 of the floor remains. And of course, we'll be staying here and of course waiting to hear more on what will happen on the developing story. So far, nothing much is happening. The last casualty that was brought here was about 1.5 hours ago. So far, nothing much is happening. But of course, the medical team here said they will be bringing us to speed on the developments, Olive.
Thank you very much, Zainab. We will be crossing over shortly to join Ken Mijungu. Who, together with Seth Olale and our other reporter, Vincent Odwor, are at 14 Riverside. Dennis, what do we know so far?
Well, from what Zainab is saying, that the number of casualties so far across the hospitals that many of them have been taken to is around 30. And she mentioned 6 casualties are at MP Shah. Unfortunately, 1 casualty succumbed to her injuries. So we do not know how many more we're expecting through the night. But so far, from what the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, said earlier in his second address to the press, he was talking about so many people injured following the apparent suicide when the vehicle moved into the reception of the Dusit D2 hotel reception area. So that's what we know so far, but the story is developing, and of course our reporters are on the ground to just give us an update of what's happening. We have Ken Mijungu, and Ken Mijungu, just kindly tell us where you are, what are you seeing, what are you hearing, what can you give us? Oh, we're told we don't have Ken just yet, but like you're saying, I mean, the story is still developing. There is still so much. When you see the cabinet secretary coming out to speak, at least for the first time since the attack happened at 3 p.m. this afternoon, according to what the police are saying, it means that they're trying to flow with this information and giving Kenyans as much as they have, and as they try to also contain the situation at the hotel.
Okay, and what we know so far, based on the immediate last update by the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, is the attack started at about 3 p.m. And now perhaps Ken Mijungu can bring us the very latest from the scene.
All right, Zainab, thank you very much. Thanks, Dennis. And of course, we are still here. Nothing much to report about, but in the last few minutes also, we have seen a few people walk out, and that's been the testimony throughout the day from the people who have managed to walk out of that area of siege safely. Very glad. But again, there is the number of people who are growing desperate here. Right where we're standing is the footpath that connects both sides of the road, and just below where we're standing, there are several people who are still desperately waiting to see their children, like former Senator of Kakamega, Boni Halwale, who's been camping here the whole evening, trying to be here when the daughter comes out. She's been under siege, she's been held inside the building, and of course there are other parents who not so many people will know about, but they've been camping here. So are the workers who have been here, who still have their colleagues who are still held inside the building. They're still waiting for their friends and colleagues to get out so that they can go home. However, there are a lot more other people who made it safely and have gone home. So the number of people who are gathering here from around 3:30 p.m. have reduced drastically. However, the number of people who have not reduced are the security personnel who have been here the whole afternoon, the ambulances who are still ferrying those who have been rescued from here. They're still camping here, and of course we have just the other curious onlookers who have been camping here, who have not left, and they're still trying to see how this operation that we can report, that we are unable to ascertain what's happening because the media was pushed a little bit further, about 200 meters from the venue of the siege. So we don't know what's happening. However, in the last few minutes, perhaps 30 or 40 minutes, we were able to hear quite a number of gunshots, both from low caliber and high caliber, because we could hear the sound. And then later there was one explosion. Now, since we had that explosion, there has been very limited to report about, because it's relatively very quiet, meaning the operation is going on. We understand from where we are standing and from speaking to the people who've been going in and out that quite a number of people have not been rescued, estimated anywhere between 40 and 100. The number is not so clear. Other people put it low. Other people put it higher than that. But what we understand, there are people who are still trapped in, and now the narrative is shifting to how do we ensure that they are out safely. And that is what a lot of people who are camping here are looking forward to, getting those people out safely. The other group of people that are camping here are the media personalities, both local and international. They have been here since early afternoon, and they continue to be here to get as much information as they can, both nationally and internationally. However, earlier in the day, we had reports of possible arrests. There is a gentleman who was whisked away from this place, tight security in one of the police cruisers, and no explanation was given, but we understand that this person might have been arrested with guns inside the building, and probably they were taking him out for questioning. What we don't know is if this person was one of the attackers or just a regular person who had firearms, because as we mentioned earlier, there are a lot of people here, Dennis and Zainab, that have been trying to get involved to the rescue, and there's a lot of guns here that some are civilian guns. So when this person was taken away and no explanation was given, we can only speculate as to the reason for the arrest, but until an official report comes out and explains why they were arrested, we'll not be able to say. And the bigger picture, however, that we are now focusing on is the people who are still in there. And at this particular time, also noting that all the security personnel who went in, specifically the Reiki squad, they have not come out. And there was a lot of reinforcement throughout the afternoon. We had several vans driving in and out of this place, bringing in the Reiki squad personnel who are still holed up inside the area of siege, and they have not been able to get out. So speaking to the security personnel, they are hoping that this operation will end anytime sooner rather than later, and they say it is a complex operation in that they don't know what kind of weaponry these people might be having. But again, it's an easy operation for them, as the IG says, because they go floor by floor, especially on the building that they have identified, the wing of the building they have identified. So once they are able to sweep all the floors, then they'll give this place a clean bill of health. Then we will now be seeing them moving in to get the casualties out. The number of casualties is still not clear. No one has given that information for obvious reason, because it might conflict. So until they're able to sweep it clean and go to all the floors and probably count if there are bodies on those floors, they'll not be able to give that figure. So the figures that have been flying around has not been confirmed from official sources, because until this operation is over and done with, they are not able for certain to explain or to tell as authoritatively how many people apparently lost their lives. However, early in the day, what happened here, also from the security personnel and the eyewitnesses, there were several grenades that were thrown when this team of attackers were moving in. They threw about six of them on their way to where they are currently, and on the way they left their car, which has still been cordoned off by police tape. It's still a crime area, an area of interest. We understand inside that motor vehicle there were several mobile phones. Probably they've been taken away, but from where we're standing, we can still see where that car is. It's been closed off with the police tape, and no one is allowed to go there. The media has been pushed a little further, so we have not been able to ascertain if exactly what's happening there is what we are being told. We saw earlier pictures of motor vehicles that had been set on fire because of the grenade that was thrown where the cars were parked, and they burned to ashes. They're just scrap metal that are now remaining. And earlier on, I spoke to a gentleman who was rescued around 7:30, and he told us that from where he was, everyone had left. So that was good message. But again, the estimated number of people who are still trapped inside there could be anywhere between 40 and 100, hopefully lower. But the hope is that all of them will come out safely, and the security personnel here, the rescue teams from different hospitals, from the Red Cross, they're all here, Dennis and Zainab, to ensure that when they come out, those who are injured can get emergency treatment, and those who are well enough will be allowed to go home. Dennis?
All right. Ken, before we let you go, one question. You mentioned a vehicle that was cordoned off. Now, we have reports that the bomb squad detonated explosives that were left behind by the attackers in that vehicle. Do you have any information that ascertains those reports?
Exactly. When we had that report also that the explosion that we had around 5 p.m. was one of the vehicles used by the attackers and had explosives inside. Your guess is as good as mine, because from where we are, the vehicle that has been shown in the media, the white vehicle, is still cordoned off. So what we heard from the guys who went in to rescue is there was another vehicle that they found explosives inside, and they were able to detonate the explosives inside that car. But from the one that has a tape around it, is still there, and it's still an area of interest, because the security personnel said they're still trying to sweep it for fingerprints, to sweep it for any evidence. It contained mobile phones. They'll still try and get them out and look at anything they can get, any clue they can get from that vehicle. So the explosion that happened in a vehicle that was deep inside, where the media is not allowed to access at this point. But the one that I'm talking about is still there. And unless this other explosion that we had about 30-40 minutes ago involves this other one, we are not sure. But even that explosion, Zainab, happened inside the area of the siege, where only security personnel and the rescue team are able to access, where the media is not has not been able to access since about 4 p.m. So that is not clear. But again, the number of gunshots that we had preceding that explosion were also a lot, Zainab. So it's not yet clear unless we get an official report from that end, Zainab.
Ken Mijungu appears to have baptized me, Zainab. But what we know so far, based on what he's told us, is that attack happened at around 3 p.m. According to the Inspector General of Boinnet, it started at the Hanover building, which houses the I&M Bank. And he says they then moved on to the Dusit 2 hotel, of which they have cleared 6. As of the last update, they had cleared 6 of the 7 floors. Now, Dennis Okari is going to walk us through exactly what transpired using a timeline.
Well, from the information that was flowing through social media, the first thing that people started talking about was they had an explosion, then following gunshots. And so this information was quite verified. So many people are guessing what could be going on at the Riverside. But what we know officially is it happened at 3 p.m. And what happened at 3 p.m., a car with its registration number KCN 340E made its way towards 14 Riverside. And when it made its way towards 14 Riverside, the attackers who are inside forced their way through security to open the gate, and then they started shooting at the security officers who are manning the gate. And then what followed after is they advanced towards the reception area, Dusit D2 Hotel, while hurling explosives at the parked vehicles that you've been seeing pictures and video clips on social media and even on your television there. And then they alighted and made their way into the reception area, where a lot of things happened there. And the situation turned into something else, where the people were injured, obviously. And police are saying that a suicide bomb exploded right at the hotel foyer, and witnesses who are reporting the shooting around and nearby the offices and the hotel were saying that there was a lot of chaos, there was a lot of smoke that was coming out. We were all observing this, and immediately police responded as the elite police wrecker company entered the building. We saw them there, and the bomb disposal unit also are preparing to examine the vehicle that was abandoned, the first vehicle that actually the attackers used to gain entry into the hotel. Now, the DCI Director, George Kinoti, we also him there, arriving with the flying squad team and the anti-terrorism police unit. And reports that came out later was that there's a suspect who was arrested at the hotel, as the hotel itself and the entire compound was cordoned off. And the whereabouts of the attackers is still unknown, though a few moments earlier, the Inspector General of Police in his second address talked about having cleaned up the 6 floors of the building, and now they were dealing with the 7th floor. So we can only assume that the attackers are holed up there. But several people who are talking about this were saying they could hear a lot of gunshots coming from that direction as well. Emergency responders were taking casualties to hospital as the shooting stopped, but then it started again later. And we've heard from Zainab Ismail that there was a lot of casualties, 16 of them in total in the different hospitals. The DCI published emergency numbers for information and giving instructions that anyone with information can actually contact the head of flying squad. So that's the blow-to-blow account of what happened then. Hospitals are appealing for blood donations, and there are numbers there, and the different hospitals that are appealing to Kenyans of goodwill to go to the hospitals and donate blood, because there's so many people who are nursing gunshot wounds and they're losing a lot of blood. The number of injured and the fatalities and the arrest is still quite unknown because the story is still developing. But from what our reporters are telling us, Zainab, to refer to Zainab, is that we have 16 at least who are in different hospitals.
Dennis mentioned some numbers there. Now, the DCI has advised the public to use the number 0722839978 to call for assistance, as opposed to posting such help on social media, while the Kenya Red Cross has also released numbers for those who have inquiries as to the well-being of their loved ones, and those numbers are 0715-820-219 and 1199. The Inspector General of Police said the number 999 is also operational. Now, police are responding to the alleged terror attack that was reported this afternoon. The attack, which took place at 14 Riverside Drive, is said to have targeted the compound that houses a hotel, among which is the Dusit D2 hotel, and offices, among them the Commission of Revenue Allocation. The attack prompted police officers to evacuate surrounding buildings, including the University of Nairobi hostels.
The terror attack is said to have started shortly after 3 p.m. Witnesses say the suspects arrived at the location driving two vehicles, one with registration number KCN 340E and the other whose registration number is yet to be determined. One of the vehicles is said to have advanced further inside the compound, with the occupants forcing their way into the building, wielding automatic weapons and explosives.
Ikapakiwa hapo kando, ilikuwa tint na imekuwa ikikuja. Sasa wenye iliingia tu hivi, tulisikia boom, kitu kama bomb. Immediately then risasi. Sasa watu walilala chini. Sasa mtu hatujui nini inaendelea huko ndani.
Early reports indicate that the suspects detonated explosives inside a car parked close to the building. The suspects are said to have hurled explosives inside the building before getting in and shooting indiscriminately.
We can now confirm that this criminal activity commenced at about 3 o'clock in a coordinated fashion that began with an attack at I&M Bank, with an explosion that targeted 3 vehicles in the parking lot, and a suicide explosion in the foyer of Dusit Hotel, where a number of guests suffered severe injuries.
Witness accounts indicate that one of the suspects had been seen prior to today's incident, seemingly casing the area.
Alikuwa peke yake mtu mmoja. Akaingia Dusit, akafaka pale side park, akaingia ndani akaniambia nimwangalie nini gari. Turudi akaniachia nia ni kama ya shusha na akaenda.
Gunshots could be heard from within the building, with people who were inside the building reportedly scampering for safety, most of whom are still hiding in several rooms. Information coming from those still inside say that the attackers are going room by room looking for survivors. Most of them say that the gunmen are breaking doors that are locked, trying to find anyone who could be still within the building.
We started hiding. So some people got in the toilets, other people are still hiding in the stores, and many people are in the offices under the desks. There are so many people inside there.
Owing to the swift and targeted response by our security agencies, the situation has been largely contained, and 6 out of the 7 floors of the hotel building has been secured. And as I said, the operation continues to secure the remaining outbuildings in the complex.
Police responded swiftly, with the General Service Unit's Recce squad having arrived in the area within the hour. Response teams were also in location, helping to evacuate those who they could reach. The surrounding buildings were also evacuated, among them the University of Nairobi hostels.
Inspector General of Police Joseph Boinnet has confirmed the attack, saying that security officials are working towards a speedy containment. He says he cannot confirm how many gunmen were involved nor the number of casualties.
We would want to caution members of the public that sympathizers of these criminals have taken to the internet using old and quite disturbing images, all of which have nothing to do with today's incident, in an attempt to spread needless fear and despondency among us members of the public. We therefore wish to urge everyone not to share, forward, retweet, or otherwise spread these pieces of disturbing information or images, as in doing so will only be doing nothing but abating the aims of the enemy.
The police have urged Kenyans to keep off the area, with the agencies involved issuing contacts for people to call for possible assistance. If you suspect that your family member is missing and could be caught in the incident, you are advised that you call Flying Squad Musa Yego on 0722 839978. If you have information on the incident, call DCI Philip Ndolo on 0721 141 282. The Red Cross has appealed for well-wishers to consider giving blood to save the lives of those injured. Police are trying to zero in on where the attackers are, even as they continue with the search and rescue. The Al-shabaab terror group has allegedly claimed responsibility. Charity Mwangi, NTV.
Charity Mwangi shared the numbers you should call should you have any information and should you need to, and that number is 0722 839 978. The number on your screen there to call the Flying Squad Officer Musa Yego is 0722 839 978. And to reach DCI Officer Philip Ndolo, the number there is 0721 141 282. Now we go back to the 14 Riverside, where Ken Mijungu is standing by. Now that report by Charity Mwangi had indicated that the University of Nairobi hostels have been evacuated. Ken, where will the students spend the night?
Right, Olive, my apologies. The day has been rough. That's why I forgot and called you Zaina, but it's Olive. My apologies. We understand from the students, and where we're standing is the footpath that leads to the hostels, and we have just confirmed that the students are not allowed to go back to the hostels until this operation is done and dusted. So it means they have to find alternative arrangements for their accommodation tonight. They have to make do with this slight inconvenience that has lasted most of the afternoon and find alternative places to sleep and perhaps to find change of clothes, because they were just whisked away unceremoniously by the security personnel from their hostels, because it was a danger zone also, owing to the fact that it's also on the path that perhaps the attackers would have been using. So they are not required to get back to their hostels. In fact, just down where there are a lot of people who are still camping, we still have a number of students. Some of them, the student leaders, wanted to speak to us earlier and explain to us where the students were going, but we were unable to give them that opportunity. But they must not get back to campus or to their hostels until this is done with. So they might just be milling around here. You can see a few of them, but they're not allowed to do that, Olive. And of course, information about when they'll go back there is not yet clear, because this operation is still ongoing, Olive. And A few minutes ago also we were able to see the rescuers walking out of the area of the siege. They walked out, just a few of them, but they didn't walk out with any person they had rescued or any survivor, unlike the past a few minutes in the early evening when that was the order of the day, ambulances driving out and a few people walking out barefoot or topless without their shirts. They were just glad that they could get that opportunity to move out of that place safely. So we've not been able to see that. It's a little more quiet, a little more chilly this evening, but trust me, there's still a lot of people here who are waiting for any good news out of this place, especially the parents, the guardians and the colleagues of the workers who are still trapped inside there. And also we've not been able to get an update on the number of casualties from inside there. That will only happen once they have a definite number to tell the media, which comprises both local and international who are still camping down here. Olive, back to you and Dennis.
All right. Thank you for that update, Ken. Ken remains at 14 Riverside Drive and will be bringing us updates throughout the night as long as that operation is ongoing. Now, the attack at the Dusit complex is an unfortunate one, and more so because it bears the marks of previous terror attacks that have not only horrified and angered Kenyans, but taken down hundreds. From the Westgate attack in 2013 to the attack on Kenya's soldiers in El Ade and others, we now look at some previous attacks and how they share threads of similarity with today's attack.
What was a usual Tuesday afternoon for those stationed at the Dusit complex quickly turned chaotic, dangerously so.
Today at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of unknown armed assailants attacked the Dusit complex in what we suspect could be a terror attack.
Within seconds, those who were in these buildings going about their business were all united in one singular mission: to get out alive. This attack rings echoes of previous ones that have hit Kenya.
AMISOM is a war-fighting mission. So from deployment, you know you've come to fight. And in a fight, of course, there are casualties.
Today is the 3rd anniversary of the Al-shabaab attack on Kenyan troops in El Ade, Somalia, an attack that saw soldiers lose their lives in the line of duty. A vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, VBIED, was driven through a gate as a precursor to the attack.
It is important for the Somali people to note that this happened, but AMISOM is back on the ground.
The Riverside attack also bears the hallmarks of another attack in Nairobi 6 years ago. On the 21st of September 2013, shoppers at the upmarket Westgate Mall found themselves trapped in by Al-shabaab terrorists. Many survived the ordeal, but tens lost their lives. The mode of the attack in both incidents eerily similar.
We have moved to the next phase of the problem.
Reports indicate that the suspected terrorists first targeted vehicles parked outside the building before storming into it, just like what was witnessed in the Westgate attack, leaving hundreds trapped inside the mall. Just under 4 years ago, Garissa University College was host to terror and death. At least 148 people, mostly students, were killed in an assault by Al-shabaab militants. In this case, there was no IED-bearing vehicle, just indiscriminate shooting by the attackers. Unfortunately, the list of attacks carried out by extremists on Kenyan soil could go on. One other significant one took down many Kenyans happened 21 years ago. This was the first large-scale attack in Nairobi at the U.S. Embassy in the Central Business District.
People really should sort their problems without terrorizing others. How do they expect others to support those who are ambitious to kill innocent people? How do you expect this?
The terror group Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility for the blast that claimed the highest casualties yet. 213 people lost their lives that fateful day. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
Now, as search and rescue operations continue at the 14 Riverside Drive, let's look at the number of injured and admitted at various hospitals for treatment. Now, one fatality has been reported at the MP Shah Hospital, where 6 injured victims of the attack were rushed. Kenyatta National Hospital has admitted 4 injured from the attack, and 2 had gunshot injuries, and the other 2 had soft tissue injuries. At the Aga Khan Hospital, 4 people are currently receiving treatment. Now, Avenue Parklands Hospital, where Zainab Ismail is currently taking care of 16 patients, one of whom is in critical condition. One of the patients admitted to the hospital was treated and discharged. Now, the emergency response teams involving various cadres of medics are on standby at the hospitals to deal with the unfolding emergency. Now, in studio with us is a man with a wealth of experience, Captain Simiu Werunga, who is with Dennis Okari. Over to you, Dennis.
Well, thank you very much, Olive. And Captain Simiu Werunga, you are the director of the Center for Security Studies and Diplomacy. And you've been here in this studio on several occasions. I remember Westgate, we were here together. During the Garissa University College attack, again, you were here in studio. The El Ade attack, Kulbio attack, and now Riverside attack. Unfortunately, again, you are here. Looking at what has transpired today, what is going through your mind first?
I think one is that as a country, whatever capacity we have in terms of intelligence, countering terrorism, we need to accept that this is a constant threat to this country. And therefore, we must constantly continue preparing to counter. We should never at any one point imagine that because we have stayed in peace for 2 years, that this thing will never come back. I think this is a reality that is dawning on us, and we must accept this is a problem that we need to deal with for as long as we have problems in Somalia, and constantly prepare to deal with these issues in our country.
I know after Westgate, there was a multi-agency training of all these agencies coming together to have one command structure. I mean, are you seeing the fruits of that today?
Yes, and to be very honest, I'm a bit impressed. Most of the mistakes we talked about in Westgate have actually been sort of eliminated. First, they came up with this multi-agency framework on how to do things together. Secondly, we say this kind of operation must be given to a singular command, with the rest supporting what needs to be done.
So the moment who is in command? Is
the head of GSU, which is the police. So everybody in that operation is reporting to somebody. Karanja, that's the name I had. That's a very good thing, because that's the only way you can organize, plan, operate, and deal with these issues under a singular command and one channel of authority. That we see it today in Dusit. Number two, we are seeing one source of information, which is the Inspector General himself. In Westgate, everybody was speaking. The minister, the head of the military, the CID. This time we are seeing information coming from the office of the IG. So therefore, anything you hear outside that office is fake. And that, to me, is a good development. Number three, from what we are seeing on the screen and what we are being told by our friends on the ground and our media friends, there seemed to be a very good coordination on how these troops are coming in and going out. Initially, we had a bunch of civilians with pistols and whatever. Then the regular police, I'm told, were there very quickly within 30 minutes. Then, of course, the specialized record team and more record team. But you could see the flow of change, that as these ones were moving in, these ones were moving out. That we didn't see it in Westgate. We've seen it today.
Let's talk about response time. I don't know whether this will be too early to go into those kind of details, because there's a lot that is yet to come out and the story is still developing. But are you seeing a different response time compared to these other attacks that we've had before?
If it is true, they were there within 30 minutes. That is commendable, extremely commendable. Now, we know it happened the same in Westgate, but it took a very long time for us to see an organized element of the police.
For them to settle down.
To settle down. But this time, even with the initial disorganization, when these people started moving in, they quickly moved into the operation, took charge, and we realized even Kenyans started being pushed out of the thing within a very short time. And to me, that is lessons learned. It means for the 3 or so years or 5 years from Westgate to today, notwithstanding the El Ade and Kolobio, I think we've made tremendous steps in how to deal with the terror attacks in this country.
Now, we've noticed from the two statements that the Police Inspector General Joseph Boinnet has issued, there's a specific word that is used, and we understand this is a tactical operation, obviously,
Yes,
and it's
yes.
very sensitive. And he refers to Dusit as a complex,
Yes.
while the rest of us are referring to it as a hotel. I mean, why is he using the word complex in this particular operation?
Let me use, and I'm not dropping words, I know Dusit very well. Dusit has about 5 or 6 buildings for about 6th floor or 7th floor. The hotel itself is in the middle. So when you come from Riverside Drive, the first people you get are guards in a barrier, quite outside the hotel itself. Then you go through that, you see a building where we have these cards, what do you call them? Parking, whatever. So you get your card, you drive into the hotel. Now you start parking your vehicles the moment you leave the ticketing booths. Now, where those vehicles were in that area of the ticketing booths. So they're not even gone round to the hotel. The bank that the Inspector General is talking about is within that area of the ticketing. So you've not even gone to the center building that houses the exact hotel. But as you start driving in, this is a massive building that has a hotel, has curio shops, has clothing shops, but up we have offices and the bank. Then round, as you go around, we have other buildings that have shops, have offices, and have apartments, very, very high-end apartments. So that is why it is a complex. So my thinking is this: if these people came straight and went to the hotel, that is the central building in that complex. But we also have other buildings up to a staired car park behind the hotel. And that is one of the buildings where you get the CRA, I think. That's why they have their offices. And they have several other international organizations that have offices. So it's a complex.
It's
now,
a complex.
This is what I want to finish as I explain. If these people just went to the hotel, then it is right when he says, we've done 6 floors and we are remaining with 1.
Well, he didn't mention that they drove all the way to the foyer area before the suicide bomber detonated his explosive.
No, but he said that they have cleared, I think,
They've
6
cleared
floors.
6 floors, yes.
So my understanding is that he's talking of the 6 floors of the center building that houses the exact hotel. Because even these other suites are part of the hotel. But the center building has the hotel, it has the restaurant, it has outside the restaurant, it has whatever as it goes up, swimming pool and everything. So if that is the building they were clearing, my worry, and that's why I said if they do it properly and comprehensively, to clear Dusit complex, it will take them more than a day. Because it's a massive area.
It's a massive area,
Yes.
very complex. So then explain to us, how is the active shooting situation in this kind of operation complicated for the police?
It is complicated because, one, we call it close combat operation. Close combat is, you even use knives. So as you move every step, you're not sure whether you're going to meet this person. And the moment he sees you earlier, then you are the casualty. And therefore it takes very careful movements for the police as they clear floor by floor. The reason why it takes time is because there is close combat. You must go there knowing that if the fellow sees you first, you're the casualty, and therefore you must be sure that you're in charge of your movements. So that allows you to be very systematic and very planful as you move. That's how it becomes complicated. And therefore, even as they take their time to clear the floors, I think we need to understand that that's the kind of operation they're working in.
So far from the information we have from the Inspector General of Police,
Yes.
and also from the close sources who are private to what is going on,
Yes.
are saying as these assailants or attackers, as he refers them, were driving in, the first casualties were the security guards who they commanded them to open the gates,
Yes.
and then they started shooting,
Yes.
and they made their way to the hotel. Do you, in your opinion, think this was very calculated and targeted, or why go straight to that place and ignore all these other areas? Because there are also other hotels around there.
Not really in terms of exuberance, in terms of standards. Dusit is a class hotel. And the people you get in Dusit are people who matter, wherever they come from. Because the suits are very expensive, the hotel is very expensive. Across, you see Kempinski. So they're the same level of the Kempinski type. So therefore, the kind of people who go to do business in Dusit are people who have the money and the means to be there. And therefore, when they pick Dusit, is the way they picked Westgate. The people who used to go to Westgate were people, moneyed people, international traders, international business people, Western embassies, the same with Dusit. Therefore, they had a target of ensuring that as they hit Dusit, the world will hear it quickly within a very short time. You can imagine if they did something in River Road, even the international media will not go to River Road.
And it's the same debate we had when we had Westgate.
That is the thing.
And though we don't have, or we haven't been told what's the motive of this particular attack, let's cross over to Kenyatta National Hospital, the Casualty Center, where Mel Miendo is standing by to give us an update on what's happening there before we continue with our interview here with Captain Werunga Simiyu. So Mel, tell us what's happening where you are.
Dennis has been here for a number of hours, and the whole time we've been here, we've been seeing quite a number of ambulances coming in. Now, we have been told as the media not to come in anywhere near where the casualties are being brought. So we have been told to stand afar, but we're being allowed to see what's happening. But it's very slow right now. I believe that most casualties are being taken to the area that's near the Dusit D2, that's Avenue Hospital and MP Shah. But here at the Kenyatta National Hospital, it's very slow. Earlier on, it was a bit busy. There were many ambulances coming in. It's a bit hard to tell whether all these were coming in from Dusit D2 or not, because we've also seen some county ambulances coming in, and so we can't really verify that they are all from the Dusit D2. But also the team here, there's a team that's on standby just in case anyone is brought in. They're on standby here. I've seen a number of doctors and nurses, and they're very ready to receive whoever is being brought in, especially from the Dusit D2. So currently, Dennis, it's very slow here at the Kenyatta National Hospital, but there's a team that's on standby, and we're also still here just waiting to see how things will go, Dennis.
Well, thank you very much, Mel Miendo at the Casualty Center at the Kenyatta National Hospital, giving an update of what's happening there. She describes the scene as very, very slow as many casualties are coming in. Well, there are a good number of doctors and nurses who are standing by ready to receive those who are injured at the hospital. And remember, there's a blood appeal, and it's an urgent blood appeal donation for the main hospitals to treat those who have been injured. She says that the media has not been allowed to go in, so they can't really get pictures in there, and they can't really get a sense of what's happening in there and the activities in there. And we're saying it's a different situation than what we experienced in during the Westgate attack, where there was total confusion and there was so much that was going on. The numbers were being flashed all right, left and center. And right now it seemed it's streamlined from not just the uniformed officers, not just from the security agencies, but also the emergency responders. It seems like there's a coordinated structure going all the way down to the hospitals.
Yes, because in this kind of scenarios, we have a centralized command system where we have the commander in charge. Then below the commander in charge, he has the information wing, he has the medical wing, he has the services wing. So the moment this guy is in charge, then that means you will never hear what you used to hear from Westgate. No fellow will stand there and speak. So that information will only come from one source.
Even emergency responders, because then we also had, the Kenya Red Cross giving figures.
That is the thing. And we've learned a lot, and I think I speak here with a lot of competence, that if what we are seeing in Dusit is what the Kenyan security forces have achieved, that is a milestone. Because many other countries still muddle through trying to deal with these kind of things, and you cannot even compare Kenya with countries like Afghanistan that have these things every day. When you look at the global terrorism index, Kenya is number 19 in terms of attacks. But within the region, we have Somalia that is number 6, and Somalia is 52.
Globally?
Globally, in terms of attacks that we've experienced as a country. At some point, we've actually gone up 3 grades. They call it 3 grades, which means there's been a lot of improvement in terms of making sure that our security forces are working well to deal with potential attacks. I know they might never share with us what they normally go through, but this is not just because it happened now. I'm sure there are many other times they have attempted to do things, but we never get to get this. I think to me, and I'm not their keeper, but you see, it's good to say when you see things working well. Today you can see a flow of events. Today you can see a command structure that is working. Today you can see information coming from one side. And because it's an operation, this is what I want to assist the minister. Let the minister come and speak to Kenyans from a policy directional point. But anything on operations, let the mouth of that be the Inspector General.
You know, looking at the pictures that you're seeing there, we're seeing a lot of vehicles, you know, going into the complex, as we are calling it. But let's talk about something interesting that we've noted. Again, we saw this in Westgate, and there was a debate around it. And right now, we're still seeing it, civilians with guns.
Yes. Now, that is one thing that we also mentioned. I remember we were discussing that.
Yeah, we were discussing this.
Now, this I want to address to Inspector General. He can listen to me or not listen to me. This is what I want to advise him. Yes, it is good for Kenyans who are armed officially to be like the first responders. You see, when you get into that place and they also hear fightings and shootings from other people, you sort of confuse their planning. But it must be made very clear under the structure of incident command that the moment the first uniformed police officer lands in that place, any civilian who was assisting as a first responder must quickly move out and hand over the operation to the police. And that must be made very clear. Because today we are still seeing some fellows running around with pistols, and yet the police were already on the ground. That is a major problem that needs to be tackled from the police headquarters.
Is it more of an issue of inconvenience or maybe confusion when the uniformed police come? Because we also have police who are not uniformed, who are in civilian.
No, but they are supposed to address the people and announce, I'm a police officer, I'm here doing ABCD. That is what the law says. That's what their standing orders tell them. The moment they come and they're in civilian, they are supposed to announce to the people that I'm a police officer. If they doubt, there's a card, they do it. But what we are seeing in Dusit and Westgate is that we have people with a lot of pistols and arms who take charge, which is good because they are behaving like fast responders.
Unfortunately, I have to cut you short. There's an update that is coming through. Let's just listen in.
So that a few have been treated and discharged.
How many?
17 in total.
How many have been discharged?
How many?
We have admitted 5. And the rest have been treated and sent home.
No fatalities?
Not in the hospital, no. Kiswahili nitaanza kuongea manaenda.
Just changanya ndimi.
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Dr. Mogeni. I'm the medical quality manager in Avenue Hospital. Ningependa kuambia Wakenya asante sana. These things are so close to me, I keep moving back. Asante sana kwa kuja kujitolea. Watu wengi sana wamejitolea. Both madaktari, medical students wamekuja kuwa volunteers kusaidia Wakenya ambao wameumia. Na kuna wale ambao wamekuja kutoa damu for blood donation. We had a blood drive, so watu wengi walikuja sana. So ningependa kuambia Wakenya asante sana. Kwa sasa tumeona wagonjwa 17. Kwa hao 17, kutoka hao 17, 5 wamekuwa admitted and the rest have been treated, wametibiwa na kwenda nyumbani. Yes. Ningependa kuambia Wakenya watulie, waendelee kuomba. Avenue Healthcare is in prayers with the rest of Kenyans and we hope hii situation itakuwa settled soon.
Labda tueleze kiwango cha labda majeruhi ni kiasi gani?
Vile nilisema juu ya patient confidentiality, it would be not prudent for me kueleza majeraha ambayo tumetibu. It just understand that there are patients that tumelaza na kuna wengine tumetibu na wameenda nyumbani. Yeah. Let's respect the victims. Okay? Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Well, as you heard, that was Dr. Boinnet Mogeni, who is here at the Avenue Hospital, who's just been giving us an update on what has transpired so far. She says they've been able to receive 17 casualties and they've admitted 5 at this point, so the rest have been able to be discharged. And she said she cannot be able to give us the specific injuries that those patients have suffered due to the patient confidentiality. But of course, she's mentioned matters to do with the blood drive. She says the hospital has received overwhelmingly, and of course, asking more people to come out and donate more blood to the neighboring hospitals that have, of course, given out, have also received a number of casualties. That includes MP Shah. We also have Aga Khan. We also have the Kenyatta National Hospital. Although she says that the medical team here is still on standby as they await any casualties that will be received from that attack at the Riverside. And of course, we'll be on standby here just to bring you to speed on all what will be happening.
Manager Boinnet Mogeni, who tells us that they have...
Zainab Ismail bringing us that update from Avenue Hospital. Earlier we heard from Dr. Boinnet Mogeni from Avenue Hospital in Nairobi. And now?
Well, she also talked about the number of people who have been discharged and those ones who are admitted, and the story is still developing. We're still getting more casualties and those ones who are being released. KNH, same thing. But we are now joined by Ambassador Martin Kimani, who is the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Ambassador Martin, thank you for joining us. And perhaps the first question I'll ask you is, as the person who's leading the Counterterrorism Center, what's the situation at Dusit complex?
Well, right now, thank you for having me on. Right now, as we wait for Cabinet Secretary Matiang's statement, our last status update was by the Inspector General of Police. And as we get more information, the Inspector General of Police will be sure to communicate it to the media.
Well, Ambassador Kimani, I mean, your center, I know it is tasked with educating Kenyans and coming up with these programs where people get to understand how to handle and deal with this kind of situations and terrorist acts. I mean, so far, can you say that we are better placed than we were when we started experiencing these attacks?
Well, one, we're going to confirm that this is a terrorist attack in the course of time when we have the confirmation. And that is why we're encouraging every Kenyan and everyone in the media to not speculate at this moment, because speculation itself is part of what criminals like this are hoping for. And so we're asking to be patient, and as the facts come in, they will be communicated to you very promptly.
I mean, Ambassador, we've experienced a considerable amount of peace in the country for the last 2 years, and now this attack. Well, no one expected that, and no one expects an attack of any kind, and you've said that you can't confirm whether this is a terrorist attack indeed, though it may, to a certain extent, bear the hallmarks of that kind of attack. But are you surprised at this kind of attack that we've had in Nairobi?
It has all the hallmarks of a terrorist attack, that is true. What is happening now as we speak is the security services are continuing their operation in the Dusit compound, and the security services throughout the country, all the way from the county commissioners down to the chiefs and assistant chiefs, and all the police units across the country are on high alert and in different ways trying to engage to find out exactly what has happened and who could be facilitators of this attack, and not just the perpetrators at the Dusit compound. Our biggest job at the National Counterterrorism Center is to work with all the other security agencies to better understand the motivations and the ideology that these people claim to have. And so, is it a surprise to me that they've attacked the Dusit compound? Their level of motivation to attack not just Kenyans, but targets across the region and throughout the world remains high. And even while there's been tremendous improvement and strength by our security services, there will always be instances when they are able to slip through our net and be able to hurt Kenyans.
I'm sure on a daily basis you monitor these networks and the style of attacks and what they plan, including looking into the motivation on why they carry out these kind of attacks. Are you seeing this latest attack? Are you seeing any difference with how these organizations have been able to carry attacks, not just in this country, but elsewhere?
Well, the first thing is to understand we're dealing with criminals, and we're dealing with a vast illusion about a cause. We in Kenya, the government of Kenya and the experts in Kenya do not recognize any terrorist organization in the region today as having a realistic or just cause. What it is a form of criminality that preys on young, vulnerable people, some through forms of psychosis and a psychotic predisposition, others vulnerable because of forms of trauma and pain that they've gone through. So what we're facing is serious in the impact it has on human life, but it is not serious in the sense of it being a serious movement and a serious cause.
Are you happy with the coordination? Like you've rightly said that you're coordinating with other government agencies, obviously, to provide security and also certification for aviation schools and a number of agencies. But in this particular case, are you happy with the way the coordination has run?
I'm happy with the promptness of the response by the National Police Service. I'm happy with the way they cordoned the area off. I'm happy with the leadership of the Inspector General of Police, who's been very clear in his leadership. And behind that is a team all the way up to Cabinet Secretary Matiang'i. And what I've seen is a coordinated, calm, measured, and urgent operation that has sought to save the lives of Kenyans and keep these criminals at bay.
Well, at a point like this one, what kind of citizen participation or help do you need as a center?
Well, first, the entire security service has been receiving a lot of information from Kenyans, not just today, but over the last 3 years. The amount of information on possible terrorist or criminal plots has accelerated greatly. So what we need today is, one, for Kenyans to stay vigilant and alert and to engage and inform the police if they have a suspicion about someone or some sort of scenario that they've seen. Two is for Kenyans to resist retweeting or resending messages that are not confirmed to be true by the National Police Service, because by doing that, it actually allows these criminals a way to try and influence the Kenyan mind. Thirdly, and this is, I think, is the most profound thing every citizen can do, is find some way in your own personal way to embrace your country and to make a statement in whatever way you can make the statement, whether it's by people around you or on social media, that we love our country and we will never be divided in our fight for it.
So currently, Ambassador, we're looking at threats and those that you have averted. Like you mentioned, you're getting a lot of information from the public. Can you say the number is on the increase or is it on the decrease? The number of threats and compared to those that, as a center, you've managed to avert together with the other security agencies?
The number of threats continues to be there. I do not think there's any trend of increase. But certainly the ambition of these criminal groups to continue attacking countries such as Kenya and other countries and peoples around the world remains strong.
Well, thank you very much. That's Ambassador Martin Kimani, who is the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, speaking to us on phone and just giving us an update of what's happening. He rightly said at the beginning that we're waiting for Cabinet Secretary of Interior and National Coordination, Fred Matiang'i, to address the country and give us perhaps an update of where they are so far. So there are a lot of tactical issues that he cannot raise there, or other things that he cannot get into, and details that he cannot give out at this stage, as the story is still developing, as it's still an active operation area right now. Olive?
Okay, now 14 Riverside Drive is home to a number of local companies, multinational corporations and government institutions. The complex also hosts a hotel and restaurants which host national and international conferences. Kennedy Mureithi locates the prime property for a clearer picture.
Riverside Drive is located between Waiyaki Way, that is Chiromo Junction, and Ring Road Westlands Lane. It can be accessed either from the Chiromo Junction or Ring Road Westlands Lane at the Prime Bank Junction. The prime location in Nairobi's Westlands area hosts various local companies and international organizations. The over 5-acre piece of land has 6 blocks, including the Dusit D2 Hotel, which has its roots in Bangkok and is considered a multi-billion shillings investment. In one of the buildings, that is Grosvenor Suite on the 2nd floor, there is a government office hosting the Commission for Revenue Allocation. Other local firms include Brighter Monday Limited and Red House PR Firm. Multinationals include Reckitt Beckinser, Amadeu Global Travel Distribution Limited, Colgate Palmolive East Africa Limited, and Cellulant Kenya Limited. University of Nairobi's Chiromo Campus Hostel, Australian High Commission, and residential apartments are some of the other properties in the serene neighborhood. 14 Riverside Drive is considered a high-end establishment and attracts people from all walks of life, including foreigners.
The report filed by Kennedy Murray looks at the 14 Riverside Drive complex now, which houses the Dusit D2 Hotel, as well as several office buildings. Those office buildings are the Grover office building, the Hanover office building, and 3 others. I think it's 5 office buildings in total. Now, we had been given some numbers to call with information by the Inspector General of Police, and I'd just like to recap what those numbers are. The numbers are 0722 839 978 and 0721 141 282. The Inspector General of Police said you can also reach his officers using the 999 number. So one more time, those numbers are 0722 839 978 and 0721 141 282. Now we go back to continue our conversation with security expert Simiyu Werunga.
Well, thank you very much, Olive. We're still continuing our conversation here, and we have Captain Werunga Simiyu, who is the Director, Center for Security Studies and Diplomacy, KCA, to give context on the events that have taken place today. We were earlier talking about, civilians with guns, but before we go to that point again, because we saw many of them again coming out as the first responders to this attack, but we earlier were speaking to Ambassador Kimani, who's the Director of National Counterterrorism Center. I mean, looking at their role, and they've been there for quite some time, are you happy at the job they're doing and how they're integrated in the security agency when it comes to handling these kind of situations?
You know, and this is a disclaimer. I have nothing personal about Ambassador Kimani, but I think it's important that Kenyans are told what the role of the center is in this complex of terrorism management in this country. I mean, anti-terrorism management. The center, one of the questions I had you ask him was about public awareness. That's one of the mandates. They are supposed to roll out programs. And the last strategic plan that I read from the center had a big component on public awareness campaigns to educate Kenyans, to inform Kenyans, to give them capacity. And I remember they had selected some schools, faith-based organizations, some NGOs, to spread the understanding. The coordination that I understand from the law and from what I know about national security architecture, they coordinate the information and policy frameworks on counterterrorism by sharing with all the other government agencies, national security, intelligence, police, military, and the Ministry of Interior, which is their mother. Then they bring all these things together and they coordinate the thinking, and then through a policy channeled framework, they inform the government on how to deal with terrorism. And I want to repeat again, I have nothing against him, but I think it's important that Kenyans know what these organizations are all about. In terms of operational coordination and management, the center as it is just one of the multi-agencies within the framework of countering terrorism. But command, control, and planning is the business of the National Police Service. Even the intelligence will just work under the National Police Service in terms of fighting terrorism in this country, in terms of the physique and the hardware. The center will bring the software, national intelligence will bring the software, but the hardware to deal with that problem is the National Police Service. So I think it's important that he takes his time, educate Kenyans on the role of the center, because I've always respected you. You know, I've known you for a long time. And I've known you as a journalist. And you see, the way I interpret a journalist is a person who reads. And I do read. Yeah, I know you do. But some of the questions, if you don't educate Kenyans, they'll continue making mistakes on the roles of these organizations. And at the end of the day, we put blame where it doesn't belong.
Well, what I do know is from what he earlier mentioned, the synergy within his agency and the other agency and how they work together and how they coalesce. But again, there's this whole issue of how far do you go with public participation? I know there are programs they run in Mombasa and some of these areas that have largely been affected by acts of terrorism and families that have also been affected. There are those that they run. But then again, there are also moments when they run a print advertisement, even on TV, educating Kenyans on these things. But again, we also, again, fall back to the same trap where we forget easily. You know, we run with these things for a season, then we stop.
No, but if it is your mandate, Dennis, and you do your budgeting in accordance to your mandate, you can never forget. Because it's one of the goals that you need to deliver to the Kenyan people. And I have nothing against it. I'm just saying that I think it's the right time Kenyans need to understand the exact roles that National Police, NCTC plays, National Intelligence plays, and the Ministry of Interior. So that is one. Number two, I know as a senior government officer, they cannot declare that attack to be a terrorist attack. But people like us, who don't report anywhere, but we believe in civic duty, like you said, it has all the hallmarks of a terrorist attack. Otherwise, if it is not a terrorist attack, why should somebody blow up himself? And this came from the Inspector General himself. So even as we go slowly to declare it a terrorist attack, the hallmarks already. We've been told by the police the vehicles had explosives. That is not attacking a bank. That one we always associate it with terrorism. So yes, it's good for a government officer not to declare, because they need time to go through the motions and declare. But I think for people who understand the characteristics, it's very easy for you to declare this is a terrorist attack, it's not a terrorist attack. So I think it's also important that he leaves Kenyans ventilate, but we expected the government to come up with a final explanation of what this thing is.
Which I think hopefully we're all waiting to hear from the Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. And going back to the issue discussing earlier, civilians with guns, Olive, we were debating about this before we came on air, the whole issue of how this vehicle managed to pass through the first security gates, and then the attackers, as the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, was calling them, started shooting at the security guards. And we were just discussing, and the question was, why don't we then arm these guys? I mean, what good do they do when they stand there just to control vehicle and human traffic, but they can't do anything when they're confronted with this kind of situation? Do you think this is the right time perhaps to relook at this whole discussion of arming private security guards?
I think for the first time, I'm for that idea. Let's arm our security guards, but the process and procedure should be such that you don't arm an individual security guard. You pick on selected companies, you give them responsibilities as a government, you demand training and accountability, and then you train some of the officers to be given guns. That, I think, I'm imagining, if those guards at the barrier had guns, or some of their colleagues somewhere outside the barrier had guns, we will not be seeing what we are seeing today. So yes, for the first time, Westgate I refused, because I felt that Kenya was not Uganda. You know, we're comparing Kenya with Uganda. But I think now as we move forward with the changes and reforms in the security sector, I think it's now important, and I'm told that process is going on now. My only urge will be, look at the process of arming them so that it is foolproof, it does not become counter to our wishes as a country for them to play a role under community policing. You know, that's under community policing, to play a role as they work with the police in their areas of duty. So yes, I think this is something that we now need to do very quickly, but the procedures must be such that this should not come back and haunt the country, but it's important that we start arming them now.
Let's talk about the issue of social media.
Yes.
I mean, the IG quite deeply and sensitively spoke about this and warned Kenyans and urged, not actually warning Kenyans, he was pleading with Kenyans not to share photographs, and he said that some of them are very old pictures of other places and other attacks, and they're sympathizers of this outfit who are trying to, you know, make it look like it's really, really that bad. Looking at the lessons we've learned from Westgate, can you say that today we're any different?
Yes, because there's serious minimization of social media in this attack. You realize Kenyans are not all over the place, either blaming the police, blaming the government. You know, it is to a minimum, and I think to me that is a great stride we've done as a country. And if we can manage, not to curtail, but to manage through persuasion, the way they are doing now, State House and the Inspector General, to persuade Kenyans that we are in this fight together. Let's go it together. Let's achieve the goals together. I think that will be a milestone for this country.
Are you saying the tone and the language is different now?
Even splashing of those pictures, negative rhetoric in the social media. I think I notice it's gone down. And if we can manage during these national calamities, it's important that as Kenyans we take our civic duty and say, I want to play this role. I don't want to play a propaganda machine for these guys. Let them deal with their issues as our security systems deal with them. That, I think, is a good thing to do. And I'm happy State House has come up with a statement. The IG has also urged Kenyans, not by force, urging them that let's play this together, let's protect our country together, let's give morale to our soldiers who are dealing with these issues.
I know, you know, when you look at the theater of war, the psychology of terrorism, especially when you look at the issue of propaganda.
Yes.
Can you then say that because Al-shabaab have claimed that they're the ones who did this,
True.
but again, it has to officially come from the government. Can you say that they're losing on that front? Because previously they seem to succeed and they seem to be working so hard. They even had, you know, very professional messaging coming out.
Yes.
Can you say that there's a difference now?
But you also realize that the world has really gone against terrorist organizations. They have really worked on Facebook, they have really worked on Twitter, YouTube, they have worked on all these things, and the governments of the world are now literally like forcing these organizations to be bringing down some of these sites. So I think that has also played a role on how these people have managed to splash the world with their pictures and information. So that's one side. Number two, I think today's attack is a bit different because they've not been active since they entered into that building, which means either they are cornered, they have already left, or they are killed. So we are not seeing a lot of bubble from those fellows, even on the social media, because even in Westgate, they're all over social media themselves. But this one, we are not even getting anything from them. So three things. Either they are cornered, they are not able to do it, they are killed, or they are just not able to do it. So two things have played a role. World aggression against the channels, which is YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, and the capacity of the Kenyan soldiers being all over the place so quickly that they might not have time to start engaging in social media.
I mean, let's look at how this happened, going back again. We may not go into, you know, all the deep details of it because the story is still developing again. But from 3 p.m., like the IG said, a vehicle moves in and gives a timeline of how it moved in, what happened up to the point when we had the suicide bomber detonate his vest and several people are injured there, like he said in his last address. Are you seeing a similar pattern to what has happened previously, or do you notice a slight change of how they've carried out this particular attack?
Several changes. One is the time.
The timing.
You see, we've studied terrorism, and they like attacking when they have enough time, either to run away or to cause maximum casualty during the day. So when you're talking of 3:30, they have very few hours of daytime for them to accomplish what they want. Number two, this gives you an impression that probably going in at that time, there are either suicide bombers who are not expecting to come out, so they go, cause havoc, be part of the casualties, and the story ends like that. And number three, either our soldiers are so good or these guys have executed this plan so badly that within a very short time, our security forces have taken charge. So three things. And that is why it is completely different from the rest that we know. Look at Garissa. It was very early during the day. Westgate, 11. So that they have enough time either to cause havoc, to run away, or to take siege of what they are doing. Today it is 3:30, quickly overwhelmed by the police, no social media coming from out of them. So I was telling somebody, either they've been waiting to do this thing for too long, and they hurriedly came to do this without the final planning bit, proper planning bit of this. But yes, for them to plan to come and attack, because Dusit is a complex, they must have taken a long time to survey the place, to plan for this attack, but maybe the execution part of the planning is where they didn't do well. So those are the hypothesis I'm putting on the table.
Let's look at an active shooting situation.
Yes.
There's that part. Yes. There's an active shooting going on. And then the second part, which we notice now with what happened at Westgate, holding people hostage. What is the psychology of that? What does that do to the people who are being held hostage? What does it do to security agencies? What is the propaganda storyline that they want to develop out of actually doing that? Because eventually, most of them will either be killed or they will actually detonate the suicide vest and they will actually die.
Dennis, is important we clarify here. Holding people hostage is an act. You put people together, hold them, and use them as your bargaining chip. But going into a building and ensuring that people don't come out is not hostage. It's just that you are making them finding it difficult to run away because they don't know where you are. So we must differentiate between a hostage situation and entering into a building and making people have no capacity to run away. In Westgate, there was no hostage. What happened is they were all over the place. They killed as many as they could, but the rest were hiding all over. It was not hostage. But hostage is different. So here, we are not sure whether they are holding people because nobody has told us. It could be the same like Westgate. They went in, people are panicking, they don't know if they lift, they come up, they'll be shot at. So the issue is not hostage the way we know it now, until we are told after information comes out. So it's important that we differentiate what is a hostage situation and what is just an issue of entering into a building, shooting everybody, people running all over, hiding, and not having the capacity to leave the building.
You talked about the timing.
Yes.
I mean, it so happens this is the 15th day of January.
Yes.
Same time with the El Ade attack. So it's the anniversary of the El Ade attack in Somalia in 2016.
January.
And is it a coincidence?
I'm not very sure. But the fact that they've done it 3 times could be a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, it's planning. Because they did El Ade, 2 of them they succeeded. They went to Kolbio, they did the same thing. Now, this is the 3rd one they're doing in January. Maybe they know something about this country we don't know, but it cannot be a coincidence. We need to do more studies on this. We need to do more analysis, maybe to understand why it's January 3 times. And early January, you see, 1st to 15th.
Can you say we are reactive in the manner in which we are now handling some of these things?
No.
We're not reactive.
I think Kenya is fairly well placed to deal with terrorism. Kenya has been given the capacity by friends, the West, US, Britain, Germany, Israel. So, and I think our systems that do not talk to us are fairly active in the field. And that's why, like Ambassador Kimani said and I mentioned earlier, no country can be 100%. There are those that will slip through our fingers and something like this happened. I don't think we are reactive. Kenya is always on its toes. Like I told you, the index shows, when I was reading about the World Global Terrorism Index, Kenya has moved to 19. But they also give you the number of deaths per year. And when you look at what has happened in Kenya, it has, I think, decreased by 23%. So that shows that even the country is also playing its role to ensure that we stop or minimize the occurrences of terror activities here.
So we are still waiting for Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i to address the nation on what exactly has happened and what the government is doing with regards to the Riverside attack. But going back to Westgate, we noticed then that the minister visited the scene. Not once, not twice, actually even issued statements from the operation scene.
Yes.
Today it's a different story. We have not seen Fred Matiang'i there, but we earlier saw the DCI director, George Kinoti, there, and with his vest, and we also saw Rudin Hajus, the DPP, there.
Yes.
I mean, the people argue, bad idea to send those kind of people there. What's your take on this?
From a national security perspective, it is wrong. You don't send the head of CID to an operational center like that one, especially at that moment when nobody knew. The situation was very fluid. You don't go and be taken out because, like we say, in national security profiling, there are people we give grades. So anytime you remove this, what will be the impact on the country, not on the family? So you can imagine we are taking Mr. Kinoti, a very effective guy, and then he's taken out. What will be the impact of Kinoti being killed on the national psyche, on the international politics, that even our head of CID was killed? So it has a serious implication on the standing of a nation in terms of how we deal with our security. So I think from the word go, it was wrong. So, but
yes,
he went there to give morale to his officers, which is a good idea. But I think he must sit down, evaluate his standing in our national security profiling, so that he understands that as an individual and as the head of CID, if, God forgives, something happens to him there, what will be the impact on this country in terms of our national security standing? That's how we operationalize our profiling. And sometimes we tell them, for example, we can't tell the president to use an aircraft with one engine, because if it goes off, he dies. So his advice, you always use an aircraft with two engines, so that if one goes off, at least one can bring you down. So that's how you work on these things.
What about the DPP?
DPP, I think, went there as a friend. You know, DPP is still an intelligence officer. So he went there, I think, as a friend. Yeah, but in terms of a role, he doesn't have. He went there to morale boosting. I'm sure they must have talked with Kinoti. Hi, buddy, can we meet there? So morale boosting, yes, but he had no role.
Okay, I mean, let's look at the whole situation of having the uniformed police officers at the scene that is active like that one. Because you earlier mentioned that it's standard procedure for those in civilian to actually identify themselves. But you notice in a situation like this one, you hardly have that time. And you might end up actually having a friendly fire engagement. What are the chances when you have officers, many of them, who don't have uniform, and you also have the locals or the civilians also who are armed in the same situation, and then you have armed officers who are uniformed within the same environment? You
know, there's something they have, they call it operational standing procedures. Operational, OPS. Operational standing, no, OC, OCP. OSP. Operational standing procedures tell you what you need to do. And it does not exclude the context in which you are going to operate. So if this officer goes to a point where he joins this kind of thing, it's good to be a fast responder because it really disorganizes the attackers. But in the process of engaging himself in this kind of situation in civilian, it is up to the officer to identify himself, the officer in civilian. And within the framework of that operational standing procedures, they know what they need to do to identify themselves to incoming officers. Now, how they do it, I can't tell you. But in the military, I will tell you what they used to do. There are signs you can do, people know you're a friendly fire. There are things you will do, people will know this is not an enemy. So even with them, I'm sure there are systems they have in place where if I go to a place as a first responder and my colleagues come in uniform, there must be a system where I have to identify myself that I'm a police officer, notwithstanding the fluidity of the situation. Yes.
You know, going to Westgate, there was a situation where, I mean, people, eyewitnesses we were talking to, kept saying that they saw some of the attacks actually leave together with those ones who are running out. And we're hearing rather a similar situation with this one. We're hearing there are chances that there are those who went in, and when there was chaos and pandemonium and people running all over the place, some of them could have actually left.
In the initial stages.
In the initial
Before
stages.
the police took charge.
Exactly.
Because we saw it.
Yes.
Now, that one you can't blame the police. But the chances are, you go in, you realize this is not workable. People start running out, you also run with them. It is possible. Those are operational matters. But we can't blame the police at that situation. Because I was watching very keenly. I was talking to some of your colleagues who were on the ground. The moment the police started coming in, you could see order very quickly. And that is where now they need to do what we call pruning. So that anybody going out, don't just allow them to run with hands. There must be a procedure of passing through somewhere as they release you. So yes, in the initial stages, it's possible they ran away. You go to the hotel, you realize, we are told, because we have no pictures, we have no information. One of them has blown himself up or herself. Then you realize this thing is not working. Then you decide to run out. And you go with the people. So it's possible, yes.
Looking at where we are today as a country in the fight against terrorism, could you say that we are now better prepared, or is it a question of also the terrorist outfits also losing their momentum and losing their agenda and the motivation, and also experiencing internal conflicts, and so they're losing from your backyard? At the same time, we're also having people who are now well equipped, monitoring their activities and watching over their networks.
Let me answer you the first part, then I'll take the second part, because Ambassador Kimani mentioned. One, I think Kenya has made strides. If we have to base our argument on what we've seen today, notwithstanding the casualties and whatever, you see major strides in terms of equipment, in terms of order, in terms of organization, and in terms of information sharing. But the issue of motivation. Give me 2 minutes. I want to give you a small lesson about Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is an offshoot of Islamic courts. Islamic courts wanted to rule Somalia. And Somalia was very peaceful when Islamic courts were in charge. The West decided to remove Islamic courts. No reason, no apparent reason, just because it was an Islamic outfit. The splinter from the Islamic courts is Al-shabaab. So they have a cause, they have a motivation, because they wanted to rule Somalia. They wanted to rule Somalia under Sharia law. But what is happening? They are friends in Kenya. This is a speculation now. Instead of giving us space to take back our country, they are assisting, they call it, what do you call this? Kafir government. Kenya is supporting Kafir government to continue ruling this country with the support of the West. So from the word go, Al-Qaeda has a motive. Now, we are pawns in this game, because when there's disorganization in Somalia, it flows to us. Now we move in, we want to stabilize our border. And then Al-Qaeda feels you are now empowering a government that we want to remove. Therefore, you become a legitimate target in terms of theater of war. You become a legitimate target, and for as long as you are assisting that government, whichever, every time they have elections and you are still there, and you're a neighbor, you become a legitimate target. But I also said our levels of corruption has also played a role in how we are vulnerable from time to time. Because if we are very strict the way Ethiopia was, although Ethiopia was a dictatorship, you will not be seeing what we are seeing here. But corruption also played a role. People being given ID cards, people being ferried to places because of payments, and therefore you mess up the demography, and it becomes very difficult for even security agencies to take charge of this. So that is how it is. But the motive, Al-Qaeda has never withdrawn that idea that they want to rule Somalia under Sharia rules.
But at the same time, it could be argued as they look at that as the primary motivator. Yes. There are also internal issues where the same
Al-shabaab
outfit has been used by warlords to fight other warlords and
I'll come to that.
And to fight.
Yes.
So it's a situation that is from within.
No, we know Al-Qaeda split into three. No concrete evidence, but that is what is obtaining. You know, we have Al-Shabaab, that is ISIS leaning. We have Al-Shabaab that is internal. It wants to deal with internal issues of Somalia. Then we have Al-Shabaab that is Al-Qaeda leaning. Of course, that also played a role in their own fights. And you know, the other day, one of them wanted to be the president of Southwest Somalia. They picked him up, and he was going to win. So those fights, he was going to win. Yeah. So there are those fights within Al-Qaeda itself that plays into their own, and that's why even within Al-Shabaab, sometimes they don't trust each other. But the ultimate goal of Al-Shabaab, the way we know it, is to govern Somalia as a complete nation under Sharia law. That is a motive. And therefore, if you are assisting a government that Al-Shabaab wants to remove, you become a legitimate target.
So then are you saying if they achieve what they want, like you said,
they will never. My understanding
Kenya.
is they will never come to Kenya to bother us. But for as long as you're supporting something they believe should not be there, then you become a legitimate target.
But there's also still, there's been this motivation, and from what we saw at Westgate, it was retribution to what Kenya was doing, the Operation Linda Inchi, and so on and so forth. And there's also this sense that, you know, they have brothers and their sisters who are being harassed, who are not getting equal opportunities as everybody else, who are arrested or beaten or victimized and ostracized and all that. So they will still use that as an excuse to still carry out these, either you can call them small attacks, leading into these big attacks.
That is an added localized motive. The original goal, and I want us to go back there,
is to establish the government.
To establish a government in Somalia. And everywhere they go to attack, you realize it is a base for Westerners, elite, the rich, you know, so that the impact is like, these are the ones who are assisting this country to support that government that we've wanted to remove for many years. Now, of course, internally they came and coined this idea, which is true. Some of them were really molested, like the Kasarani issue and all that, but that was an added item on the original motivation for the fight within Al-Shabaab.
Then what does this say about the relative peace that we've experienced? I can't say as a country, but as a capital, because we have them boxed along the northern belt, and we've had so many frequent attacks there. If it's not right inside Somalia, it's just near our border, the northeastern region. Why do you think they've been boxed around that area and they've not managed to quite push outside that particular area?
Just one reason, and this is what I believe in. I could be wrong. One reason only: Kenya has fairly advanced in the capacity to deal with Al-Shabaab. I think, to me, that's the only reason I have, because they've not changed their wish to cause havoc in Kenya. But what we are seeing, I think, is the capacity of our security organs being able to restrain the operations within Kenya and have these slip-ins like what we saw in Dusit. And that's why you see them along the border, because it's quick. You run in, you run out, and it's able, because you know, there's something in operation we call something to do with pursuit, the right to pursue. If our military or police are at this side of the border, they have no right to cross the border in terms of pursuit. But those ones who are there can operate up to the border. So that's why you see they are really trying to play around the border, because they can run in, run out. They are trying to establish themselves in Boni Forest. It's becoming difficult. But these sides, we are relatively calm, because I believe, and I think I'm right, our systems are fairly working with the support of our friends in the world.
Well, we're expecting Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i to address the nation any time now. What, in your opinion, or in your view, in your thoughts, are you expecting him to say? What would you want him to talk about, or what do you think he's going to talk about?
From a governance perspective, governance, you say he represents the president.
Yes.
But I hope one day soon the president will also speak as the commander-in-chief and as the head of state of this country. So Matiang'i, from a governance perspective, this is what I expect. He doesn't have to do that. He'll come and give a speech to reassure Kenyans that your government is intact. Your government is taking care of you. Your government is fighting for you, and fight with us to finish this. That is the aspect I expect him to speak about. But operations, Wachi Inspector General.
So you don't want him to talk about operations?
No, he can speak about it, but say from what I've been briefed by the Inspector General, this is what ABCD. But what I expect from him is a governance speech that reassures us that our government is in charge, our government is working for us, and therefore we should work with the government to deal with our internal security problems.
Let's look at how we've compared heads, the different heads of security agencies in this country when it comes to handling some of these matters and rising to the occasion. We are told that we're expecting Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i any time to address the nation. Once we get that right sound or that signal, we'll be able to beam it live for you. Looking and comparing the IG, Boinnet, and comparing David Kimayo, for example, looking at how they're addressing the nation and their statements and the choice of words, their demeanor and their attitude, can you make any comparisons there?
One, we saw today IG Boinnet very confident, which is a good sign, which tells you that probably they're in charge of what is happening there. But also don't forget that the rest of the IGs or commissioners of police were working under a very different context. So the rest of the system has learned. So IG Boinnet is lucky that is now operating within a system that has learned and has put measures in place and has improved how we do these things. The government has also learned that this is how we need to deal with these kind of things. And therefore, the current IG is lucky because he's working within a system that has been reformed, a system that has been structured, and they continue structuring. The rest, I'll use the word struggling. There were no frameworks.
Are you saying they were victims of a system
system failure? Actually, most of them were victims of system failure. Because most of the things you are seeing happening now...
Sorry, I'll cut you short. Sorry. Let's just go live now listening to the Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i addressing the nation.
Who have stood with us during this difficult time where we have been tested and found not wanting. We remain an integral part of the international community that stands up to terror in all its guises. Finally, I would like once again to reiterate that the situation is under control and the country is safe. Let us all remember that terrorism will never defeat us, and we as a country remain strong and determined, and we will not surrender or bend to any manipulation or efforts of terrorist elements. Thank you, and we will continue updating you as we go along on this operation. Thank you very much.
Well, that's Interior Cabinet Secretary there, Fred Matiang'i, giving a small press briefing there. It was less than 5 minutes, quite not what we expected at Harambee House. The story is still developing, and from the few words that we had him speak there, reassuring words, probably what you actually were talking about, coming out and almost giving a government statement and not talking about operations. And just to do a quick recap there on one or two things that he mentioned there, the CS talked about the situation being under control and the situation being under control at the Riverside area, and he also talked about the country being safe. So a very perfect choice of words there. He also talked about the terrorists will not defeat us. So there we are hearing now for the first time, the CS coming out and now labeling this as a terrorist act and saying that we will not be bowed under their pressure, we will not surrender to terrorist elements, and urging the country to be calm. The situation is under control.
Yes, that's
that's what you
exactly
expect. That's what you're talking about.
A governance statement reassuring the country, we are in charge, we are serving you, we shall finish this, but also work with us. Perfect statement.
So as this is going on, because we expected this to come a bit earlier, it has taken all this time until he's just spoken a few minutes ago, and there's no indication whether we're expecting any other briefing. Probably our reporters on the ground will be able to give us that. But as this situation unfolds, as he's given us this brief, are we then saying that this is a government statement, but there's an operation still going on, and it's still sensitive?
It's not a government statement. It's a government position.
A government position?
Yes, that's the government position as per now. The by operation is still going on. And as just said, we shall continue updating you as the situation unfolds.
Then what is this saying about what's happening at Dusit complex?
That things are looking good. I think they have confidence that things are looking good. For him to issue and say we are in control, we have taken charge of the buildings, it means our security forces are in control. Not in charge, in control. Because being in charge means you have flushed out everything and therefore everything is under you. But being in control is you deny the terrorists the ability to maneuver their way out or to cause more havoc.
All right. Yes. Let's now join Brenda Wanga, who is standing by at Harambee House. We missed a few words there. I mean, perhaps, Brenda, can you just take us through what the CS talked about?
Well, after about 1 hour, 30 minutes wait for this press conference, the CS for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, accompanied with a bit quite a number of his cabinet colleagues, came out to address the nation this evening as the country comes to grips with that, what has now been confirmed as a terrorist attack. He says he joins the rest of the country in condemning this attack in the strongest terms possible, at the same time saying that, seeking to reassure the country that everything is under control, at least at the scene of attack. He says he has been keeping the president abreast of all the developments at the scene, and the president is well aware of what is happening, how the security forces have responded. He also goes on to say that to assure the country that terrorism will not defeat this country, that the country remains united. However, at the same time, also just moving to reassure people that the situation, at least at the Dusit 2 complex, is under control. He did not tell us whether the operation is still ongoing or whether it has been called off, but he just did say that they were still in charge, at least as far as that situation is concerned. He did not tell us the number of casualties, if any, the number of injuries, the extent or degree of injury suffered in that attack. Again, refusing to take questions at the end of this press conference, but assuring us that he will be giving us updates as the situation unfolds. Dennis?
Well, thank you very, very much, Brenda, there. I mean, that's what we are waiting to hear, whether there's an indication that there's going to be another, press briefing there. But all indications point towards the situation being under control from what Brenda is telling us and from what we heard the CS also mention. And what is missing from these statements, there are no, there's no number of casualties or fatalities, and we're not even looking at anything to do with numbers. And we're seeing a similar pattern here from the time we had the El Ade attack. And up to this moment, there's been no official figures. Is this tactical?
I think it is not even tactical. It's just good manners. Good manners. Because one, you start banding around numbers, you create speculation. So consolidate everything that you need to have, share it with Kenyans when you are done. I'm just hoping that if there are casualties, then that triage where the Kenya Red Cross has the capacity to inform the loved ones. Because if you keep this kind of information and you don't share with those who had people inside that building, then it creates another situation in the country that is uncalled for. So as you keep it to manage the situation, I hope and believe they have a system through that triage area that they're getting to the loved ones, if they are able to get to the loved ones, and inform them quietly that this is what has happened, these are the people we are dealing with, this is your brother, this is your sister, but you don't share it with the public.
Well, we're looking at a quick recap of what Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who's the Interior Cabinet Secretary, talked about there. We've been waiting, like Brenda mentioned, for almost 1 hour and 30 minutes to hear what the Cabinet Secretary will tell Kenyans about what is going on at the Dusit complex. We had the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, addressing the nation twice, and we expected a third press briefing, but instead we saw the Minister himself come out and mention quite a number of things there, including reassuring Kenyans that the situation now is under control. They've taken up all the buildings. Previously, we had Boinnet talking about taking control of 6 floors, and they were working on the 7th one. So this obviously gives us an indication that they have now managed to take full control of all the floors, though it's not yet clear because it's a complex environment, whether it's just that particular hotel or they've come through the entire area because they've cordoned off the entire complex. And so that's what the CS talked about earlier, and we're expecting another briefing. We're not sure what time this will happen, but just listening to what he said earlier.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for finding time to be here, and thank you for indulging us and waiting. We have a statement to make, which I would like to make as follows. Good evening, fellow citizens. As your Cabinet Secretary for Interior and in charge of security, I would like to condemn in the strongest terms possible the heinous and cowardly act that we all witnessed in Nairobi this afternoon. Following the attack by suspected terrorist elements, I joined our National Security Advisory Committee in our Strategic Operations Room. This team has been working together to oversee the coordination of the government response since 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. Even as I speak, the committee remains seized of the situation, not just in the Dusit operations area, but throughout the country, and will continue to remain seized of the situation until this current matter is brought to a close and the entire country is brought back to normalcy. I am pleased to report that, as was explained earlier by the Inspector General of Police, the response on the ground was swift, determined, and involved different security agencies under a singular command of the GSU commandant, and supported by a multi-agency team drawn from throughout the security apparatus of the country. I can now report that we have secured all the buildings that had been affected by these events. The security teams have evacuated scores of Kenyans and other nationalities from the buildings. We are now in the final stages of mopping up the area and securing evidence and documenting the consequences of these unfortunate events. I can also report that the country is now secure and that the nation remains calm, that Kenyans and all of our visitors are safe and should feel free to continue getting about their normal businesses. I have continually and regularly updated His Excellency the President on all aspects of this operation, and he remains fully seized of the situation. In closing, I would like to recognize the support and collaboration we have received from our friends in the international community here in Kenya, who have stood with us during this difficult time where we have been tested and found not wanting. We remain an integral part of the international community that stands up to terror in all its guises. Finally, I would like once again to reiterate that the situation is under control and the country is safe. Let us all remember that terrorism will never defeat us, and we as a country remain strong and determined, and we will not surrender or bend to any manipulation or efforts of terrorist elements. Thank you, and we will continue updating you as we go along on this operation. Thank you very much.
That was an earlier statement by Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i, obviously sticking to the script and avoiding off the cuff remarks there. Obviously, again, not taking any questions. Same situation we saw with the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, not taking questions from reporters. But just a quick recap of some of the things that he mentioned. He talked about the situation being under control. They've secured all the buildings, not just that hotel, secured all the buildings, and they're right now at the final stages of just mopping up the area, sanitizing the entire place. And he talked about terrorism. For the first time we've heard him mention that word. He said that terrorism will not defeat us, and he also said we will not surrender to terrorist elements. We have secured all the buildings again, and he referred to having had a conversation with the president and talked about President Kenyatta being aware, fully aware of what's happening and the entire situation that was unfolding there. He didn't mention the number of injuries or any fatalities. Obviously, we'll be expecting that as they put all the numbers together and as they do a complete and full comprehensive report that we expect to happen much later on, Olive.
Now we bring you CCTV footage of what appears to be the attackers arriving at 14 Riverside Drive. The clips appear to have been taken using cameras located at the hotel.
So they are only 4 attackers. Shot at that jeep. So they took different directions.
As we look at those pictures, we see whether the IG Boinet's statement earlier this evening will be corroborated. He did tell us that that attack happened at about 3 p.m. Based on the timestamp on that footage, it appears to have been just about 3:30 p.m. We've also been informed that they first hit the I&M, the building which houses the I&M Bank, followed by an explosion targeting 3 vehicles at the parking lot, and from where they moved on to the Dusit D2 hotel, and a suicide explosion took place at the foyer of the Dusit hotel, where guests, the IG Boinnet said, suffered severe injuries. So the footage, the images we are showing you on the screen now is CCTV footage of the attackers when they made their way to the 14 Riverside Drive complex. We can see them there with firearms, and those were about 3 of them on the screen there. We're told they approached the building using 2 vehicles, one of which contained explosive devices. That is according to the information that has been provided by the IG Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet. That is an image of one of the attackers. We can see there he has a firearm in his hands, and then we have an image of 2 more of the attackers when they hit 14 Riverside Drive just after 3 p.m. this afternoon. The Interior CS, Fred Matiang'i, says they have secured all the buildings in the complex, and he says the situation is at hand. Now, the officer in charge of those operations, as he's been identified by the Inspector General of Police, is GSU Commandant Kironji Kanja. And he, according to the statement by Boinnet, they have combined specialized forces under his singular command. That is GSU Commandant Kironji Kanja. And earlier we heard from Ken Mijungu, who told us that the buildings surrounding 14 Riverside Drive had been evacuated, including the University of Nairobi hostels. Now, the images we are bringing you is CCTV footage from the Dusit D2 hotel, which was hit by a suspected terror attack this afternoon. We have specialized forces on ground. NTV is following that story. We'll bring you live updates as they continue to come in. Now, as the timeline, as the picture as had been painted by the Inspector General of Police, is the attack took place after 3 p.m. And the attackers first hit one of the office buildings that is near the entrance to the complex, and that building is the Hanover building. There are 5 office buildings within the complex. That is the Hanover building. We have the Arlington building, the Grosvenor building, the Cavendish building, and the Belgravia building. And apart from the Dusit D2 hotel, it also hosts a number of other multinational offices, including HIP Partners, Adam Smith International, and we also have a number of restaurants that are located within that particular complex. So according to the IG, they first hit the Hanover building, which is close to the main gate. According to news reports, they started firing and ordered the security guards to open up the gate and allow them in. After abandoning their vehicles, they're said to have come in 2 vehicles, one of which has been identified as a KCE. And there you can see them at the entrance as they make their way into the 14 Riverside complex. So there we go. They're moving into the complex. At least we've seen at least 3 attackers in one of those clips and another 2 in another clip. And we had a close-up of one of the attackers. Of course, the police have cautioned against sharing images on social media that have been posted by sympathizers of these suspected terror attackers. And the IG of police, Joseph Boinnet, said they've cleared at least 6, or at his last update, he had said 6 of 7 floors of Dusit, but now the interior CES, Fred Matiang'i, says that they have secured all the buildings. Over to you, Dennis and Simiyu.
Well, thank you very much, Olive. You've described the scene there, and if our director can repeat again that clip. I want Captain Wirunga Simiyu here and myself to just take you through again those pictures, the images you're seeing there. So one of the things that I notice is they're fully aware, obviously, there's CCTV cameras there. They don't look like the people who are walking around lost. They know where they're going. But they don't mind covering their faces. They're exposing themselves. What do you make of this area? Because the other thing you notice, it's deserted, and clearly they walked in. Wirunga.
You see, I'm trying to, that's where you either get out of the hotel as you leave, or when you're getting into the hotel, because you must pay for the tickets there. You get your parking.
You're saying the ticket and pay there.
Yeah, actually. So after that, they're now going to the hotel. So it means they walked for some time, a short distance, before they entered the hotel. So that is the distance you are seeing. Because that bend where they're disappearing under, where there are those motorbikes, that bend, that's when you're going to the hotel foyer. Because you come from...
This is a checking-in area, because you can see the tray there, and you can see...
Yeah, that's not the foyer. Yes. So what happens when you enter Dusit, there's a barrier quite outside these parking things. So the security guys will open for you, they check your vehicle, then they allow you to drive up to this. Then you take your tickets, then you drive to the parking. So the barrier that the security guards are is fairly outside the hotel buildings. And if we are being told they shot at the security guards and told them to open, then they didn't drive all the way up to the hotel foyer. Because here they are walking in the parking.
Yeah, clearly they didn't drive in, and that then supports the police theory.
Yes.
That because we've also had close sources within the police circle say that they were confronted by tourist police who were around that area as they forced their way in after the first shooting.
After the shooting,
they were engaged.
Yes.
And do you perhaps think they expected that, or this is like plan B? Because it's quite a distance from where the car is then to the foyer before the first suicide bomber detonated his vest. And then you can see them hurriedly waiting for each other, walking in.
My assumption is this, and this is an assumption. These people have planned to attack this thing for a long time. And every time they go there, they must be meeting these police officers. So they know the place is guarded. And we had somebody speaking on TV saying one of the fellows has been there 3 times. So which means they know the environment, they know the context. I think to their planning, when they realized that these askaris might discover them, that's when they probably panicked and decided to start shooting from the barrier. But if the askaris were probably not very harsh on them, they could just have driven, went and parked and walked to the hotel. Because the parking, like I told you, you enter. Now I'm imagining you are from Riverside. So you drive, you get a barrier. You finish the barrier outside that I showed you that like a gate.
Yes.
Then you go near that gate, you get your ticketing. Then you look for parking on your left. Then you can drive round until you get next to the foyer, the hotel. There are also parkings there. So these people might have been disrupted by the askaris, ensuring that they must check the vehicle. And that's when they opened the fire. Now that exposes them. So they can't drive any further, so they need to see how they can get there quickly without being met before they get to the target. So that is my assumption.
So then do you think the style of attack, because we saw this with Kulbio,
yes.
we never quite saw this at Westgate. They almost formed a new style of attacks where they load the vehicle up with explosives and make sure they drive in, and whoever is driving it obviously is
going to die.
Yes, going to die.
Yes.
So do you then think that could have been the plan if it was not for the police officers who tried to deter them from entering and then they started walking on foot?
I don't want to speculate because those vehicles that were burning seem to be in a parking. So I don't know how they go to the parking. So it can be like they were just confronted and therefore they left the vehicles and ran away. Because if you looked, it's like those vehicles were in a parking. Because there's even a third vehicle that was burning because it was next to this. So I think I don't want to assume here.
Yes.
Maybe let's get the details and understand how this operation, this attack went on.
The other thing you notice are literally looking for anyone on site to shoot.
Yes.
In this case, this place we're seeing right now on the screen is deserted. And there are areas there where there are, well, obviously, there are blind spots. We're not able to really verify what is on these other sides. But they're not looking around for anyone. They're almost directing themselves towards a certain point.
I think this is another assumption. When they were forced to shoot, and the distance from where they were forced to shoot, therefore to create disturbance, is far enough for them not to have driven quickly and did what they did. So the fact that you can see them walking alone and running and walking is because the way I understand the place, if it is true that's where they left the vehicle, then by the time they were shooting up, everybody had taken cover. And that is a parking, so you don't expect to meet anybody there. And maybe their target, as we are told, was to go to the foyer, explode themselves, or kill as many as they can in the hotel. And it's a bit of a distance to go around until you get to the foyer and to the hotel.
Captain Urunga, the way they're walking around, it gives an impression, again, this is an assumption from my end. They're not really afraid that there could be someone on the rooftop or a police officer or someone who's armed around the vicinity. They seem to be walking around with those magazine pouches and the AK-47s quite comfortably.
Probably. Another assumption, they had an informer inside the hotel. So even as they were coming in, they already knew how the situation was.
So they're not walking in blindly?
Yes, another assumption. Because if we are told that one of them was seen there 3 times, then it's likely there was already somebody there telling them how things are as they come in. So probably they came in with the knowledge knowing this is how the situation is. Now that we've disrupted this by shooting before we get to the target, they walked in knowing how things are. Probably an accomplice was inside sharing with them this information.
Well,
or just before they drove in, probably they were briefed how the situation is. That's how they came in.
Well, obviously, we'll know all these details,
Yes,
but
yes.
to our viewers, these are the first images that we are seeing of the faces of the attackers, whom the Cabinet Secretary, Fred Matiang'i, has rightly said that they are terrorists, but they will not defeat us. So he mentioned, he talked about them as terrorist elements, not talking about Al-shabaab. The Al-shabaab have claimed responsibility. So there you are seeing their faces, you're seeing that they gained their entry into the Dusit complex, walking in, aiming the AK-47s and walking into a blind spot which we can't see where exactly they were going. But again, Captain Urunga, something that the CS mentioned, away from the pictures that we're seeing there, is the fact that he talked about the situation being under control, assuring the country that everything now is under control and they're on their final phase of mopping the entire area. But we're also getting reports there are people we even know who are still holed up around some of the floors in that complex. I mean, what do you make of this? It's a reassuring statement. It's a statement that gives you the finality that this thing is over. But again, the people are still in those buildings.
I want to use semantics here, and I could be wrong. I'm not Willis, the word master. There's a difference between being in control and being in charge. You can be in control of a situation but not being in charge. Being in charge is fully wrap it up and you make decisions and things are yours. Being in control, probably what he meant is that the attack has subsided, the shooting is no longer there, but they're still mopping up the area within their own, under their own initiative and planning. That means you're in control of what you're doing. So yes, because we know that people are still there, your colleagues are still there, hold up somewhere, I'm made to understand. So the fact that you have said the situation is under control does not mean that the operation is over. But at least now they can plan and do as they wish to do as they move on mopping up the areas to ensure that these attackers are either killed or apprehended.
So it's a safe statement?
It's a safe statement, yes.
So mopping, then what does mopping the area mean?
Mopping means either these people have not been killed, so you go floor by floor to ensure if they're still alive, whether you kill them or you arrest them. You are not looking for Kenyans. Kenyans, when you get them, you tell them to leave. But mopping is just to ensure that wherever you pass, you have made sure what you are looking for is not there. So you keep on clearing space as you move. So that is, I think, what they are doing.
I mean, walking around the city, from where, we don't know where they were staying. We don't know which direction they were coming from. All we know is, from what we are seeing, they are actually heavily armed. They've got magazine pouches around their waists.
And some sort of uniform also.
Yes, exactly. Meaning that it's not a random drive-by shooting.
No.
They're there to stay. Do these images give you that impression?
Not even to stay. I want to tell you this. The configuration of Dusit is that there's only one entry and exit, unless you want to jump over the walls. But the walls there have electric fences, they have what and what. So the fact that they moved in, knowing the exit is just one, tells us what the intentions were. We go in, if we are able to finish and come out, hallelujah. If we don't, we become martyrs.
Looking at that parking and the adjacent buildings and the Dusit complex, for those who have had a chance to visit the place, they have an idea. You have been there several times. You understand the area. I've been there myself.
Not several times because I'm not very rich, but I've been there once in a while.
Oh, you're saying it's a place for... well, I've been there several times myself, but just affording a cup of coffee, not a bad thing. But looking at the location where this hotel is and looking at the other, the offices, the adjacent offices and the buildings around, do you expect at all times to have very heavy security presence to avert something like this? Or how complicated is this? How expensive is this?
I mean, if you're talking about private security, yes, we need and expect them to be everywhere. Because even parking can become a danger zone. You see, I told you they have layered parkings behind the hotel. So you can come in this way, go and park, and get out from behind the hotel with the rest of the buildings, or you can park somewhere here, drive back and use the same entrance as an exit. So if you are talking about putting police all over the place, it can be very expensive. But yes, because it's a complex area, it is important that they have enough guard personnel, either for purposes of deterrence or raising the alarm. It is important, because when you invest in something like this, you also want people to have confidence that when I'm there, I'm safe and secure. So I don't think the issue of expenses in terms of security was an element on what we are seeing. I think this was just a planned attack. Our guards are not armed, and therefore the only people who could counter these fellows are our police officers.
Well, looking at other, shopping complexes, the village market closed immediately after this attack, or temporarily, obviously for the security reasons, and so other malls also did close. I mean, someone can argue it's being reactive, but it's also taking precaution. But moving forward, Kenyans will wake up in the morning after looking at these kinds of pictures, and we do expect more coming from the CCTV cameras. What next? What do we do?
I think they're just playing safe. But I don't think Al-shabaab has the capacity for multi-pronged attacks. They don't have the capacity to plan for the hub, to plan for Two Rivers, to plan for Westgate, to plan for this. They don't have that capacity. Because this ni wale wa kujitolea kimuhanga. And there are not many. So I think the idea is pick one target that has a major impact on the international scene, deal with it, take some time, reorganize again. Because again, the chances of you planning so many, the possibility of you being found out quickly is higher than when you're planning for one. So I don't think they have the capacity for attacks.
Again, for the purposes of just having the simple understanding of how this area is, from the main road, the Riverside Drive, coming into the Dusit complex, there's a barrier we are seeing there on our screen. I mean, it's a simple barrier. Even a motorbike can just, break through that barrier.
But the first one is a very strong barrier.
So the first barrier is a very strong barrier.
Where guards man is very strong. It's steel.
What exactly is there?
It's steel. It's steel. This barrier with the two whatever this side, but it's a very heavy barrier. So for you even to drive through, I think to break it, you must be with a lot of force. So that is a strong barrier. But after that, there's no barrier. It's just that one you are seeing for the ticketing. But the main one is far outside what you are seeing here.
Let's talk about the choice of weapons that they're using.
AK-47.
It's become symbolic of terrorism, unfortunately, the AK-47s. Why do they choose this kind of weapons? And also, there are different types of grenades, but there's a specific type of grenade that they're fond of using. Is it because they're readily available in Somalia or in the black market?
It depends where they acquire the grenades. But the AK-47, there are several benefits. Look at our GSU here. Just stand if you have the capacity. Look at that G3. It looks a heavy weapon, isn't it?
It is a heavy weapon.
It's a heavy weapon. But when you look at that thing that fellow is holding, it is so light that they prefer those ones because they are light to carry. You can break it easily, put it somewhere, fix it back very quickly. And what do we say about AK-47? Okay, I've forgotten most of those things. But the fact that it is light, it does not jam easily. You understand what I mean by jamming?
Yes, I do.
It doesn't jam easily, and it can operate for a long time. Makes it a choice weapon for terrorists. It's very light. It has more weapons, more bullets. It is easy to fold it and run around with it, as opposed to the G3 or M18 or M25, which are very heavy weapons from the West. So I think that's why it's a choice weapon for terrorists, because it's light and ammunition is easily available in the market.
What about the grenades?
Wherever they are buying them, that is where we need to know, because that means it's easy to get them where they're getting those types of grenades. Because black market, of course.
Because I've talked to some security experts who said that type, the Russian type, is a very old type of grenade, but it's still available in the market.
Yeah.
Are they
Easy
still
to
being
get.
easy to get?
Easy to get. Don't forget, when Russia was the Soviet Union, several countries were producing weapons on behalf of the bigger Soviet Union.
Yes.
Ukraine was known to be for the ballistic missiles, intercontinental. It was known for that. It was the best. Czech Republic, Hungary, they used to produce several types of weapons. So when they broke off, some of them decided to maintain what they had, some of them decided to modify. And if they had stocks that were now obsolete in terms of their usage in that country, they end up in the black market. And between the time the Soviet Union collapsed and the time we saw order in Eastern Europe, there was a lot of black market merchandise in terms of weapons and ammunition. I think that's why it is easy to get them now, but they're no longer produced.
But you look at the African continents, the rebels from West Africa, you look at Boko Haram, the choice of weapons they're using, same weapon.
True.
But the terrorism that America, for example, experiences, they're using a different type of weapon again.
Are they local terrorists or international terrorists?
Well, they have a different language and wordings around who they call a terrorist and who they call a gunman, someone with a psychological issue, as they put it. But are you then seeing an end to this? Because you would assume they're still in mass production.
AK are still in mass production because it's a weapon for Russia. It's still a weapon for Ukraine. It's still a weapon for some countries in the former East. It's still a weapon in some Asian countries. Even in Africa, we have countries using AK. So it is still in production. That's why it is easily available.
Unfortunately, you can't help but notice, I mean, visually, when you look at, you refer to the picture that we've been running on our bumper of local police officers with the long G3 heavy rifles. We're still stuck to that. But the minute you see the wrecker squad coming in with their guns, it gives you a different feeling.
Yes.
These are serious people.
Characters, either AK, Uzi submachine gun, foldable, easy to carry, easy to use because of the fluidity of the operation.
So then, speaking of operations, are we as a country investing in weaponry?
I think they are. I think they are.
We may never know the numbers, we may never know the types, but you're quite confident that we are there.
I watched the other day the Chief of Defense Staff talking to our soldiers in Somalia, and he said we have invested heavily in new weapons and equipment. I think they are.
Looking at these images again, back to these images, do you think this plays into the psyche of the terrorism narrative coming from, well, they've not said it's Al-shabaab, though we do know it's Al-shabaab who've claimed responsibility, but the CS has chosen to call them a terrorist element.
Yes.
I mean, does this play into their psyche? Or is this a disadvantage to them?
I don't think they want to be seen. That is a fact. But the fact that they are being exposed, I think is a disadvantage to them. They will be happy if they are not seen, and that's why they like driving to the target, disembark, and quickly start causing chaos. But you see, a place like Dusit, the way we are saying, is so complex that you cannot deal with issues of CCTV cameras. So I think when they go in, they have already made a choice. We are going here to do our job. We know there are several disadvantages, but we have to achieve what we want. But no terrorist wants to be seen the first, because they can survive. There are those who survive, and they still go back and continue causing havoc in the world. So I don't think it plays to the psyche that we are macho and we are doing this. No, I don't think so.
So you think they prefer operating covertly?
Yes. This is a disadvantage to them.
So there's a very big disadvantage to them.
Yes.
But then again, as a country, the challenge we've also faced is biometrics. If indeed they're still holed up there, we don't know that yet. But assuming again that they were not working alone, and all these ones disappeared, like we were here getting reports that there's a probability that once, you know, the police moved in and everyone was leaving, it's very easy to drop your vest, drop the gun, and just walk in with everybody else.
Not even that. You know, Dennis, what we are discussing is about what we see in the front. Even what I'm explaining to you, I don't know the compound behind the complexes. And because this is a place they planned and surveyed for a long time, probably there are places they knew that once they do this, they can use this exit and disappear. So I think we wait and hear what we are going to be given as stories of what has happened.
The way they've been operating, the last time I was in Kulbio, I remember after the attack, one of the things that a captain there mentioned was the fact that they have changed their modus operandi, in the sense that they're now getting young boys from inside Somalia, forcing them to join their outfit, and they use them as the foot soldiers when they storm into a camp
barracks,
or into the barracks or in a place like this one. And then the real Al-shabaab are way, way, way at the back. They have these different layers. They're those ones who go to collect the bodies to make sure they're never found. Are you seeing this working for them, or
No.
they?
I think when you look at these Dennis, these are seasoned. Just look even at their ages. These are not young people. So I think in terms of what you are saying, yes, that is mounting operations against static targets that are able to fight back. You use people who can be used as collateral as you move closer to your target. But I think for somebody to operate in something like this, it must be a seasoned operative, so that they're in charge of their faculties, they're in charge of what they are doing, they understand what they are doing, and they go in knowing that we shall not come back. If you force a kid the way we used to see in Afghanistan and Pakistan, some children will go and change their minds. So I think even with the ages that we are seeing with these fellows, these are not young people. These are senior operatives wherever they are coming from.
They probably could be in their 30s. It's really hard to tell, but from the face of
like
this
one,
fellow, for example.
He's over 30, this one. He's not young. So these are people, if they joined Al-shabaab at 18 or 20, these are people who have done service for terrorists. But on this kind of attacks, unless it's a suicide terrorist, then you can use children. But this one that you come to fight, either extricate yourself or die, it must be somebody who understands the operations.
How they've been playing out the ideology, is it making it difficult, because it's also hard to tell whether this is a Kenyan Somali or these are Somali. Again, you can't be sure whether these are Swahili-speaking men or they've just come straight from Somalia. How do they drive in? If they were driving around with vehicles that were loaded with explosives and they have this kind of weapons and magazines, I mean,
these are people who know the place.
Yes.
So it's likely they're both Somalis, Somali Kenyans, because now we can use the word Somali because we've seen pictures.
Yes.
So it is very likely that they have both in and out. Those who have left here, gone there, joined these people, and those who are operating from there, joining our people who have joined them to come and do attacks here. But I think I've been told, I'm not very sure, that the accent of a Somali from Somalia is different from the accent of a Somali from Kenya. So it's very easy for those who know to tell you this is a guy from or a lady from Somalia and this is a Kenyan Somali.
Well, we are still, following up what's been happening at the Dusit complex. There's so much activity that has gone on across the day. The statements that have come through from the Police Inspector General Joseph Boinnet, and finally we heard moments ago from the Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i mentioning quite a number of things there, and like you had predicted, giving the position that they're holding, but also you made reference to the President being fully well aware of what's happening, and you'd mentioned that you would expect the President perhaps to address the nation at some point. When is the right time to do this?
I think when they are sure that the operation is beyond any doubts, that when the Commander-in-Chief speaks, he speaks of a position that they are sure nothing untoward can happen after they speak to the nation.
So we've learned from what we experienced at Westgate when the President addressed the nation.
Very quickly.
Yeah,
then things went haywire. Then they had to start patching up. So I think at that moment when the Minister and the Inspector General's team feel that the operation is beyond breaking down, then that is when you will probably see the President addressing the nation. Because in all likelihood, the President must address the nation on this.
What is the importance of that?
It's a symbol of unity, it's a symbol of authority, it's a symbol of togetherness. So when he speaks, Kenya is speaking.
Looking at his statement, Fred Matiang'i's statement, we know him to speak off the cuff quite a lot. But on this one, you noticed is stuck to the script, no questions.
Yes.
Do you think it's following an order, or it's good manners, like you had said earlier?
No, this is what we call messaging. You know, there's a frame in communication called messaging. You want to send out the message you've agreed you want to send out. Don't go outside it. Don't allow for questions. Send it out. Let Kenyans digest. Then you'll come with another one.
What is missing?
It's still a sign of very good organization, like I was saying, that these are things are just falling in place so well that you notice this is good planning, this is a good operation, and they are following the script on how to manage this kind of situations.
Looking at the statements, there are quite a number of things that we're going to be looking at, including what was missing in the statements is an address perhaps to the families of those who have died, though we have not been given the correct number or the figures. We don't have the figures yet.
Yes.
But at least so far we know that those who have been injured, we've not seen a message going out to those who have been injured or to the families of those who have been affected. Do you think that is an omission?
No, they've given a general statement that they condole, they wish quick recovery, which is a standard statement.
Okay.
But I think going to individuals, they want to be so sure that by the time they send out these things, it will not be like what we saw from El Ade. Soldiers are being brought in, their relatives are not being told, then we start hearing stories. So I think the Inspector General gave a very generalized statement of condoling with us and wishing them quick recovery. But I think, like I said earlier, we are also hoping, because they already know the numbers.
They already know the numbers.
We are hoping that what they have created a system where they are getting to the relatives quietly before they come to the Kenyan people.
Well, the conversation continues here in the studio, but I want to take you over to Seth Olale, who is at the Dusit complex, to give us an update of what's happening there. Seth, give us details of where you are exactly, because it's a huge complex, as we understand so far, and tell us what's happening where you are.
Well, there's little information coming out from where the operation is still underway, but we have had a statement, or rather a witness account, the version from Ruben Kimani, who was actually operates here at the Dusit. He operates, he's in charge of security, and actually he was the one that had the access to the emergency exits. And according to his version, because about an hour ago he was able to come, and before he entered the ambulance to be taken to Avenue Hospital, he managed to speak to the media, and what he said was that he had the access to the emergency exits. He managed to actually evacuate at least 4 persons, but unfortunately he lost. Actually, he saw 3 persons passing away, and he confirmed that they passed from gunshot wounds. They passed away from gunshot wounds, and the only way he could save himself, according to his account, is that he was able just to lie, or rather collect pile of some bodies and put on top of his, and then assume, or rather pretend to be completely dead. And indeed, he also told us that he's a little bit concerned for some of his colleagues, which he say that have been trapped at the basement ground that is just next to the swimming pool, and this is at the Dusit Hotel. And those were speculations about, because earlier on, about 25 minutes ago, we saw at least 3 Red Cross recovery vehicles, amid speculations that perhaps maybe, just maybe, they would be ferrying bodies to an unknown destination. And we also had information that the number of casualties, that in particular those 3 recovery Red Cross vehicles could number between 8 to 10, and this is according to a source right within the Kenya Red Cross. And also what we know is that at least for an hour or so there has been utter silence here in the dark just along Riverside Drive. We haven't had any more explosions, or rather gunshots, as we had earlier on. And so maybe just to symbolize that maybe it's now a matter of recovery efforts now going on. But also we've had information that we have some persons that are still inside at least two buildings just near the Dusit hotel, and because we are told that in one of those offices which houses the Commission of Revenue Allocation on second floor, we have been told that there are persons that are communicating with relatives outside, and the last communications was at around 10:30 p.m. So that just tells you that still there is activity in the nearby buildings. And also we had some information that at least in one of the buildings, that is the 14th Hanover building, we are told that up to 6th floor it has been successfully secured, or rather everyone has been successfully evacuated. But what is not clear is whether the adjacent building, that is the Dusit and the Grosvenor buildings, we are being informed that the operations there for recovery is still underway and it is not complete. And so those are just some of the updates that we've had so far. No one has come out actually from the operation area just to come and address the media, just to give a briefing of what is taking place. But we are told, we're meant to understand that, of course, the CS Interior, Fred Matiang'i, has given a briefing of what is just happening here. But from here along the River Drive Avenue, it is still silent, no much of activity, at least from where we are. What is just, or rather who the people that just behind me, or rather the people who are just around me, the press, both local and foreign press that have mingled, or rather have just arrived, have been here since this particular incident took place. And so, of course, we'll be giving you much more update in regards to what happens, and as soon as they happen, of course, we'll keep all our viewers updated.
Well, thank you very much, Seth Olale, there at the 14 Riverside area. Well, the media is not allowed to go beyond the cordoned area because it's still an operation area, still being secured. And from what Seth has been able to gather there, he says that there's still some activity going on there. The evacuation seems not to be completed, and there are people still texting and talking to friends and relatives in the adjacent buildings. He specifically mentioned 2 buildings, that there are people who are still there, whether they're still waiting to be evacuated, because we also understand that there are people who are scared of coming out. So we'll continue monitoring this situation, and Seth is there, Ken is also there, and we also have our other reporters there monitoring the situation. But back to Simi, as we wrap this up, what is coming out here is that, you know, there are people who are still in the buildings. Yes. They're texting relatives, talking to their friends. Doesn't seem like this is over in terms of over. We expect this to go until morning.
That's why I told you I wanted to be semantic in this. So when you say you're in control, it's different from being in charge. Yes, they've controlled the situation, but the thing is still on until when they are sure they have taken charge of everything, then they can say the thing is over. So I think we also need to understand that the thing took place fairly late in the afternoon. If it was early in the morning, maybe you could say it's been wrapped up. But because of the darkness and whatever, let's give them time. We see what they will tell us by tomorrow around 10. I just hope, and I want to repeat it, that people have been made to have the ability to contact their relatives, their loved ones, their friends, so that wherever people are, they know our people are okay. If by any chance that those who have lost their lives, I'm praying and hoping that the system has put in place some mechanism to get in touch with their relatives and loved ones, even as they don't tell the public exactly what took place.
What took place?
Yes.
I mean, as we wind up, why the GSU commander in charge of this operation? I mean, why, in terms of looking at the whole structure and having one centralized command structure, why the GSU commander?
One, this is a police operation. 2, this is an operation that is beyond normal policing duties. So therefore you bring in the Recce Squad, which is a paramilitary unit. When you bring the Recce Squad and you add in the specialized forces also within the Reke squad or something different, it must go under some police commander. Now, who understands better operations of the Reke squad and the GSU than the commandant himself? So you give it to him, and anybody else who comes works under that framework.
Is this rotational?
The commander is appointed by the IG. It doesn't have to
No, in terms of these operations.
Yes.
I mean, if something else happens again tomorrow, are we going to see
No.
another
He's in charge of this operation until it's over. If we get another problem, God forbid, the IG might decide to appoint another commander of the operation. It doesn't have to be this guy. But the commander of this kind of operations is appointed by the IG. If it is the military, then the Army commander appoints, the Air Force commander appoints, or the Navy commander appoints to be in charge of that specific operation.
Speaking of military, this is my last question as we wind this up. Is it time for KDF to leave Somalia?
It's unfortunate KDF is not Somalia on its own. I think this is what Kenyans refuse to accept. KDF is now under AMISOM. And KDF operates under the framework and the program of AMISOM. If KDF pulled out of Somalia today, it will be doing that as a unilateral decision against the wishes of the international community. So there's nothing we can do. Once we rehearted ourselves into AMISOM, we go by that program. And even if it gets to a point where AMISOM decides to pull out and Kenya still feels we still have a problem around our borders, and it decides to have some element of security along the border, that will be a decision made by the Kenya government. But right now, there's no way Kenya can pull out because it is part and parcel of AMISOM forces framework.
Do you then mean, even though we experience the highest casualty rate compared to the other nations in the AMISOM, we are still stuck?
We are with the AMISOM unless Kenya as a country decides to pull out unilaterally by itself. That's what it means. Then it will be an individual state decision, and it might have serious repercussions in terms of our relationship with the AU, in terms of our relationship with the region, in terms of our relationship with the international community. So it's not an easy thing the way Kenyans are talking about pulling out Somalia. Once we entered into AMISOM, we lost the capacity to make decisions of pulling out or staying. So we follow the framework of AMISOM, and they said by 2020, they want to see if they can start pulling out. They have asked Burundi to pull out, I think, 1 battalion. They are refusing because they make a lot of money. But I think AMISOM has a framework and a program, and that is what Kenya follows, because we are no longer there as a country. We are there as a contributing country to AMISOM forces.
But there's also been an argument, and I remember having this discussion with the Jubaland president.
Yes.
And he mentioned this to me and said that in Somalia, the idea of imagining that AMISOM is pulling out will create an avenue for these terrorist elements to sprout, and therefore it's literally not an option. So then do we even think of a timeline? Because as the situation in Somalia remains as it is, we'll forever be in Somalia.
Yes, but you see, just like I want to tell you, how many years has UN been in Congo? 17, 18 years?
Almost 2 decades.
Yes. So if Somalia will never stabilize, and it has an impact on the stability of other regional countries, then we shall forever be in Somalia. It's not about what Somalis think or want. It's about regional stability. It's about international stability. You move, you create a base for Al-Qaeda, the world will not allow that. So I think sometimes they're in a catch-22 situation. They want everybody to leave, but at the same time, you are not an island. That is what they are facing now. So Kenya cannot just walk away. It must follow what AU says, and it must abide by the program of African Union.
Well, thank you very much, Captain Simiyu for your time. We've had a very deep conversation around the situation at the Dusit complex. It was a pleasure hosting you. Hoping to see you again. You go catch some sleep.
Yes.
Most likely tomorrow we'll be back again looking at all the other elements and the scope as it changes.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. But we are going to continue giving you back-to-back coverage of what happened. And our reporters are obviously standing by at the different hospitals and waiting to give give us reports as we also wait to hear from the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and National Coordination, Fred Matiang'i, who said that they will be addressing again the press whenever they get any further details. But lastly, to just wrap what he mentioned is that they're in the final stages of mopping the entire area. From what we gathered from our reporter who is there, Seth Olale, is that there is evacuation still going on. So it's still a story that is still developing. So Olive, back to you.
As you said, Dennis, we heard from the Interior CS, Fred Matiang'i, who had indicated that they have secured all the buildings in the complex. But what we know, according to a reporter on the ground, Seth Olale, is that they're yet to complete those operations. He did identify one of the buildings, and that is the Grosvenor building. Although the Interior CS, Fred Matiang'i, did say that the situation is under control. We also heard earlier twice from the Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boinnet, and we've seen images, CCTV images of the attackers as they made their way into the complex here. He had indicated that the attack took place at about 3 p.m. and that has been corroborated by the CCTV footage. In that footage, we saw the armed assailants making their way into that particular complex. There were several explosions, and the Inspector General of Police did make reference to one in the parking lot when the attackers got to the complex. He says they first made their way to the Hanover building, which houses the I&M Bank. Then he says that was followed by an explosion that targeted 3 vehicles in the parking lot. And then he said there was a suicide explosion in the foyer of the Dusit Hotel. At the time he gave his last update, he had said that cleared 6 of the 7 floors of the Dusit Hotel. But the Interior CS, Fred Matiang'i, later came and said that they had secured all the buildings in that particular complex. Now, people, those who have been injured have been taken to various hospitals, including Avenue Hospital, where we had Zainab Ismail speak earlier to the Assistant Medical Quality Manager, that is Eda Boyani Mogeni, who said they had received 17 casualties and have admitted 5. Zainab did tell us that an expectant mother was among those who was taken to that hospital after the attack from the complex. Zainab let us know that she is in stable condition, but there was one who was in critical condition after suffering several gunshot wounds. The other hospitals that have taken in people who have been victim of this particular attack are the MP Shah Hospital, where at least 1 woman has died. We also have the Aga Khan University Hospital and the Kenyatta National Hospital. There are no official figures yet as to the casualties of that particular attack. Now we leave you with these pictures as we make way for Doreen Majala and Dan Mule.
Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, ambulance! Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, ambulance!
And you watch the ground. Line, one line. One more. Is there space? Nataka wapeleke pale. Are you okay? Are you okay? Nikizia hapo. Get in this one. For a holding area. Water, nani akona water? Nikizia. Nakungizia. Wanna come? Come. If you're okay, go. If you can walk. Okay. Yeah, we are going. Excuse. We are going. Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, ambulance!
Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, hakuna ambulance! Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic! Ambulance, hakuna ambulance!
Na mtazamaji, hapa katika NTV tunaendelea kufuatilia hali ilivyo kule katika eneo hilo la Dusit ambapo shambulio la kigaidi limefanyika, na kwa sasa ni kwamba shughuli zinaendelea pale, watu angali wanaendelea kufika pale, jamaa na marafiki wale ambao wanakisiwa kwamba walikuwa katika jumba hilo wanaendelea kufika pale kujua hali ya wapendwa wao, na tumepata kusikia taarifa kutoka kwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i akisema kwamba wamedhibiti hali pale, lakini ni kwamba hakutoa haswa ama hakusema kabisa kwamba ile operation imekamilika. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tunachojua ni kwamba operation ingali inaendelea. Wanahabari wetu wako pale kuendelea kufuatilia yanayojiri, na vile vile wengine wako katika hospitali mbalimbali ambapo baadhi wale ambao walitolewa katika jumba hilo walipelekwa. Kumbuka kwamba ni shambulio ambalo lilitokea mwendo wa saa 9 mchana. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa hiyo ilikuwa ni siku ya Jumanne, unajua tuko Jumatano tayari, maana yake shafika
Jumatano tayari, maana yake sasa hivi ni saa 6 na dakika 38.
Naam. Kwa hivyo kuna mengi ambao wanajiri, wengi wanaendelea kufuatilia kujua wapendwa wao katika hali gani, na bado kuna watu ambao katika jumba hilo kama alivyotufahamisha mwenzetu Said Orale hapo awali kidogo, na tutakuwa tukiungana naye tena hapo baadaye pamoja na Vincent Odor kujua hali iko namna gani. Mwanako anasema kuna baadhi wale ambao bado wako ndani ya jumba hilo la Dusit, ikiwa ni ile hoteli pamoja na jumba lingine mkabala na hilo ambalo wanaendelea kuangazia masuala ambayo wanajiri pale ndani. Kwa hivyo wapo ambao wako ndani ambao bado wanasema kwamba bado wakungali pale ndani wanasubiria kupata msaada. Kumbuka kwamba yote yani katika eneo hilo la Riverside na pale Dusit kuna majengo kadhaa ambayo maafisa wa polisi wanasema kwamba wanaendelea kujaribu kudhibiti hali, na baadhi ya majumba yanasemekana kwamba tayari washadhibiti kabisa.
Tayari washadhibiti kabisa. Na vile vile mule basi tumeweza kumsikia waziri wa usalama wa ndani ambaye ni Daktari Fred Matiang'i akiweza kudhibitisha kweli kwamba tukio hili ni la kigaidi. Hapo awali mule kulikuwa na tetesi tu kwamba shambulizi hili si la kigaidi bali labda ni uwezi tu. Wamefika pale katika ile benki na vile vile kuelekea katika hoteli ile ya Dusit, na vile vile kwa sasa waziri wa usalama ameweza kudhibitisha kwamba tukio lile ni la kigaidi, na vile vile ameweza kusema kwamba taifa la Kenya halita tishiwa na chochote kutokana na mashambulizi haya ya kigaidi, kwamba taifa la Kenya liko dhabiti katika msimamo wake, na vile vile akiwataka wa Kenya kukaa makini na kutosambaza jumbe katika mitandao bila dhibitisho lolote vile.
Sasa zile ambazo zinatia hofu, jumbe za kutia hofu, picha. Na kuna moja picha imechapishwa na moja wapo ya majarida ya kigeni kule New York Times, na Wakenya wamepata kulalamika sana wakisema kwamba hawajafurahia, maana yake ni picha ambayo inaonyesha watu ambao wamepoteza maisha katika lile shambulio, wakisema kwamba ni shambulio hilo ambalo limetendeka hapa Nairobi katika eneo la Riverside. Kwa hivyo Wakenya katika mtandao wa Twitter wamelalamika sana, wakikashifu sana jarida hilo la New York Times, wakisema kwamba linastahili kuomba msamaha na kuondoa picha hizo katika mitandao yake na pia katika gazeti lake ambalo ni la dijitali, ambalo ni gazeti la kimitandao. Kwa hivyo ni baadhi ya wale ambao wamepata kujiri kutokana na hao, lakini katika mitandao ya kijamii wananchi pia wametoa jumbe za heri njema wakizungumzia, wakiwatakia heri wale ambao
bila shaka na vile vile tumeona pia jumbe mule wa Kenya wanaweza tu kuwarai wenzao basi tusaidiane vipi. Tumeona shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu ambalo lilikuwa limefika pale tangu siku nzima limeweza kukita kambi pale likisema kwamba tuna nambari zetu za simu hapa na pale, mkitaka msaada muweze kutupatia. Hivi sasa mtazamaji, tupate tu taarifa au hotuba ya Waziri wa Usalama wa Ndani ambaye ni Daktari Fred Matiang'i ambaye amezungumza hapo awali kuhusiana na shambulizi hili la kigaidi eneo la 14 Riverside.
As your Cabinet Secretary for Interior and in charge of security, I would like to condemn in the strongest terms possible the heinous and cowardly act that we all witnessed in Nairobi this afternoon. Following the attack by suspected terrorist elements, I joined our National Security Advisory Committee in our Strategic Operations Room. This team has been working together to oversee the coordination of the government response since 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. Even as I speak, the committee remains seized of the situation, not just in the Dusit operations area, but throughout the country, and will continue to remain seized of the situation until this current matter is brought to a close and the entire country is brought back to normalcy. I am pleased to report that, as was explained earlier by the Inspector General of Police, the response on the ground was swift, determined, and involved different security agencies under a singular command of the GSU Commandant, and supported by a multi-agency team drawn from throughout the security apparatus of the country. I can now report that we have secured all the buildings that had been affected by these events. The security teams have evacuated scores of Kenyans and other nationalities from the buildings. We are now in the final stages of mopping up the area and securing evidence and documenting the consequences of these unfortunate events. I can also report that the country is now secure and that the nation remains calm, that Kenyans and all of our visitors are safe and should feel free to continue getting about their normal businesses. I have continually and regularly updated His Excellency the President on all aspects of this operation, and he remains fully seized of the situation. In closing, I would like to recognize the support and collaboration we have received from our friends in the international community here in Kenya, who have stood with us during this difficult time where we have been tested and found not wanting. We remain an integral part of the international community that stands up to terror in all its guises. Finally, I would like once again to reiterate that the situation is under control and the country is safe. Let us all remember that terrorism will never defeat us, and we as a country remain strong and determined, and we will not surrender or bend to any manipulation or efforts of terrorist elements.
Na waziri wa usalama hapo Fred Matiang'i akiwahakikishia Wakenya kuwa Kenya iko salama na kuwa katika hatua za mwisho za kukabili wale magaidi, manake tayari amedhibitisha kwamba hili ni shambulio la kigaidi kutokana na namna ambavyo limeendeshwa na kutokana na uchunguzi wao kama maafisa wa polisi ambao ndio wanaongoza shughuli ya uokoaji na vile vile shughuli ya kufanya uchunguzi. Manake anasema kwamba mbali na kuwa tarajia kuwaokoa wale ambao pengine wako katika jumba hilo. Vile vile wanalenga kuwakamata wale magaidi na pia kuimarisha ule uchunguzi wao ili kujua haswa ni nini kilichotendeka. Maana anasema kwamba mbali na hayo pia wana maafisa maalum ambao katika shughuli za kuhakikisha kwamba wanapata ushahidi kutoka kwenye mabaki ya sehemu ambazo kulikuwepo mlipuko na vile vile kutoka maeneo mengine ya jumba hilo, kuhakikisha kwamba uchunguzi utakapokuwa ukifanyika basi utafanyika kwa njia iliyo shwari kabisa. Na amesema kwamba Kenya na kitengo cha polisi wetu hapa nchini wako imara kabisa kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wako salama. Kwa hivyo wameondolea hofu tu wa Kenya kuhusiana na hali ilivyo. Kumbuka kwamba hapo awali tumekuchezea picha za CCTV za hali ilivyokuwa wakati ambapo shambulio hilo lilikuwa likianza, na ndizo hizo tena ambao zinaonyesha watu 4 wakiingia pale ambao wanaaminika kuwa ndio wale wanamgambo wa Al-shabaab ambao walipata kuingia pale. Iwapo haswa ni wao, lakini kwa mujibu wa polisi ni kwamba tu ni magaidi ambao wamepata kufika pale katika jumba hilo, na walikuwa 4 namna walivyoingia, walivyonaswa na zile picha za CCTV, na utawaona wawili kisha wengine wawili wakiwa nyuma yao wakifyatua risasi pale. Ni picha ambazo zimetokana na kamera ambayo ilipata kuwanasa walipokuwa wakiingia. Baadhi ya picha zile zikinasa hata nyuso zao kiasi kwamba unaweza kutambua zile nyuso zao ukiwaona pale katika zile picha, na kufikia sasa ni kwamba haijulikani haswa iwapo wangali ndani ya jumba hilo. Lakini kumbuka kwamba hapo awali inspector mkuu wa polisi Boinnet, Joseph Boinnet alikuwa amesema kwamba wangali ndani wale washambulizi ama wale washukiwa wangali ndani ya mojawapo ya majumba ambayo yako pale katika mtaa huo wa Riverside hapo ndani ya ile Dusit complex. Akisema kwamba wapo baadhi yao ambao bado wako pale ndani na wanaendelea kufanya uchunguzi wao na vile vile kufuatilia kuhakikisha kwamba wanawakamata au wanawakabili na kuwadhibiti kwa njia yoyote ile. Kwa hivyo ndivyo ilivyokuwa pale, na katika mtandao wa kijamii watu wanasema mengi tu, wamekuwa wakizungumza wa Kenya, wengine wa mataifa mbalimbali, viongozi mbalimbali wamekuwa wakitoa jumbe zao za heri njema. Kumbuka kwamba hapo awali katika mtandao wake wa Twitter aliyekuwa seneta Boni Halwale alipata kusema kwamba bintie yuko pale ndani na ni mmoja wa Kenya ambao wamekuwa wakifuatilia kwa makini kuona kwamba wanapata kujumuika na familia yao, akisema kwamba anafurahishwa na namna ambavyo kitengo cha polisi kinaendesha operesheni hiyo, akisema kwamba wapo baadhi ya marafiki zake vile vile, akimzungumzia kinara mwenza wa NASA ambaye pia ndio kiongozi wa ANC Musalia Mudavadi, akisema kwamba wamesema naye kwa simu na Mudavadi akamfahamisha kwamba pia yeye mwanawe alikuwa pale ndani lakini akapata kuokolewa mwendo wa saa 12 jioni. Yote akisema katika mtandao wake na kusema kwamba yeye angali anasubiria kuona binti atatoka pale saa ngapi, lakini ana imani kwamba atatoka haraka iwezekanavyo, maana maafisa wa polisi wanaendesha operesheni pasavyo. Pengine kwa upande wa pili nikisema na mwenzangu Dorin Majala. Dorin, wananchi wanasema nini katika mtandao wa kijamii? Najua ni mengi tu, amekuwa akitoa ujumbe wa heri njema na mengine mengi.
Naam, basi bila shaka mtazamaji unatukuja moja kwa moja katika studio zetu za NTV. Shukrani sana mwenzangu Mule. Labda nikitoa tu maoni ya Wakenya hapa kupitia mtandao wa Twitter, nikianza tu na shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu ambalo limekuwa pale tu siku nzima kuweza tu kujaribu kusaidia katika shughuli hii nzima ya kuweza kusaidia Wakenya ambapo walikuwa wameshikwa katika shambulizi hili. Shirika la Red Cross limepeana nambari ya usaidizi ambao Wakenya wanaweza wakatumia katika mtandao wao wa Twitter ikitumia hashtag Riverside Attack. Nambari ya simu ni 0715 820 alafu 219. Nikirudia nambari hiyo ya Msalaba Mwekundu ambapo unaweza ukapiga simu tu kuweza kujua hali ya mtu ambaye unayemtafuta, 0715 820 219. Nambari hiyo ni ya Msalaba Mwekundu. Haya, tukiangalia maoni ya Wakenya, mmoja hapa Arnold Small anasema anaombea kila mtu hapa nchini. Kuna kiongozi gavana Ali Hassan Joho wa kaunti ya Mombasa anasema kwamba anaunga Wakenya wote katika wakati huu na anakashifu vikali shambulizi hili, akisema kwamba washambulizi hao ni waoga, ndio maana wanavamia taifa lililo na amani kama Kenya. Labda tu nikisoma maoni pia mingine ya Bi Amina J Mohamed ambaye ni naibu tu mkurugenzi ama naibu katika Umoja wa Mataifa mkipenda UN, naibu katibu mkuu pale, anasema kwamba najiunga na Antonio Guterres ambaye ni mwenyekiti katika Umoja wa Mataifa katika kukondem kwa lugha ya Kiingereza shambulizi hili nchini Kenya, na vile vile yuko pamoja nasi wakati huu. Ni baadhi tu ya maoni ya viongozi. Tukirudi kwa Victor Wanyama, mchezaji mpira hapa nchini na vile vile Tottenham, anasema anaiombea taifa la Kenya na kwa wale wote ambao wameathirika na shambulizi hili. Laura Lubengo anasema kwamba anapeana taarifa kwamba madereva wa kampuni ya Uber ya uchukuzi inapeana usafiri wa bure kwa watu wote ambao wanaenda kutoa damu ama usaidizi wa damu. Mkenya hapa anaitwa Maria Mbeneka anasema maoni yake na vile vile maombi yanaendea familia za Wakenya. Mtazamaji, tutaweza tu kukujuza maoni ya Wakenya yanayojiri hivi sasa humu nchini na kwingineko.
Na asante sana Doreen, hakika ukiangazia masuala mengi tu ambayo Kenya wanasema pale, jumbe za heri njema ambazo zinahitajika sana wakati kama huu, manake zinaonyesha udhabiti wetu kama taifa, kama ambavyo amepata kuhimiza hapo waziri wetu wa usalama wa ndani Fred Matiang'i, akiwataka Wakenya kusalia katika hali hiyo, akisema pia vikosi vyetu vya usalama viko katika hali hiyo kuhakikisha kwamba shambulio hili linatuacha tukiwa dhabiti zaidi ya tulivyokuwa. Manake amesema kwamba limetokea lakini hatujatikisika, manake ni ilikuwa kututikisa kama taifa. Na hapo awali kidogo pia wanahabari takiwa tu kufanyia kazi zao mbali kidogo na eneo hilo la shambulio, kama ambavyo tutakuwa tukisema na mwenzangu Ken Mijungu. Ken Mijungu, hapo unatupata ukiwa hapo Riverside. Najua imekuwa ni siku ndefu sana kuanzia mwendo wa saa 9 hadi sasa hivi ukifuatilia matukio. Pengine utupashe yanayojiri kwa sasa ni masuala gani, Mijungu?
Shukran sana Dan Mule na Doreen Mazala, and indeed we're still here at Riverside 14, and not much development, just to report that in the last 25 minutes or so we had again the gunshots begin that lasted about 5 to 10 minutes. There was a lot of concerted gunshots that we could hear from the other side, and after about 10 minutes it died down again and it's quiet. However, we don't know where that was directed to, and once again we have been in communication with some of the people who are in there, including some of our colleagues who are still in there, and they're telling us they're still waiting and hoping that the police, the personnel will manage to get to them and rescue them. As we have been reporting the whole afternoon and the whole evening, is that we have been informed by the people who have been able to go in and out, and the people who have been communicating to those who are still under siege, that there are about 2 floors that still have persons who need to be rescued and need to be brought out. One has about 40, the other one has about the equal number or even more, and they are trying to get them out. We still have a lot of people around here who are still waiting for their loved ones to get out, and the promise that that will be possible in the next few minutes or even hours is encouraging them. And you can see the spirit here. They have been standing here, sitting here, chilling out here in the cold, just to make sure that they go out with their loved ones who are still held in some of the offices there on the 2 floors that are waiting for possible rescue by the personnel. And just earlier on, about an hour or so ago, there were 3 cruisers that left this place with body bags, and we understand that about 7 to 10 bodies that have been removed from this, including the body of the attacker who blew himself during the initial stages of this attack. It's also been taken out of this place. Where it's been taken is still not clear, but the cruisers just left and they're yet to come back. That was over an hour ago. So still, that's also scanty information about the number of bodies, because no one is for certain confirming how many there were, but speaking to the personnel who were inside there and who handled the rescue mission, who are still remaining there, they said that about 7 to 10 bodies were removed from here. And as I said, because this is unofficial information, we cannot authoritatively say there were 7 or 10, but that's what we understand from the people who are in there. And it's not just us and the whole of this team that is here, that is comprised of journalists and the people who are expecting to go home with their loved ones this early this morning. But just beyond here, next to Chiromo, there are a number of people who are camping there who have not been able to access this side, and also towards Kileleshwa, where there is a traffic light where Chiromo Road intersects with the Riverside Drive. There are quite also a number of people who are standing there, not to the same measure as the ones who are standing on the other side of Wayaki Way, but definitely there are people who are standing here and waiting that there could be some good news, and that's indeed what we are looking out for this evening. So we're still here, and as also we reported earlier, the only sure sign that indeed the siege has ended will be the evacuation of the people who are still there, including the police officers and the security personnel who are carrying out this operation, who, by the way, are yet to come out. Now, in the last few minutes also, we have seen the ambulances and the emergency vehicles here realigning themselves and parking in a way that allows them to leave if they want. And that's actually one of the cruisers that left with the body bags is just back. It's just driving right behind me there. It's one of them that left with the body bags. It's just come back right now. So as I was saying a few minutes ago, we also saw the emergency vehicles and ambulances realigning and parking in a way that allows them to drive in and drive out at the convenience. And one of the personnel who I spoke to said that because of the gunshots that were in there, they don't know what to expect, and they just need to get ready. If there are people who've been injured, they'll be able to take them to various hospitals around the capital. And we are still here. If we have any information coming in from us, we will coming in right here for us, we'll definitely be sharing that information with you. But probably between 9 and midnight, when there was a lot of quiet here for about 3 hours, save for about 5 minutes to the midnight of this day. There were those gunshots that lasted between 5 and 10 minutes, concerted, not so loud as the previous ones. We understand that right now the building that they're looking at is the one right opposite the hotel, so probably it's closed a little and you can hardly hear the gunshots. They're not as loud as they were, but yes, there's still some activity on the other side, and as soon as we have information for you about what's going on, we'll definitely be telling you. But the policemen are covering this place right from Wayaki Way to the Riverside Drive. It's all security personnel lined up to offer security, not just for the people who are inside, but even for the journalists and the families and the friends and the colleagues of the people who are still stuck inside there. Back to you, Doreen and Dan.
Asante sana Ken Mijungu hapo akitupasha yanayojiri pale Riverside, kujua ni yapi ambayo yamefanyika kufikia sasa, na kuna mengi tu ambayo ameongezea kwamba kuhusiana na hata miili ambayo imetolewa. Amesema kwamba ameweza kuhesabu kati ya miili 7 na miili 10, ama miili mifuko ya kuwekwa miili ambayo ameweza kuhesabu pale, na ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo pengine tutakuwa kudhibitisha baadaye pale ambapo polisi watakuwa wakizungumzia hayo kuhusu majeruhi na pia wale ambao wamepoteza maisha wapo kutokana na mkasa huo. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukipata hayo kwa kina zaidi hapo baadaye kidogo, na vile vile amezungumzia masuala kuhusiana na yule ambaye ile shambulio la kujitoa mhanga ambalo lilikuwa limezungumziwa awali na Inspector mkuu wa polisi Joseph Boinnet, akisema kwamba pale shambulio lilipokuwa likianza kuna mtu ambaye alijitoa mhanga baada ya milio ya risasi kusikika pale nje ya benki. Naam. Wanasema kwamba ni mmojawapo ya miili ambao ilipata kuondolewa pale, ikiwa ni utaratibu ambao ulikuwa umetolewa na Inspector mkuu wa polisi kuhusiana na hali ilivyofanyika. Kwa hivyo Ken Mijungu angali yuko pale kuendelea kufuatilia hali ilivyo, na kama alivyotujuza ni kwamba huenda pengine shughuli hii inaelekea ukingoni. Maana anasema kwamba ameona magari ya polisi tayari yameanza kujipanga kwa namna kuashiria kwamba huenda yakawa yako tayari kuondoka pale. Kwa hivyo atakuwa akitujuza, na atakapokuwa kijiri hakika tutakuwa tukirejea kwake tupate kuyapata moja kwa moja pale ambapo atakuwa akiondoka baada ya kukamilisha operation. Manake tunafahamishwa kwamba nia yao kuu ni kukamilisha operesheni hiyo. Usiku huu.
Na vile vile basi Dan Mule mwenzangu, nikikumbusha tu wa Kenya basi maafisa wa vikosi vya usalama vilivyokuwa pale ambao vimefika mapema hii leo kuweza kukabiliana na swala hili zima ni maafisa wa reke, vile vile flying squad, idara ya DCI hapa nchini, maafisa wa GSU, polisi wa kupambana na ugaidi na vile vile maafisa wa polisi wa kupambana na vilipuzi na vile vile pamoja na polisi wa kawaida wakiweza tu kushika doria pale kuweza kudhibiti hali hii Mule.
Na hakika pia kuwepo yale mashirika mengine ambayo yanashughulikia masuala ya mikasa. Tumeona pia shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu vile vile akiwa pale kushughulikia pengine majeruhi na wengine pale. Na awali kabisa alikuwepo pia yule katibu mkuu wa Abbas Gulet ambaye naamini hadi sasa hivi bado yuko pale. Na wamekuwa wakitoa taarifa hata kupitia mitandao yao ya kijamii ya Twitter wakisema kwamba iwapo ungependa kupata ushauri, iwapo ungependa kupata taarifa kuhusu mpendo wako ambaye pengine alikuwa katika jumba hili ama alikuwa hapa baada ya shambulio, basi unaweza kufanya hivyo kwa kupitia nambari ambazo wamepeana katika mitandao. Na pia kitengo cha DCI wametoa nambari ambazo unaweza kupiga kupata taarifa. Kumbuka kwamba hapo awali kuna nambari ambazo zilikuwa zinatembezwa katika mitandao ya kijamii. Amini usiamini, baadaye kitengo cha polisi kikasema kwamba baadhi ya hizi si zetu. Kisha katika mtandao wa Twitter wakaweka nambari ambazo unafaa kupiga iwapo utakuwa na lolote ambalo linahusiana na shambulio hilo. Manake kulikuwa hapo baadhi ambazo walisema kwamba hizo nasema ni gushi ama nasema ni bandia,
nambari bandia ambazo hazina thibitisho tosha kutoka kwa maafisa hao usalama. Na bila shaka Mule, na vile vile jambo la kutia moyo kwa Wakenya ni kwamba tumeweza kumuona mkubwa pale kutoka kwa DCI ambaye ni George Kinoti. Ameweza tu kufika pale tu kuweza kuonyesha Wakenya sisi tuko hapa, mimi kama mkuu wa idara ya DCI. Vile vile tumeweza kumuona Waziri Fred Matiang'i kufika pale tu kuzungumza. Hapo awali tumeweza pia kumuona Inspector mkuu wa polisi Generali Joseph Boinnet akiweza tu kuzungumza kuhusiana na tukio hili. Hapo awali akithibitisha kwamba tukio hili ni la kigaidi. Na vile vile akiweza kuzungumza na Wakenya akiweza kusema kwamba msitumie mitandao kusambaza uongo na maneno pia yasiyokuwa na msingi.
Na vile vile ni kwamba tulipata kuwafahamisheni na vile vile tunaendelea kufuatilia hali ilivyo katika hospitali mbalimbali ambapo majeruhi walipata kufikishwa: hospitali ya Mpisha, hospitali ya Avenue, hospitali ya Kenyatta, vile vile hospitali ya Aga Khan. Baadhi ya hospitali ambapo majeruhi walipata kufikishwa, idadi tofauti tu za wale ambao walikuwa wamejeruhiwa, lakini kwa jumla wanasema kwamba ni takriban majeruhi 30 hivi ambao walipata kufikishwa katika hospitali hizi. Na hapo awali kidogo kutoka hospitali ya Mpisha walithibitisha kwamba kuna mwanadada ambaye alipoteza maisha yake pale katika hospitali hiyo ya Mpisha, lakini katika hospitali hizi nyingine wanasema kwamba baadhi wale ambao walifikishwa pale walitibiwa na kuruhusiwa kuondoka. Kwa mfano hospitali
ya Avenue Park, hapa taarifa kwamba inasema kwamba watu 17 ambao walikuwa wamepelekwa pale katika hospitali ya Avenue Park eneo la Parklands, ambapo ni karibu sana na tukio hili ambapo limeweza kutokea pale, ni kilomita chache tu pale katika hospitali hiyo, na watu 17 waliweza kufikishwa pale katika hospitali hiyo kuweza kupata huduma za haraka na vile vile matibabu kwa wote ambao walioathiriwa. 5 ya wale ambao wamepelekwa pale Dan Mule wameweza kulazwa kufikia sasa, na vile vile wengine 12 wameweza kuruhusiwa kwenda nyumbani, madaktari wakithibitisha kwamba wako salama kwenda nyumbani.
Mtazamaji, ndivyo hivyo tunaendelea kufuatilia hali ilivyo, shambulio ambalo limetokea hii leo. Kumbuka kwamba shambulio hili linatokea wakati ambapo ni tarehe ambayo ni mkabala kabisa na tarehe ya shambulio la El-Ade ambalo lilifanyika kule Somalia awali kidogo. Na tukisema na wachanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama tulikuwa tunakuuliza, je, hii ni sadfa ama huenda pengine ni mambo ambayo pengine yanafanyika kwa mpango? Na baadhi yao wamekuwa wakisema kwamba sio sadfa, manake wanasema kwamba mashambulio ya kigaidi mara nyingi huwa yamepangwa sana. Kwa hivyo hayo yote tutakuwa tukipata kudhibitisha baadaye kidogo baada ya polisi kuwa wakitoa taarifa yao rasmi na kamili. Kumbuka kwamba eneo lile la Riverside haliko mbali sana na eneo la Westgate ambapo shambulio lingine lilitokea
mwaka 2013 ambao watu 66 waliweza kufariki. Mwenzetu Leila ameweza tu kuangazia tukio hili la leo tu kwa kina, kuweza tu kutueleza ni yapi yaliyotendeka. Tupate taarifa ya Leila Mohamed.
Taarifa za mlipuko kwenye jumba moja lililoko kwenye barabara ya Riverside zilisambazwa kwenye mitandao ya kijamii mwendo saa 9. Dakika chache baada ya hapo, risasi zilirekodiwa zikitanda angani, huku wengi wakisema kwamba huenda ikawa ni wizi kwenye benki moja. Muda ulivyokwenda, ishara kwamba huenda ni shambulio la kigaidi ilikuwa dhahiri. Mara moja hali kama ile iliyoshuhudiwa Septemba 21 mwaka 2013 ikarejelea akilini mwa wengi. Hali ambayo ilidhaniwa kuwa wizi kwenye jumba la kibiashara la Westgate iligeuka na kuwa shambulio la kigaidi ambalo liliwachukua maafisa usalama siku 3 kukabiliana nalo.
We have moved to the next phase of the problem.
Eneo hilo la Riverside lina majengo tofauti, huku hoteli ya kifahari, vyumba vya kuishi na hata ofisi za hasa raia wa kigeni wanaishi na kufanya kazi.
Today at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of unknown armed assailants attacked the Dusit complex in what we suspect could be a terror attack.
Katika jumba la Westgate, mmiliki wa jengo hilo alikuwa raia wa kigeni, huku baadhi ya waliofika kununua bidhaa au kujivinjari wakiwa mseto wa raia kutoka mataifa tofauti.
AMISOM is a war fighting mission. So from deployment, you know you've come to fight. And in a fight, of course, there are casualties.
Huku machozi ya Wakenya yakianza kukauka, Ijumaa tarehe 15 Januari mwaka 2016 itakumbukwa kama siku ngumu sio tu kwa raia bali wanajeshi wa Kenya ambao walivamiwa kwenye kambi ya kijeshi ya Kenya mjini El-Ade, Somalia. Japo idadi rasmi haijawahi kutolewa, wanajeshi wengi walipoteza maisha, huku kisa hicho kikiwa kibaya zaidi kuwapata wanajeshi wa Kenya wakiwa kazini kudumisha amani katika taifa la kigeni.
Our fallen heroes, they will arrive in the evening and we will receive them.
Kutokea kwa shambulizi hili leo kunaleta upya hisia za majonzi kwa wengi. Mwaka mmoja baada ya kisa cha El-Ade, kambi nyingine ya jeshi la Kenya lilishambuliwa katika eneo la Kulbio mwezi kama huu wa Januari tarehe 29.
It is important for the Somali people to note that this happened, but AMISOM is back on the ground.
Jumatatu hii ambapo washukiwa 4 wa shambulio la Westgate walifikishwa mahakamani, huku 3 wakipatikana na kesi ya kujibu baadaye mwezi huu, naye mmoja akiachiliwa kwa ukosefu wa ushahidi dhidi yake. Wengi wanatarajia kwamba haitochukua muda mrefu kudhibiti hali kama ilivyokuwa Jumamosi hiyo ya Septemba 21 mwaka 2013. Lila Mohamed, NTV.
Na ndio hivyo baadhi ya mashambulio ambayo yamefanyika hapa nchini, mashambulio ya kigaidi. Leila Mohamed hapo akitupatia tathmini kuhusu mashambulio hayo na hilo la El-Ade ambalo lilitokea tarehe sawa, tarehe 15 mwezi Januari. Na ni kama jana, unajua tushaingia tarehe 16, kwa hivyo ni miaka 3 kamili ya shambulio hilo, na Leila mpata kufanyia hapo tathmini na pia kazungumzia shambulio la pale Westgate na hali ilivyokuwa. Utakumbuka kwamba Westgate wakati ule aliyekuwa inspekta mkuu wa polisi alikuwa ni bwana David Kimayo ambaye alienda kutolea taarifa yake pale katika eneo la tukio. Manake leo wamekuwa wakitolea taarifa zao katika jumba la Harambee na baadhi wamekuwa wakiuliza ni kwa nini. Lakini katika kuzungumza na baadhi ya wataalamu wamesema kwamba hakuna ubaya wote kufanya vile, manake pale ndio makao makuu ya vitengo vyote vya usalama nchini, kwa hivyo hakuna ubaya wote. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tunaendelea kuangazia ile ambayo ilijiri na baada ya kupata tathmini hiyo ya Leila Mohamed, tunaendelea kuangazia mengine ambayo yanahusiana na shambulio hili la leo.
Na bila shaka basi mtazamaji, wanahabari wetu wanaendelea kuchambua swala hili, na swala lingine ambalo limeibuka ni kwa nini eneo hili la 14 Riverside ambalo tunajiuliza, eneo hili ambalo linasheheni kampuni kadhaa za kitaifa na vile vile za kimataifa, ambapo pia zipo afisi kadhaa za taasisi za serikali. Nyumba hilo linaaminiwa au linamilikiwa na familia ya Sangarajak ambayo ni wamiliki wa kituo kile cha Tiles and Carpet. Aidha lina hoteli kadhaa.
Naam, Kennedy Murithi amefanya tathmini kujua ni kwa nini haswa pengine walilenga jumba hilo.
Swali la kwa nini eneo la 14 Riverside lililengwa katika shambulio la leo ndilo lililopo midomoni mwa wengi, hasa ikizingatiwa eneo hilo lina kampuni za humu nchini na za kimataifa. Eneo hilo la ekari 5 lina majengo kadhaa, ikiwemo hoteli ya kifahari ya Dusit D2 iliyo na asili yake huko Bangkok. Katika moja ya majengo ipo afisi ya tume ya ugavi wa rasilimali CRA. Taasisi nyingine zilizopo eneo hilo nyuma ya mabweni ya chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, bewa la Chiromo ni kampuni ya Brighter Monday na kampuni ya masuala ya uhusiano wa wateja Red House. Baadhi ya kampuni za kimataifa zilizopo katika majengo hayo ni pamoja na Reckitt Beckinsale, Amadeus Global Travel Distribution Limited, Colgate-Palmolive East Africa Limited na Cellulant Kenya Limited. Hatua ya washambuliaji inaonekana kuwa na mfungamano wa karibu na ile ya mwaka 2013 katika jengo la Westgate, kwani nukta za pamoja za majengo hayo mawili, yani Dusit na Westgate, ni kwamba wateja wake ni wageni kutoka mataifa mbalimbali ya dunia, mbali na wale wa humu nchini.
Na hakika tathmini ya kina hapo kuhusiana na hali ya eneo hilo la 14 Riverside na kuangazia baadhi ya majengo yaliyo pale ndani na ambayo ni baadhi ya ambayo yameathirika katika shambulio hili. Kennedy Muridhi akijaribu kuuliza swali la pengine ni kwa nini shambulio likafanyika pale, ni swali ambalo hakika tutakuwa tukitarajia kupata jibu kutoka kwa maafisa wa polisi watakapokuwa wakitoa ripoti yao rasmi, lakini hakika naamini kwamba umepata taswira halisi ya hali ilivyo katika eneo hilo. Unajua kwamba ile barabara iko karibu kabisa na ile ya na pia ni karibu kabisa na
mtaa eneo zima la Westlands. Na mwenzangu Mule, basi kuna ripoti inasema kwamba leo hii kulipaswa kuwa na mkutano pale ambapo wageni kutoka mataifa mbalimbali ambao si raia wa hapa na raia wa kwingineko walikuwa wafanya mkutano pale katika ile hoteli, lakini baadaye mkutano huo ukaahirishwa na kwenda sehemu zingine. Ni ripoti tu ambazo zinafikia vyombo vya habari hapa na pale kwamba kulikuwa na mkutano, na kwamba je, hii ni sadfa kwamba tukio hili liliweza kulenga pale. Tuweza kusikia basi maafisa wa polisi watasemaje. Hivi sasa mtazamaji, naomba tukuchezee tu picha za moja kwa moja eneo hilo na vile vile picha za hapo awali kilichokuwa kinaendelea, uweze tu kupata taswira nzima ya kipi kilichotokea pale.
Wanaingia, si unaona vile wanakuja, unaona mpaka wamekuja na nini?
Bwana tweet ilitumwa wana wa go, wana wa go. Ndio wanakuja basi hii. Ingekuwa tuna strike wangekuja hata before tuanze kustrike. Strike nao wanaponga wanatoka.
Ingia huko, ingia. Ingia, kila mtu aingie.
Madam, relax, okay. Really?
Na mtazamaji, basi kama unavyoona ni eneo hilo ambapo shambulizi la kigaidi limeweza kutokea pale eneo la 14 Riverside karibu na eneo la Westlands, ambapo pale unaona picha za hapo awali ni moshi unatoka katika moja ya majengo ambapo yaliyoko pale katika na sehemu ya shambulizi hilo. Tumeweza kuona hapo awali maafisa wa polisi wameweza kufika pale kuweza kusaidia hali hiyo na kuweza kudhibiti tu shambulizi hilo, ambapo wameweza kusaidia Wakenya kadhaa na vile vile kuwakimbiza katika hospitali zilizoko karibu na hapo. Hapo awali unaweza kuona pale mtazamaji, picha za hapo awali zinaanza kujia moja kwa moja, Wakenya wakikimbilia maisha yao. Wanajeshi wameweza kufika pale tu kuweza kusaidia. Ni hali ambayo ilikuwa pale ya kuchanganyikiwa kama sijakosea.
Na ndivyo hivyo, wajua mshike hutokea wakati ambapo kuna mambo kama haya, milio ya risasi, pengine hujui inatokea wapi. Kama hapo unapoona hapo, hakika ni wakati ambapo ilikuwa ni karibu na lango la bewa la chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, ikiwa ni bewa la Chiromo, pale wanafunzi wakitokea, maana unajua nyakati hizo ndipo wanafunzi wanaelekea madarasani kwa wingi sana, na walikuwa wanaondolewa katika eneo hilo, wengine wakikimbia baada ya kusikia milio ile ya risasi na moto. Kama unavyoona pale, inasemekana kwamba wale magaidi walitupa vilipukaji katika eneo la maegesho na baadhi ya magari yakashika moto, na vile vile mojawapo ya magari inasemekana kwamba lilikuwa na kifaa kilicholipuka, ijulikane ni bomu, ni grenade au ni kilipukaji cha aina gani ambacho kilipata kulipuka pale. Kwa hivyo ni mojawapo ya matukio ambayo yalitokea awali tu kabla ya ile milio ya risasi kuanza kusikika, ambayo ilidumu kwa muda na ilikuwa ikisikika, kisha kwa baada inasitishwa kidogo, kisha inasikika tena, na waliokuwa nje walikuwa hawajui haswa iwapo ni milio ya risasi ya washambuliaji pekee au ilikuwa ni makabiliano haswa baada ya maafisa wa polisi kufika. Manake hata baada ya maafisa wa polisi kufika ni kwamba milio ile ya risasi iliendelea kusikika katika baadhi ya majengo. Kumbuka kwamba kuna majumba kadhaa pale haswa, ikiwa ni majumba 6 ambayo yako pale katika eneo hilo la Dusit complex ambao yako pale ndani, ikiwepo ile hoteli ya Dusit D2 ambayo ni maarufu sana na ambayo huwa ina wageni wengi tu mara kwa mara, na vile vile kuna jumba la Reassurance, kuna majumba mengine pale katika eneo hilo. Kama unavyoona katika picha hiyo inaonyesha majumba kadhaa. Kuna jumba hilo la Roge Deck pale, kuna jumba la Cavendish pale unavyoona, kuna jumba la Reassurance, na vile vile kuna eneo la maegesho ya hoteli upande wa kushoto kabisa, kuna upande wa maegesho pale, lakini yale majumba ambayo yanapatikana pale ni majumba 6, Reassurance, ile Dusit 2 ambapo ndipo ipo ile hoteli, na vile vile kuna jumba lingine la Belgravia na jumba la Hanover. Na majumba ambayo yanasemekana kwamba yaliathirika zaidi ni hoteli hiyo ya Dusit 2 pamoja na jumba la Reassurance, ambapo ndipo maafisa wa polisi wamekuwa wakiendesha operesheni yao kuhakikisha kwamba wanapata kudhibiti hali, na ndipo watu bado wanapiga simu, wengine wanatuma jumbe wakisema kwamba wangali mle ndani. Na utakumbuka kwamba Doreen, wapo baadhi ambao wamekuwa wakizungumza hadi simu zao zikawaishia hela, na wengine zikawaishia hata chaji, kwa kwamba hawezi kusema zaidi. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi kujua hali yao iko vipi, lakini maafisa wa polisi walipata kufahamishwa kuhusiana na wote ambao walikuwa na wasiliana na familia zao. Na kwa sasa kama walivyotufahamisha pia Ken Mijungu, ni kwamba kuna jamaa wengi sana pale Riverside ambao wamefika kujua hali ya jamaa zao. Kuna baadhi ambao wamefika na familia nzima, wengine wamefika wengi tu. Hali kwamba ile barabara ya Waiyaki nusu ama sehemu moja imegeuzwa kuwa maegesho. Watu wameegesha magari pale, na pia ile barabara ya Riverside watu wameegesha magari pale kwa wingi sana, ambao ni jamaa na marafiki na familia.
Wameweza kufika tu pale kuweza kuona kama wataweza kuwapata wapendwa wao na vile vile kuelezwa hali. Kumbuka kwamba mule tumeweza kuona jambo la kufurahisha ni kwamba Wakenya wanaweza kutumia mitandao ya kijamii kuweza tu kueleza hali yao. Wale ambao walioathiriwa ambao wako pale hadi wa sasa, na wale ambao walikuwa pale awali kabla ya kuokolewa na maafisa hawa wa polisi, waliweza tu kutuma jumbe kupitia mitandao ya kijamii, mitandao ya Twitter, Facebook na baadhi ya mitandao mingine pia, wakiweza kusema kwamba sisi tuko pale. Mwingine anasema amejificha msalani, mwingine anasema sisi tunasikia milipuko ya risasi moja kwa moja, ya risasi ziko karibu na pale ambapo tumejificha. Wakaweza tu kueleza Wakenya wenzao wako wapi, wengine wakiomba tu msaada, tusaidieni, tuko mahali fulani.
Na vile vile maafisa wa polisi walifanikiwa kuokoa mamia ya watu wengi sana tu ambao walipata kuwaokoa pale, na hata katika taarifa yake ya awali Joseph Boinnet muda mchache baada ya tukio hilo kutokea alipata kuzungumzia hayo, akisema kwamba wameokoa wengi sana, na tulipata kusema nao moja kwa moja baadhi, na wengine tumewahoji kwa taarifa ambazo tutakuwa tukoleteni pale baadaye, tukieleza hali ilivyokuwa, taharuki, mshike hofu ambayo wamekuwa nao wakiwa pale ndani, na wengine wakipongeza maafisa wa polisi. Na picha hizo unazoona ni picha za hapo awali, namna ambavyo hali ilivyokuwa. Hiyo ni ramani ya eneo hilo, na tutakuwa tukuchezea picha nyingine zaidi tu za hali ilivyokuwa hapo awali.
Mama yako wololo alama niweke kwa shot Shama amboni dunge kwa shot. There's an explosion.
Wanakuja.
People are still working because at most workplaces, people normally leave work at 5 p.m. Therefore, most of the staffs were around at that time.
Na mtazamaji, ndivyo hali ilivyokuwa hapo awali. Muda mchache baada ya kutokea kwa shambulio hilo, maafisa wa vitengo tofauti ambao vinahusiana na masuala ya mikasa, maafisa wa polisi wakiwa katika pilika za kujaribu kuwaokoa wananchi ambao walikuwa katika majumba ambao walikuwa wameathirika na shambulio hilo. Na hapo kama ulivyoona ni kwamba wapo wengi tu, mamia ya watu ambao walipata kutoka, jambo ambalo pia Boinnet alisema kama jambo moja ambalo polisi wanafaa kupongezwa kwalo, akisema kwamba walijitahidi sana katika juhudi zao. Na pia wapo wananchi wengi tu ambao wamepongeza maafisa wa polisi pamoja na wamiliki wengine wa bunduki wa kibinafsi ambao walipata kufika pale na silaha zao kupata kusaidia kuokoa wale wananchi ambao walikuwa katika jumba hili ile kuondoka katika hadi kwenda katika maeneo salama. Kwa hivyo ni hali ambayo ilikuwa ikifanyika pale, na tulikuwa tunakuletea moja kwa moja wakati ule pia tukifuatilia namna hali ya wale ambao walikuwa wanapelekwa katika hospitali mbalimbali. Manake baadhi yao walipata majeraha ya aina tofauti na kupelekwa katika hospitali mbalimbali, ambapo baadhi kufikia sasa wametubiwa na kuruhusiwa kuondoka, huku baadhi wakilazwa kwa matibabu zaidi, haswa wanaohitaji upasuaji. Manake baadhi ya wale ambao walifikishwa katika hospitali walikuwa na majeraha ya risasi na wengine majeraha ya kuvunjika. Manake kulikuwa na kukuruka kara nyingi tu, wananchi wakijaribu kutafuta usalama wao katika majumba yale. Kumbuka kwamba ni jumba ambalo wengine walikuwa wanajaribu kukimbia kupitia maeneo ya vidato ama kutumia zile staircase, na baadhi walikapata kuanguka kutokana na wingi wa watu waliokuwa wakijaribu kutoka kwa wakati mmoja. Lakini kuu ambacho kimejitokeza kama ambavyo amesema vile vile Fred Matiang'i ambaye ndiye waziri wa usalama wa taifa, ni kwamba ni jambo la kupigiwa upato wa Kenya walivyojitokeza kuonyesha kwamba shambulio hili limeonyesha udhabiti wao katika swala zima la kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanadumisha umoja wao bila kujali kabila la mtu au kujali lolote lile ambalo liko pale. Na kwa mujibu wa Inspector General wa polisi na pia kwa mujibu wa taarifa ya mwisho ambayo imetolewa na Fred Matiang'i ni kwamba tayari wamedhibiti hali katika majumba yote pale. Kwa hivyo muda wote kutoka sasa tutakuwa tukitarajia pengine atakuwa akitoa taarifa tena Matiang'i kuhusiana na hali ilivyo, na kwa sasa tutakuwa tukiwapatia picha za moja kwa moja kama unavyoona hapo. Hizo ni picha za hali ilivyo sasa kule Riverside kwa sasa, na tutakuwa tukiungana na mwenzetu Ken Mijungu hapo baadaye kidogo atupasha yanayojiri. Manake awali alisema kwamba kwa mtazamo wake anahisi kwamba shughuli ziko katika hatua za mwisho au hatua za lala salama. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa kama unavyoona hapo kuna gari aina ya ambulance pale, pia kuna wananchi ambao wako pale, wanahabari ambao wanaendelea kusubiria kuona hali itakuwa vipi. Manake wanahabari wako pale kwa wingi, wamekita kambi kujua atakayojiri, na vile vile jamaa mbalimbali za wale ambao wako pale, ikiwa ni watu wa familia za wale ambao walikuwa katika jumba hilo, wale ambao pengine wamepata kutolewa tayari, na wale ambao wanapiga simu wakiwa ndani. Wapo pia washauri ambao wako pale tayari kutoa ushauri kwa wale ambao wanahitaji ushauri, na vile vile wapo maafisa wa shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu ambao wanatoa taarifa kuhusiana na jamaa wale ambao wanafika pale wakihitaji taarifa kuhusu jamaa zao. Kuna dawati maalum ambapo wanaandikisha pale ili kupata kujua ni nani na nani alikuwa wapi. Na awali utakumbuka kwamba kuna washukiwa kadhaa ambao walikuwa wametiwa mbaroni kuhusiana na shambulio hili, na yupo mmoja ambaye hata wananchi wameenda katika mitandao ya kijamii kumzungumzia sana, ikiwa ni kivumio mojawapo katika mitandao ya kijamii ya Twitter. Wanasema Free Bryson Mamburi, inasemekana ni mmoja wale ambao walikamatwa, na wananchi wanasema kwamba ni jamaa ambaye wamemuona anafanya kazi pale, amekuwa akiokoa watu tangu mwendo wa saa 9, lakini baadaye kidogo akakamatwa na maafisa wa polisi kama mmoja wa washukiwa. Kwa hivyo ni masuala ambayo tutakuwa tukitarajia kusikia kutoka kwa polisi. Na katika kiwambo cha runinga yako unaona zile nambari pale, ni nambari ambazo zimetolewa na kitengo cha upelelezi, kitengo cha ujasusi hapa nchini, ili uweze kupiga iwapo na taarifa zozote ambazo ungependa kutoa kwa polisi kuhusiana na shambulio hili, lolote ambalo ungependa kusema. Pia shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu limetoa nambari kama unavyoona katika runinga yako, ni nambari ambazo unaweza kuzitumia kwa lolote kutoa habari kuhusiana na shambulio hili. Maana kumbuka awali kulikuwa nambari nyingi tu ambazo zilikuwa zimetolewa katika mitandao ya kijamii, ambazo baadaye kitengo cha polisi ama huduma ya polisi nchini iliweza kutoa taarifa na kusema kwamba nyingi za nambari zile hazikuwa za kuaminika, na wakapata kutoa nambari ambazo ndizo halali kama ambavyo tumepata kukuonyesha katika runinga yako. Kwa hivyo ni nambari ambazo unaweza kupiga na ukapata kusaidika kutokana na kauli zozote ambazo ungependa kujua kuhusiana na shambulio hilo la leo. Na vile vile kama alivyotueleza Mijungu ni kwamba wanapozungumza kwa sasa wako mbali kidogo na majumba hayo ya Dusit, ikiwa ni Dusit Hotel ile, na vile vile Grace Never Building ambao pia kwa pale ndani wako mbali kidogo. Manake awali wanahabari walikuwa wamekaribia kabisa, na kisha maafisa wa polisi wakawaomba wawape nafasi kabisa ili wapate kuendesha operesheni yao bila kutatizika na wanahabari, basi wakawa wako mbali kidogo. Kwa hivyo picha unazoona ni karibu kabisa na jumba hilo, lakini ni sehemu ya nje. Kwa hivyo anaojiri kule ndani utasubiria tu maafisa wa polisi watakapokuwa wakitolea taarifa rasmi ndipo watakapokuwa wakituambia. Lakini barabara hiyo ndogo ya Riverside iko marufuku kabisa kutumika kwa sasa, na maafisa wa polisi wameweka vizuizi, japo tunafahamishwa kwamba wale ambao wanafika pale kwa sababu ya kuona jamaa zao wanaruhusiwa tu kuitumia kama sehemu ya maegesho, lakini ikiwa chini ya ulinzi mkali sana. Kumbuka pia barabara ya Wayaki imekuwa na msongamano mkubwa sana wa magari, ikizingatiwa kwamba ni barabara ambayo inahudumia sehemu kubwa sana taifa hili, sio tu wananchi ambao wanaishi katika vitongoji vya jiji la Nairobi, lakini pia wananchi ambao wanaishi maeneo tofauti, maeneo ya bonde la Ufa, maeneo magharibi mwa taifa hili, ambao wanapokuwa kisafiri huitumia barabara hiyo ya Wayaki. Kwa hivyo baada ya tukio hili, ni barabara ambayo ilikumbwa na msongamano mkubwa zaidi, na hata adhari hiyo ikiwa kubwa zaidi manake ilikuwa ni nyakati za alasiri na pia jioni, ikawa kwamba wakati ambapo wengi huwa wanatokea katika shughuli zao za siku, basi kulikuwa na ule msongamano ambao ulikuwa ni mkubwa kabisa katika barabara hiyo. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea tukuangazia hata katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii mawili matatu ambao wananchi wanasema pale, wakiwepo viongozi wa ngazi mbalimbali ambao wametoa taarifa zao kutoka nje kule, wakitoa taarifa zao kwa taifa za Kenya, wakitakia heri njema wa Kenya kutokana na shambulio hilo, na vile vile wa Kenya wenyewe kwa wenyewe wakipata kuzungumzia baadhi ya masuala haya na pia vyombo vya habari. Kwa hivyo Doreen Majala, sijui katika mtandao ya kijamii kuna yapi mawili matatu ambao unaweza ama kupekua tu kwa haraka haraka tukiendelea kuangazia hali ilivyo?
Naam, bila shaka Mule, ukikumbuka hapo awali kumekuwepo na tetesi kwamba wasomi katika mitandao ya kijamii wanalalamikia kwamba gazeti la New York Times kupitia mtandao wao wa Twitter liliweza tu kuchapisha taarifa na vile vile picha za moja kwa moja za waathiriwa wa tukio hili, ambapo Wakenya wengi wameweza kuambia shirika hili liweze kufuta picha hizo kwa mitandao yao. Hapa hivi New York Times imeweza kusema kwamba tumesikia wasomi wetu kupitia mitandao yetu kwamba tulichapisha picha za waathiriwa katika shambulizi hili la kigaidi eneo la Nairobi, na tunaelewa kwamba ni jambo la kusikitisha kwa Wakenya, lakini wakaendelea na kusema kwamba tunaelewa kwamba hatua hii na vile vile jambo lililotokea kwa Wakenya ni jambo la kusikitisha kweli, na vile vile tumejaribu vile tunavyoweza kuweza tu kupatia ulimwengu mzima picha ya moja kwa moja ya kile ambacho kinavyotokea. Wanasema kwamba ni muhimu kupatiana wasomi wetu picha za moja kwa moja, ni kipi kilichotokea, uhalisia kamili, na hii inawabidi basi kuonesha picha hizi ili kuonesha ni yepi yaliyotokea, lakini wanasema hawakufanya hivyo kwa msingi wa kumkosea yoyote. Wanasema ni wanahabari huo. Kando na hayo basi, huyu anaitwa Halie anasema my heartfelt condolences to Kenya. I have checked on some of my friends and acquaintances and they are fine. Amezungumza kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Huyu anasema ameweza tu kuongea na marafiki zake na jamaa zake na amehakikisha kwamba wako salama wakati huu. Mwingine anasema kwamba dear Lord, please protect these people putting their lives on the line. Anazungumzia picha ambayo afisa wa polisi ameonekana pale akiweza tu kusaidia Wakenya kuweza kutoka katika eneo lile. Edward Muhoho anasema anatarajia kwamba picha ya yule gaidi ambaye ameonekana pale katika picha zetu za awali za CCTV, ambapo magaidi wameonekana wakiingia katika majengo yale ya Dusit pale ambapo ameweza kushika risasi pale, bunduki samahani, anaweza kusema kwamba hope we get to be told who this guy is, and anauliza kwamba je, ni Mkenya, na kama ni Mkenya je, ameweza kuangaziwa vipi. Nikiweza tu kuangalia maoni ya mwingine, Nation Kiai anasema no weapon formed against us shall prosper in Jesus name. Ni maombi hayo. Mwingine Samuel Kihika anasema anashukuru Mungu na vile vile mashirika ya usalama hapa nchini na wote ambao wanaendelea kuchangia kwa pamoja kuweza kusaidia Wakenya. Huyu mwingine anasema anaitwa Franklin Chels 1 ambaye pia anajiita I still love Kenya, anasema kwamba anashukuru sana kwamba Wakenya wanasaidiana wengine, na vile vile anawaomba tu Wakenya tuweze kusaidiana kupeana damu na vile vile tuweze kuwatunza wengine wakati huu. Nikisoma zingine, labda Lawrence hapa aliweza kupeana tu matamshi yake kuweza kusema kwamba gazeti la New York Times iweze kutolewa, na vile vile maoni ya mwisho ni kutoka kwa Hype Louis KE akitumia hashtag ya Kenya Attack. Ameweza kuonesha picha ya gaidi yule, kama unavyoona mtazamaji, moja kwa moja picha ya gaidi yule kupitia video za CCTV hapo awali tulizokuonyesha. Anauliza, je, mtu huyo amepatikana au la? Mule basi ni maoni tu hayo ya Wakenya kuhusiana na swala hili zima.
Na asante sana Doreen Majala, kauli nzuri hizo za wananchi kutiana moyo kusema masuala ambayo ni mema kulihusu taifa hili ni jambo ambalo linaonyesha uzalendo tu, na wengi wakipata hata kuwapongeza maafisa wa polisi na watu binafsi ambao walifika pale kwa shughuli mbalimbali. Picha ambazo zinaendelea kupamba mitandao yetu ya kijamii, na vile vile wapo wale ambao hata wanaeleza kutamoshwa kwao. Nimeona tu baadhi hapa nilipokuwa nikipitia nasema kwamba pia wangetaraji pengine kauli kutoka kwa viongozi wakuu kabisa wa kisiasa, na pengine tutakuwa tukizipata. Wanasema wangependa kauli pengine kutoka kwa rais, kutoka kwa Raila Odinga kuhusiana na hili, lakini naamini kwamba wote hawa watakuwa wakizitoa kauli zao hapo baadaye kidogo, na atakapokuwa akifanya hivyo hakika tutakuwa tukikuletea hayo yote moja kwa moja. Kumbuka mtaa wa Riverside mojawapo ya mitaa ya kifahari hapa nchini, na kumekuwa na wakati fulani ambapo polisi wamekuwa wakitoa taarifa kuhusiana na maeneo ambayo huenda yakakumbwa na mashambulio, na mara nyingi wamekuwa wakisema kwamba ni maeneo ambayo yana wingi wa watu, na sehemu hii kama nilivyodokeza awali ni kwamba haiko mbali sana na jumba la Westgate ambapo kulitokea shambulizi hapo awali kidogo, ikiwa ni mwaka 2013. Kumbuka kwamba ni jana tu, jana ilikuwa tarehe ngapi? Jana ilikuwa tarehe 15, maana yake tarehe tushenga tarehe 16. Kwa hivyo narejelea tarehe 14 siku ya Jumatatu, ambapo wale washukiwa 4 wa shambulio hilo walipata kufikishwa mahakamani. Watatu wakasemekana kwamba wana kesi ya kujibu, huku mmoja ikiachiliwa kwa kukosekana ushahidi wa kutosha. Kwa hivyo itakuwa tu ni siku moja tu baada ya kuachiliwa, siku moja tu baada ya wale watatu kusemekana kwamba wana kesi ya kujibu, ndipo shambulio lingine limetokea, na baadhi ya wachanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama wanasema kwamba huenda ile si sadfa. Lakini yote haya mtazamaji, kwetu tasalia tu kuweka jicho kujua ripoti ya polisi itakuwa ikisema nini, iwapo ile ni sadfa ama iwapo ina uhusiano wowote na shambulio ambalo limetokea sasa. Maana tulipokuwa tukitazama katika zile picha tuliona washambulizi 4 au wavamizi 4, ukipenda magaidi 4 ambao waliingia pale, sijui walikuwa 4 pekee au kuna wengine ambao walikuwa ndani tayari. Yote haya pia tutakuwa tukitarajia kujua kutoka kwa ripoti ya polisi, na pengine ni baadhi yale ambayo Waziri Matiang'i atakuwa akizungumzia katika hotuba yake ifuatayo ambayo tunaendelea kuitarajia ama kusubiria wakati wote kutoka sasa. Lakini pengine tukukumbusha aliyozungumzia awali, tutakuwa tukikuchezea picha zile za hali ilivyokuwa hapo awali alipotoa hotuba yake Waziri Fred Matiang'i, na tuipate kusikiliza tukiendelea kusubiria hotuba yake ambayo atakuwa akitoa baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu.
As your Cabinet Secretary for Interior and in charge of security, I would like to condemn in the strongest terms possible the heinous and cowardly act that we all witnessed in Nairobi this afternoon. Following the attack by suspected terrorist elements, I joined our National Security Advisory Committee in our Strategic Operations Room. This team has been working together to oversee the coordination of the government response since 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. Even as I speak, the committee remains seized of the situation, not just in the Dusit operations area, but throughout the country, and will continue to remain seized of the situation until this current matter is brought to a close and the entire country is brought back to normalcy. I am pleased to report that, as was explained earlier by the Inspector General of Police, the response on the ground was swift, determined, and involved different security agencies under a singular command of the GSU Commandant, and supported by a multi-agency team drawn from throughout the security apparatus of the country. I can now report that we have secured all the buildings that had been affected by these events. The security teams have evacuated scores of Kenyans and other nationalities from the buildings. We are now in the final stages of mopping up the area and securing evidence and documenting the consequences of these unfortunate events. I can also report that the country is now secure and that the nation remains calm that Kenyans and all of our visitors are safe and should feel free to continue getting about their normal businesses. I have continually and regularly updated His Excellency the President on all aspects of this operation, and he remains fully seized of the situation. In closing, I would like to recognize the support and collaboration we have received from our friends in the international community here in Kenya, who have stood with us during this difficult time where we have been tested and found not wanting. We remain an integral part of the international community that stands up to terror in all its guises. Finally, I would like once again to reiterate that the situation is under control and the country is safe. Let us all remember that terrorism will never defeat us, and we as a country remain strong and determined, and we will not surrender or bend to any manipulation or efforts of terrorist elements.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona waziri wa usalama Fred Matiang'i hapo tukiweza kuzungumza hapo awali katika hotuba yake kwa taifa kuweza tu kueleza Wakenya ni yepi yaliyojiri. Waziri wa usalama wa ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i akiweza kukashifu vikali shambulizi hilo, akiweza kusema kwamba Kenya iko thabiti na tukio la kigaidi litaweza kuyumbisha taifa hili, kwani taifa hili lina umoja wake na vile vile lina nguvu zaidi ikilinganishwa na matishio au tishio kutoka kwa magaidi. Imeweza kuona pale waziri Fred Matiang'i akiweza kuwashukuru tu mashirika ya nje ambayo yamefika pale kuweza kusaidia. Kulikuwepo na maafisa kutoka katika balozi au ofisi za balozi za pale karibu zikiweza kufika pale tu kupeana afisa wao waweze tu kusaidia katika swala hili zima. Na vile vile Fred Matiang'i pia ameweza kuzungumzia kuhusu usalama humo nchini, akiweza kudhibitisha kwamba tukio hili kweli ni la kigaidi, na vile vile wakiweza kusema wataweza kupeana taarifa zaidi kuhusiana na tukio hili.
Na hakika umeona ni kama alizipata kusikia baadhi ya kauli za wananchi katika mtandao wa kijamii ambao walikuwa wanashinikiza rais aseme jambo kuhusiana na hili. Maana yake amesema kwamba anamuelezea rais kila kitu ambacho kinajiri, kwa hivyo rais anaelewa ni yapi anajiri na operation inavyoendelea, na amesema kwamba anaendelea kumfahamisha kila hatua ya operation hii, kumaanisha kwamba atakapokuwa akitoa hotuba yake atakuwa akiitoa akiwa amefahamishwa kuhusiana na yote ambayo yamepata kutokea. Na kutokana na baadhi ya maafisa wa polisi ambao wamesema na wanahabari wetu pale katika eneo hilo la Riverside, wameeleza kwamba nia yao kuu ni kuhakikisha kwamba operation hii inakamilika usiku huu, ili kwamba kumaanisha kwamba kufikia mwendo wa alfajiri basi shughuli itakuwa imekamilika iwapo watapata kufanikiwa na nia hiyo walionayo kuhusiana na kukamilisha operation hii. Na picha ambazo unaziona pale ni za moja kwa moja kutoka pale Riverside, hali ilivyo kwa sasa. Tukiendelea kusubiria operation hiyo itakapokuwa ikikamilika, pengine tupate kufahamishwa yale ambayo yamejiri, na vile vile tukiendelea kusubiria hotuba ifuatayo ambayo waziri Matiang'i amesema kwamba atakuwa akitoa hapo baadaye. Na kwa kutazama sana kwamba tayari muda ambao tulitarajia pengine angetoa umepita, manake walikuwa wamekisia kwamba huenda akatoa taarifa hiyo mwendo wa saa 6 usiku, manake ile nyingine alitoa mwendo wa saa 5 usiku. Kwa hivyo pengine wanaendelea tu kufuatilia kujua ama kuunga 2 na 3, manake ni operation ambayo ina matatizo yake na pia changamoto zake, na ni masuala nyeti sana ambayo yanashughulikiwa pale.
Na vile vile ripoti zinazotufikia hivi sasa ni kwamba majengo ambayo yalikuwa katika hatari tayari yameweza kudhibitiwa na polisi mwendo huu wa sasa, ambayo ni yale majengo ambayo uliyoyataja pale ambayo yanazingira eneo lile la Dusit, na vile vile eneo zima la 14 Riverside yameweza kudhibitiwa tu na maafisa wa polisi. Hapo awali tuliweza kuona kwamba afisi ya DCI ikiweza kutoa ripoti za moja kwa moja kwamba limeweza kufikia katika jengo lile la Dusit katika gorofa fulani, imeweza kufikia pale, na vile vile ni
gorofa 6 kati ya 7 zilizopo. Kisha baadaye naye waziri akasema kwamba wamedhibiti majengo yote ambayo yalikuwa yameathirika. Kwa hivyo hatujui kwa sasa nini kinajiri, pengine tutajua hapo baadaye.
Naam, bila shaka basi mtazamaji, picha zinazokujia moja kwa moja hivi sasa ni picha za awali, ambapo unaweza kuona ni picha za video za CCTV, ambapo unaweza kuona washambuliaji wale wa kigaidi wakiweza kuingia tu pale katika majengo ya Dusit moja kwa moja. Wamejihami vikali, na kama unavyoona wamevaa nguo nyeusi, na ni kama nguo zile zinafanana mule. Naam.
Na mwanda zinakaa kama sare fulani hivi. Unajua wale tukisema na wachanganuzi wa masuala ya usalama walikuwa wanatueleza kwamba sio jambo la sadfa kwamba wakati mwingine wanafanya hivyo kwa sababu fulani kwamba wakawa wamevalia nguo ambazo ni kama ni sare.
Na tunaona kwamba ni watatu alafu mmoja anajitokeza kutoka kule mbali anaweza kujiunga na wale wengine, na hao wengine pale ambapo wamefika hatukuweza kuona, manake kamera ile imeweza kufika tu kiwango cha pale ambapo wameweza kuingia sehemu ile ambayo haionyeshi ni wapi wameingia pale, lakini pale ni sehemu ambayo kuna majengo ya kibiashara yaliyoko pale ndani. Mtu unayemwona pale anafahamika kama mmoja wa magaidi hao tu wakiweza kuingia pale kutekeleza shambulizi hilo. Ni picha za video za CCTV zinazoonyesha washambuliaji hao wakiweza kuingia pale katika eneo la majengo pale vile ambapo kuna benki ile ya I&M ambayo iko pale, wakiingia moja kwa moja wakiweza kujitawanya kama kulikuwa na mpango halisi.
Naam, walikuwa wamejipanga kabisa, na inaonekana kwamba walipofika pale nje ile benki I&M ndipo walipoanza kufyatua risasi, kisha baada ya hapo inasemekana ndio kulikuwa na ule mlipuko wa mmoja wao kujitoa mhanga, na tukufahamishwa hapo mmoja wao ni kati ya wanne au mwingine aliyekuwa kando kabisa. Na tunakumbuka kuna baadhi ya wananchi ambao walisema awali, mmoja akisema kwamba amekuwa akiona mmoja wa hawa magaidi akija pale kwa gari anaegesha na mlipa hela na mtazamia gari kisha narudi tena, na alisema kwamba ni gari mojawapo yale ambao walihusika katika shambulio hilo. Kwa hivyo alishangaa sana kuona likiwa pale, akijua kwamba amekuwa kiliona. Kwa hivyo ni kama na watu ambao pengine wamekuwa kifika pale kwa muda kuangalia hali ilivyo, na tunajua kufikia sasa maafisa wa polisi wanaendelea kufuatilia mojawapo ya magari ambayo ilitumika na wale magaidi kuingia katika ile hoteli ya Dusit na eneo lile. Kwa jumla walitumia gari fulani, nambari yake ya usajili ilikuwa ni KCN na nambari nyingine pale
KCN nambari 340A.
Naam, gari ndilo hilo ambalo polisi wanaendelea kufuatilia kuhusu kujua mmiliki wake na masuala kama yale, manake wapo wananchi ambao wanasema kwamba wanajua kwamba ile gari limekuwa likiegeshwa sehemu fulani. Kwa hiyo maafisa wa polisi wanaendelea na uchunguzi wao kubaini, manake utakuwa ni mtihani mgumu, manake huenda ikawa gari lilikuwa limekodishwa ama limepangishwa au huenda lilikuwa na mmiliki wake. Yote hayo ni baadhi ya ambao tutakuwa tukitarajia kujua kwa kina kutoka kwa maafisa hawa ambao tayari wamesema kwamba ile shambulio lilikuwa limepangwa kabisa na watu ambao wanajua jumba lile ambao wanaelewa vizuri, kama ambavyo wanavyoonekana katika video hizo, wakiingia bila kusita, wakifuruliza moja kwa moja hadi sehemu ya ndani. Na kwa mujibu wa Inspector General ama Inspector Mkuu wa Polisi Joseph Boinnet, ni kwamba kwanza walifyatua risasi nje ile benki, kisha kukawa yule mlipuaji wa kujitoa mhanga, na ndipo hapo sasa wakaingia katika eneo la wageni la kupokelea wageni, ambapo walianza kufyatua risasi kwa eneo hilo, na haijulikani ni wangapi ambao walijeruhiwa, lakini alisema kwamba wale waliojeruhiwa walijeruhiwa vibaya. Kuna baadhi ambao walipata majeraha mabaya sana katika eneo hilo. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukitarajia kujua haswa ni majeraha ya aina gani na ni wangapi.
Naam, na vile vile Dan Mole, kwa mujibu wa mwenzetu mwanahabari wetu Ken Mijunga ambaye yuko sehemu hile ya 14 Riverside. Ken Mijunga ameweza tu kutuarifu kwamba yule mshambuliaji au mgaidi wa kujitoa mhanga, mmoja wao ambaye aliweza kujilipua pale, mwili wake tayari umeshachukuliwa na maafisa wa polisi, lakini hatujaelezwa wanaelekea wapi kwa sasa ama wanaupeleka wapi mili ile. Na vile vile watu ambao wameweza kuathirika na mkasa huu wameweza kupelekwa hospitali tofauti, ikiwemo hospitali ya Avenue Park eneo la Parklands, na vile vile hospitali ya Aga Khan ambapo iliweza kukadiria kwamba ni watu 4 wameweza kufikishwa pale kupokea matibabu ya haraka. Na vile vile hospitali ya Avenue iliweza kusema kwamba imeripoti kupokea majeruhi 17 ambao 5 wamelazwa na wengine 12 wameruhusiwa kwenda nyumbani. Mtazamaji, picha unazoona kwenye runinga yako ni za hapo awali kupitia runinga ya CCTV eneo la majengo ya Dusit, ambayo kuna hoteli ya kimashuhuri pale Dusit 2, na vile vile pamoja na majengo ya kibiashara pale. Picha za awali kiweza kuonesha magaidi hawa wakiweza kufyatua risasi, wakiweza kumiliki eneo lile kuweza kutekeleza tukio hili la hapo awali lililotokea mwendo wa saa 9 kamili jioni hii, mtazamaji.
Na vile vile kumbuka kwamba baadhi ya hospitali ambapo walipelekwa wale majeruhi zimekuwa zikitoa ombi kwa wananchi kusaidia kupeleka damu ambayo inahitajika ili kusaidia kuokoa maisha wale ambao wamejeruhiwa, na Kwa mujibu wa msimamizi mmojawapo wa masuala ya afya katika hospitali ya Avenue ambaye alipata kusema nasi ni kwamba hospitali hiyo ilipokea kiwango cha damu ambacho kilikuwa kinahitajika. Kwa hiyo amesema kwamba wote wale ambao wangependa kuendelea kutoa damu basi wanaweza kufanya hivyo katika hospitali nyingine ambazo ziko katika eneo hilo, hospitali ya Mpisha, hospitali ya Aga Khan, hospitali ya Parklands na vile vile hospitali kuu ya Kenyatta ambapo baadhi ya wagonjwa wamepelekwa kule. Kwa hivyo amesema kwamba watu wanaweza kuendelea kutoa damu katika maeneo yale, manake wengi tu walifurika katika hospitali hiyo ya Avenue. Na kama mojawapo tu ya wananchi masuala ya wananchi kutoa hisani, baadhi ya kampuni za taxi ama zile huduma za magari ya kibinafsi zikajitolea kusafirisha wananchi bila malipo, kusema kwamba yote ambaye angependa kwenda kutoa damu basi anapata kupata zile huduma za kusafirishwa hadi katika hospitali ili kuchangia damu, ikiwa ni mojawapo ya shughuli ya mahali ya Wakenya kutoa msaada. Kwa mtazamaji, wapo ndio mwanzo unajiunga nasi, utakumbuka kwamba tumekuwa tukufahamisha tu kwamba haya matangazo tumekuwa tukikuletea kuanzia mwendo wa saa 9 mchana, ikiwa ni hapo jana. Sasa ni takriban muda wa saa kama 10 hivi, saa 10 hivi ambazo zimepita tangu tulipoanza kuletea matangazo haya kuangazia shambulio hili ambalo lilianza tu kwa hali ambayo ilikuwa hatuna uhakika iwapo ni shambulio la kigaidi au ni shambulio ambalo au ulikuwa ni wizi pengine wa kawaida. Kwa hivyo tumekuwa tukifuatilia hayo kutoka muda huo, na habari wetu wako kule kuendelea kufuatilia yale ambayo yanajiri katika eneo hilo. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukiendelea mtazamaji kufuatilia tu yanayojiri. Maana kufikia sasa ni kwamba Fred Matiang'i ambaye ndiye waziri wa usalama amesema kwamba atakuwa akitoa taarifa kuhusiana na yote ambayo atakuwa yameibuka, na wanahabari wetu pia wanafuatilia hospitalini na pia eneo hilo la Riverside. Na yote hayo mtazamaji tutakuwa tukikuletea. Ni tumaini letu kwamba wote walio pale katika jumba hilo watatoka wakiwa salama wa salmin. Na mimi ni Daniel Mule na unatajiri, wakati ambapo pengine tutakuwa tukiwaacha na picha za moja kwa moja ama picha tu za hali ilivyokuwa pale awali, wakipata kuzionaona. Pengine Majara nikupe na fursa kufungasha tu ili tuwaache wakitazama hali ilivyokuwa pale awali, manake ni shughuli ambayo tumekuwa tukifuatilia habari hii ambayo inaendelea kuchipuka.
Naam, bila shaka mtazamaji, cha muhimu ni kwamba endelea kutazama NTV katika runinga yako. Utaweza kupata nambari za simu moja kwa moja kutoka idara ya DCI ambapo imeweza kupeana nambari zao za simu za moja kwa moja kukujuza tu au kukuuliza wewe Mkenya iwapo una shida yoyote uweze kupitisha ujumbe pale, au iwapo una taarifa yoyote ambayo ungependa kuwasilisha kwa idara ya DCI uweze kupeleka pale. Na vile vile NTV itaweza pia kukujuza kupitia runinga yako ya moja kwa moja yaliyojiri na vile vile yanayojiri hivi sasa, na vile vile nambari ya shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu iwapo umefika pale unataka kujua hali ya mpendo wako au jamaa wako ambao yuko pale ambao unahofia hali yake ya hivi sasa. Nambari zitakuwa moja kwa moja katika runinga yako. Hivi sasa mtazamaji, tunakuacha na picha za hapo awali na vile vile picha za sasa ambazo kunaendelea na shughuli nzima ya kuokoa Wakenya ambao wapo katika eneo zile, na vile vile ni picha za awali ambazo tutakuacha nazo kwa hivi sasa.
Naam, na hakika Doreen, lolote likichipuka basi tutakuwepo kuhakikisha kwamba mtazamaji anafaidi kwa kujua ni kipi kimejiri wapi, na uchanguzi wowote na taarifa zozote za polisi, idara yote ya serikali ambayo itakuwa ikitolewa, basi mtazamaji utakuwa ukizipata. Kwa hivyo hivi ndivyo hali ilivyokuwa hapo awali.
Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic!
Ambulance, hakuna
Medic!
ambulance!
Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic!
Ambulance, hakuna
Medic!
ambulance!
Wanaingia, si unaona vile wanakuja, unaona mpaka wamekuja na nini?
Bwana tweet ilitumwa 1 hour ago. Tweet 1 hour ago. Wanakuja pasa hii. Ingekuwa tuna strike wangekuja hata before tuanze ku strike.
Strike nao wanaponga wanatembea.
Ingia huko, ingia. Ingia, kila mtu aingie.
Madam, relax, you're okay. You're okay.
Mama yangu, oh no. Alama niweke kwa short. Shama. Ambo nidunge kwa short.
explosion.
Wanakuja.
People are still working because at most workplaces, people normally leave work at 5 p.m. Therefore, most of the staffs were around at that time.
Not today, my sister. Today you're not dying. You're not dying today. All right, medic!
Ambulance, hakuna
Medic!
ambulance!
This is NTV.